Raised by wolves, this kid grew up totally cut off from humanity. The outside world is somehow way too strange. If a stranger gets near, he instantly bristles like an angry orange cat. When hungry, he will swallow absolutely anything, leaving his teacher completely speechless. His whole world changes. It completely flips the moment he watches his close friend happily leave with her mother. He wants that too. He wants to find his own mother. And just like that, his journey begins as heavy, terrifying footsteps start echoing down a dark, ruined corridor. Armed special forces quietly patrol the area in sleek black armor. Rifles raised, they are on high alert. Suddenly, one soldier's helmet visor glows bright red, switching to a scanning mode to search every dark corner. The moment he spots a moving shadow, he immediately yells out, "It is here!" A blinding flashlight beam cuts into the dark corner. It exposes a wild, scratch-covered boy with messy hair, who fearfully shields his eyes from the sudden glare. Caught! The boy whips around and bolts like lightning. The special forces immediately open fire, chasing him down ruthlessly. During that chaotic chase, the commander orders them to throw the net, launching a massive net to trap him. But wait, look how fast this intense nightmare vanishes, fading suddenly into a cozy room flooded with warm, gentle morning sunlight. Mori jolts awake. He sits up in a spotless white bed, looking around in complete confusion. The bright morning sun woke him up. Outside his window lies a peaceful green hill, with a sign that reads Child Protection Area. But for a kid who only ever knew abandoned ruins, absolutely everything in this new place feels incredibly strange. Polished floors, fresh, clean clothes, hot meals served right on time. It is a lot for him. He cannot adapt yet, choosing to spend almost all his time alone on the grassy hill. Seeing him sitting all alone, two local kids walk over and ask him to play. But this sudden friendliness totally terrifies Mori. Driven by raw, wild instinct, he growls and bristles to defend himself, sending the poor kids running away in absolute tears. Once quiet returns, Mori finds simple joy. He chases a bright yellow butterfly, rolling around freely on the lush grass. From an upstairs window, a red-haired woman in a wheelchair quietly watches the boy, then turns to ask her assistant if he can speak. The brown-haired girl immediately shakes her head. No, he cannot. It is not a medical issue. He just never learned how. But he seems to understand a few basic words, so he might be catching on. The rescue team actually thinks he was raised out there by wild animals. Hearing this, the girl gasps. A real-life Mowgli? The older woman just smiles gently. She says it is totally natural that a young girl like her would not know the old story. That story was actually written long before this kid was even born. Just then, a loud church bell rings out to signal recess. The orphans rush outside to play under their teacher's watchful eye. Mori stands off to the side, quietly observing. He is incredibly curious about another kid who just received a letter with a red wax seal. While he is staring, a bright voice speaks up right beside him. That is a sponsor letter. The speaker is Dina, a young girl with bright orange pigtails. She explains that sponsors send those letters, and sometimes they even send over cool gifts. Seeing Mori stay completely silent, Dina asks if he does not have a sponsor yet. She suddenly grabs his hand, pulling him along while explaining that sponsors are adults who take care of you. The orphans quickly get into a massive debate about what grown-ups are really like. Some kids argue they are totally good, others insist they are evil. In the end, they agree on a simple compromise: adults are half good and half bad. In the dining hall, Dina keeps chatting. She tells Mori about Matthew, a kid who got a massive toy from his sponsor. She rolls her eyes, complaining about how he shows it off all day long. Even out on the playground, Dina cannot stop talking. She laughs at the fancy lace dress their friend Lee received, calling it absolutely hideous. She even thinks it is incredibly weird that Choi got to speak directly with his sponsor. But when asked about herself, Dina confidently declares that she does not need a single sponsor at all. She proudly announces that her mother has promised to come back for her. Dina excitedly shares her mom's promised sleep for exactly 100 nights, and she will be there. With pure, innocent hope, she holds up her hands, claiming 100 nights will fly by in a simple blink. You understand, right? As night falls, the two kids huddle near a warm oil lamp, and Dina softly whispers, wishing her mom would just hurry up. Mori quietly looks at his friend, then turns his eyes to the starry night sky. He blinks gently, watching the stars drift past. But get ready, because their peaceful little world is about to be shattered by some very dark adult secrets. In class, the teacher uses colorful paper puppets to tell a friendly story about aliens. She explains how these cosmic visitors came in peace and became close friends with humanity. Suddenly, a boy with glasses stands straight up and points his finger. You are lying. Why do you have to lie? Later on the playground, he tells Mori and Dina that grown-ups only lie because they treat them like clueless kids. To prove his point, he secretly pulls a thick, dusty old book out of his pocket, opening it right in front of the stunned group. When they ask where he got it, the boy with glasses admits he swiped it straight from the principal's office. They all huddle close to read the old records inside, telling how aliens actually invaded Earth in ancient times. The old pages reveal a terrifying reality that is completely different from their teacher's sweet fairy tale. The book shows massive, glowing entities looming over towering skyscrapers, triggering absolute, worldwide chaos. To survive, humanity had to bring out some serious heat, fighting back with a powerful weapon called hate. But then, tragedy struck when the alien swallowed the sun itself, plunging humanity into endless darkness and forcing them to surrender. Now this incredibly dark story is being debated by the children in the most innocent way possible as they spin on the playground carousel. One kid asks why they would even eat a weapon, while another casually suggests they were probably just hungry. Suddenly, the church bells chime, calling everyone to gather and cutting their conversation short. The orphans eagerly gather around as the teacher calls out names to distribute the sponsor letters. Amidst the noisy chatter, Mori is completely startled when his own name is called by the caretaker. The bewildered boy turns around to receive a fancy letter sealed with red wax. His caretaker smiles warmly, telling him that a very wealthy sponsor has chosen him, asking if he is happy. Mori stares in wide-eyed amazement at the letter, feeling both curious and confused. Suddenly, a sharp clatter makes him jump over by the doorway. A toy sand bucket is rolling across the floor. Dina is standing there frozen, staring directly at the letter in Mori's hands. Her face is completely drenched in tears, sobbing in absolute overwhelming grief. Inside a dark storage room, soft, muffled sobbing echoes from the corner where Dina is huddled, clutching her knees tight. When she spots Mori nervously peeking through the door, she instantly screams at him to go away. But Mori refuses to leave, pacing around the room to find some way to comfort her. While Dina weeps with her head down, she suddenly looks up in surprise, finding a small chocolate cookie placed gently right beside her. Mori had quietly slipped close to slide his favorite treat over to her. Dina sniffs, looking down at the cookie, and softly whispers that this is literally his absolute favorite thing in the world. She picks up the cookie, her heart heavy as she confesses her sad truth. 100 nights have already passed. Her mom probably thought she couldn't count that high, but she actually did. Fresh tears start spilling over. Dina chokes out that she is completely alone now. Seeing her weep, Mori silently slides over and gently rests his back against hers, offering silent, warm support as they sit together in the fading afternoon light. This sweet gesture finally coaxes a tiny smile through Dina's tears. Holding up the treat, she asks if she can really eat it, and when Mori nods, she breaks the cookie in half to share it. Their soft laughter echoes through the warm storage room as the tension melts away. Once she calms down, Dina looks at the envelope in Mori's hand, asking if he can even read it and offering to help. Dina grabs the sponsor's letter meant for Mori and reads it aloud. Hello there, that is it. She flips the empty envelope around, looking totally confused. Wait, is that really all? Just as she turns the envelope upside down, a tiny object falls out. It is a stunning glowing blue flower that lands right on the wooden floor. Mori stares at it, completely fascinated, before reaching down to pick up the gently shining, mysterious blossom. Later that night, in the quiet dormitory, Mori lies in bed and gently holds the flower up to his nose. The sweet, comforting scent of the glowing blue blossom quickly drifts him into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Mori finds himself floating high through a beautiful sky filled with countless glowing blue flowers. Meanwhile, soft, peaceful snoring echoes through the quiet orphanage bedroom. The next morning, loud church bells ring out to welcome a brand new day. Their caretaker rushes into the room, waving a letter high in her hand as she calls out for Mori. Smiling warmly, she hands over a lovely gift box tied with a bright red bow, telling him how lucky he is. Curious, Dina and the other kids crowd around, gasping in absolute shock at what they see. Right in front of Mori sits a massive pile of presents, a wooden horse, building blocks, and even a giant set of crayons. Curious, Dina opens up the sponsor's letter and makes a face as she reads. Is the letter seriously just a few words again, she asks, and the handwriting is pretty terrible. But the other kids do not care at all. One of them screams that they have never seen so many crayons. Another kid excitedly plays with a talking teddy bear. Look, it even speaks, they giggle, brushing its teeth. This completely unexpected generosity has all the children crowding around and whispering in excitement. One child wonders what kind of person their sponsor is, while another suggests they must be incredibly rich to be this kind. But the boy with glasses is skeptical, asking if there is a hidden motive behind it. Are adults only nice when they feel guilty? Looking at the shiny crayons, Mori blinks in confusion, wondering what feeling guilty even means. Before he can process this, Mori's curiosity kicks in as he lifts a crayon, about to stuff it in his mouth. Dina panics and snatches it away, telling him to stop. You silly boy, she sighs, holding his hand gently. You are supposed to use it like this, she explains, drawing a wild scribble on the paper. Just then, loud rumbles from outside catch Mori by surprise, making him look up in confusion. With the weather warming up, the headmistress gathers everyone to help wash the laundry. Soon, rows of clean white sheets are hung out to dry under the beautiful, clear blue sky. Excited for the task, the kids roll up their pants and jump into massive wooden tubs scattered across the grass. Mori joins in, happily on the soapy clothes with a huge grin on his face. In the next tub over, another boy splashes around and shows off his completely wrinkled toes, leaving the smart kid in glasses amazed. Watching them goof off, Dina sighs and complains while wringing out a sheet. You guys are so silly, there is nothing weird about that, she grumbles. But ignoring her complaints, Mori keeps having the absolute time of his life, splashing away in the soapy water. He looks up at the shining soap bubbles floating in the air, his eyes wide with pure childish wonder. Mori stomps happily in the wooden tub, prompting Dina to smile and say that he really is a curious kid. If you keep stomping like that, you are going to splash water everywhere, she warns. But before she can even finish her sentence, a loud voice from far away suddenly cuts her off. She turns around to look, and over on the grassy hill, a woman is running toward them at full speed, shouting Dina's name. Recognizing that voice, Dina's face lights up and she instantly climbs out of the tub to run. Honestly, who wouldn't tear up at a reunion like this? After 100 long nights of waiting, her mom is finally here to take her home just like she promised. From the laundry yard, Mori and the other kids watch in silence from their wooden tubs as the two embrace under the deep blue sky. As a gentle breeze sweeps through, Mori stares after his departing friend, a strange feeling rising in his heart. That night, right before leaving, Dina meets Mori in the dark room. "Take care," she says gently, "and do not eat too fast or your stomach will hurt, okay?" Mori nods obediently. Dina then pulls out a pair of yellow shoes along with a brown leather bag and hands them over, telling him to stop walking around barefoot and actually wear them. Staring at the tiny shoes, Mori looks up at his friend. At that exact moment, Dina can no longer hold back her tears. She breaks down, throwing her arms tightly around him while sobbing his name. Dina whispers in his ear, telling him he has to be happy. Feeling the warmth and sincerity from his only friend, Mori closes his eyes and smiles back, the two hugging tightly in the dim light. The next morning, Dina holds her mother's hand as they walk up the grassy hill toward their new life. Down below, everyone from the orphanage stands together, waving their final goodbyes. Amidst the noisy crowd, Mori stands silently, his wide eyes locked onto Dina's retreating figure until she completely vanishes from sight, leaving him sitting all alone on the grassy hill once more. The void left by his dear friend Dina is massive, yet Mori is not entirely lonely. He still has the letters and gifts from his mysterious sponsor, including a soft red cloak that feels warm like sunlight. There are bright crayons, the entertaining talking bear, and thoughtful letters that always carry the faint, sweet scent of wild flowers. Mori holds the letter close, taking in the familiar comforting aroma. Looking at the glowing blue flower, he recalls the kids talking about how adults are only kind when they feel guilty. Then he pictures Dina crying tears of pure joy when her mother came for her. Mori's eyes soften as he wonders if the person sending these warm gifts might actually be his own mother. That single question lingers in his mind all day long, refusing to leave him alone. Once night falls, Mori decides to pack up his things, carefully placing his toys and the talking bear into the leather bag Dina gave him. He puts on his red cloak and pulls on the yellow boots. Slipping quietly out of the bedroom, he turns back to wave a tiny goodbye to the orphanage one last time. With his small bag packed, the little boy begins walking along the endless, lonely train tracks. Under a sky filled with bright twinkling stars, Mori steps into the unknown, starting his journey to find his mother. Inside a dark cattle car, sleeping on hay, he is woken up by a cow friendly licking his cheek. He sits up, looks around in a daze, and heads toward the open sliding door. This train he boarded without a second thought is carrying him far away on a massive journey to find his mom. Spewing white smoke, the train winds through barren rocky mountains in the middle of a vast desert. Sensing it is time, Mori bravely leaps from the car, his yellow boots landing in the swirling dust. He stands silently watching the train disappear into the distance. Looking up at the endless sky, he gears up for the hardships ahead on this solo journey. Taking small steps across the burning sand, Mori trudges forward. Suddenly, the sound of falling rocks sliding down the hillside makes him halt in his tracks. Looking around in alarm, he spots a gang of fierce desert bandits on roaring motorcycles charging from the horizon, firing warning shots into the sky. Mori's face turns pale with terror and he immediately runs for his absolute life. But those tiny legs are no match for roaring engines. The bandits close in instantly, circling around him and trapping the poor boy in a blinding cloud of desert dust. Now wait, look who just showed up. High above on the cliffs, a mysterious white-haired figure on a black motorcycle is watching everything. He silently observes the scene from above. Down below, the bandits surround Mori, looking at him with immense curiosity as one of them wonders if the kid is even human. Staring at his tiny size, another asks how a human could be this short, but the guy next to him just shrugs. They all start arguing until one suggests selling the kid off. While Mori trembles in pure terror on the ground, a bandit with glowing yellow eyes licks his lips and hungrily suggests taking a bite of him instead. He reassures himself that the kid is so tiny no one will ever notice. Then he reaches out his dirty hand, aiming to grab just one of the boy's little feet. But before that filthy hand can even touch Mori, a massive explosion rocks the area. A giant gray beast slams down from nowhere, crushing the thief with a devastating punch. The monster lets out a terrifying roar, asking who gave him permission to touch the kid. Pinned down, the thief can only tremble and beg for mercy. The massive beast just looks down at Mori with pure disgust, clicking his tongue and muttering that a kid this tiny is not even enough for a snack. Check this out. Right as the monster prepares to strike, a strange noise from the distance makes it look back in alarm. Even Mori is left wondering what it is, when a green energy bullet grazes past. The shot's fired right from the horizon, where a massive motorcycle roars forward, tearing through the thick desert dust. Seeing the white-haired, red-skinned warrior roaring toward them, the bandits pale in sheer terror, screaming that Raider has arrived. Even so, the gray beast tries to act tough, yelling at his gang not to be afraid because it is just one guy. On command, the bandits draw their weapons and fire a barrage at Raider, but our hero easily maneuvers his motorcycle, dodging the rain of bullets exploding violently all around him. Immediately, Raider activates the dual heavy cannons on his bike, charging them with red energy before unleashing a devastating blast right into the enemy line. The earth-shattering explosion leaves the gray beast gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Calling him a bastard, the giant gray beast leaps forward to counterattack. But Raider is already one step ahead, accelerating his motorcycle to a lightning-fast speed that leaves the monster in the dust. A massive explosion blasts dirt and rocks everywhere, putting a smug grin on the monster's face. But that smile vanishes instantly when its own hand suddenly warps and disintegrates into thin air. The beast stares in shock, but before it can comprehend what is happening, Raider launches his motorcycle high into the air. He pulls out a heavy weapon, unleashing a massive green laser beam that completely sweeps the battlefield. The violent shockwave and blinding dust force little Mori to cover his face. As the air clears, Raider slides his motorcycle to a halt, leaving a long tire track next to a massive newly formed crater. Raider lets out a sigh of relief, glad to have finally cleared the threat. He coldly mutters to himself, wondering how they dared to invade his territory, just as tiny footsteps suddenly catch his attention. Mori stands there completely dazed right next to the massive motorcycle wheel. Looking down with an intense glare, Raider stares at the tiny creature and wonders what on earth he is looking at. While Mori nervously keeps his guard up, Raider calls out for Aya. Instantly, a small floating robot appears, scanning the boy from head to toe before reporting that this is a human child. Hearing that, Raider squats down to get a closer look. Realizing this kid poses absolutely no threat, Raider completely flips his attitude, flashing a warm smile and greeting him cheerfully. He greets the boy warmly, but his true colors show as Raider secretly plots, wondering if eating a human is actually against the law. Still, morally speaking, eating humans is a massive taboo. Glancing back at the quiet boy following behind, Raider clicks his tongue, figuring the kid is too small to eat anyway. Sure, his meat is probably tender, but there is barely 300 grams of it. But hey, he might still be worth something. Maybe sell him alive to some underground caves where creeps buy kids as playthings. Just then, Raider's eyes lock onto Mori's clothing. And honestly, despite being a bit messy, the outfit looks pretty high quality. You already know what he's thinking. He quickly tells Mori to hold on, reaching out to touch the boy's red cloak. But the moment his fingers brush the fabric, Raider's face turns pale and cold sweat pours down in sheer panic. He quickly yanks his hand back and laughs nervously, saying it is getting late and he is suddenly extremely busy. Without waiting for Mori to react, Raider jumps onto his motorcycle, waves a hasty goodbye, and speeds off into the distance. He calls out, asking if the kid can find his way home before quickly taking off. As his bike tears through the desert dust, he shivers in terror, realizing that was definitely the symbol of the gods, and that he almost lost his life right there. Seeing his reaction, Aya flies alongside and mocks his sudden fear, making the red demon snap and yell at the robot to shut up. Trying to calm his nerves, Raider mutters that his throat is bone dry, when, suddenly, a tiny hand offers him a water bottle. Raider takes it without a second thought, offering a quick thanks before gulping the water down. But the moment he lowers the bottle, he freezes in absolute shock, his eyes bulging. Sitting right on his gas tank is none other than Mori, completely relaxed. Raider screams in sheer panic, demandingly asking when the kid even got on and how he managed to climb up there while they were moving. He roars at the boy to get down immediately, but in the middle of his panic, the motorcycle strikes a small rock. The brutal impact flips the bike, launching Raider high into the air. After taking a nasty fall, Raider slowly wakes up, clutching his aching head. Rubbing the painful bump on his head, he sits up among scattered papers and items on the desert sand. Raider slowly opens his eyes, finding himself lying on the ground surrounded by a bunch of mysterious letters. He mutters, wondering what they are. But the moment he picks one up to inspect it, he jumps and screams in terror. Mori's round face is staring right into his eyes from inches away. Before he can even recover from the shock, the floating robot next to him delivers some news. You are finally awake. The floating robot explains that Mori was worried about Raider getting hypothermia, so the boy piled the letters and his red cloak over him while building a small fire to keep him warm. Hearing this, Raider can only manage a forced smile of gratitude. Seeing that Raider needs a drink, the robot drops a can of water down. Raider sits up to grab it, but before he can do anything, Mori eagerly runs over to fetch the can and brings it right back. But instead of handing the drink over, the clumsy kid splashes the freezing cold water right into Raider's face. Talk about a major troublemaker. Shocked by the sudden splash, Raider just freezes, water dripping down his face. Even Mori is left shocked, mouth wide open at his own clumsy mistake. Fearing that the red demon is about to explode in anger, the kid quickly scoops up his pile of letters and hugs them tight. But this frantic move accidentally exposes the red wax seal shaped like a bear paw on one of the envelopes. Raider is utterly shocked, realizing the truth. He stares thoughtfully at the boy clutching the letters so protectively. There is absolutely no mistaking that seal. It is the sacred mark of Pei, one of the 7 fingers of the Lord, the beginning and the end of the entire universe. Only the master of PA and those granted special permission can ever use this sacred mark. Anyone more foolish enough to provoke them is basically signing their own death warrant. Looking at Mori now, Raider realizes this kid's true identity must be something incredibly massive and highly dangerous. This human kid looks completely goofy and clumsy, yet he carries letters written on premium expensive paper that is worth an entire month of Raider's food budget. Most importantly, every single letter bears the powerful bear paw seal of F, filled with messages of absolute, endless love. It is official. Mori is not just some random kid, he is someone highly important. Walking under the scorching desert sun, Raider leads the way while constantly bragging about his heroic deeds. Gesturing proudly, he asks if the kid understands how lucky he is. A savior like him is extremely hard to find. Since Mori remains completely silent, Raider keeps boasting, claiming that nobody else knows this treacherous terrain and that he is doing a highly generous deed. But when he turns back to give some advice, he realizes Mori has fallen way behind. The kid is just squatting on the ground, completely ignoring him. Raider yells in annoyance, asking how the boy dares to lose focus while he is speaking. But taking a closer look, Raider completely freezes in horror. Mori is casually popping a giant, highly poisonous purple bug right into his mouth, chewing it like a tasty snack. The red demon rushes over in a panic, squeezing the boy's cheeks to force him to spit it out. He frantically demands to know what the kid is eating and orders him to spit it out. After a chaotic struggle, Raider collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath. Panting heavily, Raider scolds him, warning the idiot that eating poisonous bugs is enough to kill him. Yet despite his savior's deep concern, Mori just sits on the sand with a completely blank, indifferent look on his face. Fuming with anger, Raider grabs the brat and pulls him close to his face. "Look at me," he warns, but Mori just stares back with total indifference, leaving the big guy completely helpless. To stop Mori from putting random garbage in his mouth, Raider forces him into a quick desert survival class. He lifts up a glowing purple centipede. Look closely. If the legs shine blue like this, it is probably toxic. Thankfully, this particular bug seems safe. Raider even takes the time to teach him how to spot swollen, mushy mushrooms and scorpions that glow bright blue the second you touch them. Mori nods along like he actually understands, letting Raider breathe a quick sigh of relief. He thinks the trouble is over, but he is dead wrong. The moment his back is turned, Mori starts messing with a massive machine, making him scream. Stop that. The days that follow are an absolute test of Raider's patience. Honestly, the second he blinks or looks away, Mori is already diving headfirst into danger. Like this time, the kid tries to pet a carnivorous cactus packed with razor-sharp teeth. Raider has to tackle him out of the way, yelling, "Do not touch that thing." Next, the kid casually strolls straight into quicksand, sinking deep into the mud. Raider screams his throat raw, "Stay out of there." Even after getting scrubbed clean, Mori just sits there, sulking and throwing a tantrum while Raider scolds him helplessly. "Quit sulking." By nightfall, the exhausted red demon walks and wonders what the hell is he even doing. Meanwhile, by the campfire, Mori sits quietly, completely focused on drawing in a tiny notebook. Curious, Raider crawls over to take a look. "What are you drawing today, kid?" Mori proudly holds up the page, babbling happy little noises. But as Raider looks closer, a scribbled name on the book cover catches his eye. "Wait, Mori, is that your name?" He brushes the thought aside, pointing to a messy black scribble with red horns on the paper. "So what is this dark blob?" Mori innocently points right at him. Raider freezes in total shock. "Wait, that is me?" The kid nods eagerly, leaving the red demon completely speechless as he stares down at the drawing. Staring at the paper, Raider holds it close. For the first time in his entire life, someone actually drew a picture of him. In the freezing desert night next to the crackling fire, the red demon quietly cherishes the human child's gift. Watching this, his little flying robot can't help but tease him. Someone seems to be in a great mood. Flustered and blushing red, Raider instantly snaps back. "Who says I am happy?" Aya ignores him completely, floating over to point at a flat green circle on the page. "So this weird round thing is supposed to be me?" The little robot immediately gives its review. "Excellent observation, but your execution lacks skill, so I will give you 50 points. Watching the cute interaction between his robotic friend and the kid, Raider smiles warmly. Under the quiet desert sky, Raider just won't stop nagging about the drawing. "Hey, shouldn't you make me look cooler? Add some sparkles here." The robot can only sigh in silence. Asking a kid to draw fantasy is pretty tough. Next morning, the bright sun breaks through, and Raider wakes up to immediately check the tracker on his wrist. Standing on a rocky hill, he maps out their route across the vast desert. "Alright, once we cross this ridge," but when he looks back, Mori has already lagged way behind. Raider yells out in frustration, "Hey, pay attention to me. Hurry up or I will leave you behind." The empty threat dies in his throat as he spots something strange. Farther down, Mori is standing face to face with a small, sandy yellow creature that looks exactly like a baby dinosaur. Raider wonders if it is just a harmless desert beast, but before Mori can even take a step closer, a massive adult monster of the same species charges in, swinging its deadly claws right at him. Fire erupts. A massive wave of flames completes Mori in a blazing red sea. Seeing this horror unfold, Raider freezes, his face turning pale with absolute shock. The red demon pulls his weapon, screaming in absolute rage at the beast. What do you think you are doing? Terrified, the lizard monster grabs its baby and quickly runs away to escape. Ignoring the blistering heat, Raider sprints straight toward the roaring fire, desperately reaching out his hand to pull the boy back. But the violent red flames swallow everything way too fast, leaving Raider standing there in absolute helpless despair. You can honestly feel his heart breaking right now, thinking the poor kid has been completely reduced to nothing but ash. Suddenly, in that hopeless moment, a flash of red flutters through the blazing heat. It is Mori's red cloak. Incredibly, the fabric glows with a strange light, snuffing out the flames in a heartbeat. Raider and Aya stand there completely speechless. This cloak is acting like some kind of powerful magic shield. Whirl of dark orange energy gently guides Mori back down to the desert sand, completely unharmed. Even the lizard mother and her baby stop in their tracks, staring back at the kid in total awe. Neither Raider nor the mother lizard can believe their eyes. They are both sweating from pure shock. Snapping back to his senses, the red demon rushes over to the kid, desperately asking if he is okay. Mori just nods back eagerly, letting the big guy finally breathe. The sheer mental toll has Raider dropping to his knees, groaning that he is about to pass out. Mori quietly walks over, leaning against him to offer some comfort. But relief is short-lived. Suddenly, Raider's anger flares right back up, his eyes flashing with a cold glare. He stands right up, pointing his heavy gun at the mother lizard and snarling through gritted teeth. Sensing the threat, the creature quickly spreads her arms, desperately shielding her little baby behind her. She steps forward, gently touching his arm and clicking as if trying to explain. But Raider completely ignores her, roaring in anger. What are you trying to say? You started this fire, and now you play the victim? Aya flies in, desperately trying to calm him down, but Raider ignores the robot completely. He scoops Mori up and shoves him toward the monster. Hey, do you think yours is the only kid here? This boy is a child too. You idiot. He almost got roasted alive because of you. Raider keeps screaming at the top of his lungs. You want to fight? Suddenly, his robot assistant Aya sounds a loud alarm. Something is heading our way from down below. The desert sand beneath them shakes violently as a colossal creature breaks through, towering high and completely blocking out the sun. It is a fully grown giant rockworm with glowing blue patterns running down its head. Sweating bullets at the sight of this absolute titan, Raider can only curse under his breath. Damn it, a fully grown one. Sensing the extreme danger, he decides they need to get Mori out of here immediately. But before he can take a single step, Aya screams. The giant is coming right at us. Raider tenses up, bracing for a devastating attack. But instead of lunging, the massive titan gently lowers its giant head, nuzzling the two lizards like an oversized puppy. It is actually incredibly friendly. This sudden plot twist leaves Raider standing there completely brain dead. I mean, just look at his face. Desperate to cover up his embarrassing outburst, the red demon immediately raises his voice and screams. Do not think I am letting you off so easily. Aya can only roll its eyes. Why are you even yelling? Meanwhile, the little lizard timidly approaches Mori, offering him a beautiful, glowing yellow crystal. Mori happily accepts the gift and tucks it away. He then pulls a soft feather from his own pocket, handing it over in return. Just like that, the friendship ritual between the two kids is complete. The two kids happily hold hands, running around in joyful circles. Watching this sudden peace unfold, Raider grabs his head and groans, "What is this? Why are you two running in circles?" After their cute farewell, the lizard family climbs onto the back of the massive worm, diving deep into the sand to vanish into the endless desert. The dust settles. Raider walks over and looks down at him with a serious face. Do you realize you almost died today? You are only alive because of that cloak. It literally made the giant fire completely vanish. Mori just looks up blankly, so Raider keeps explaining. With protection like that, the fabric must regulate your temperature. That is why you have not felt the desert heat or cold once. Mori gently pulls the cloak over his face to listen. Raider softly remarks, "You should really be grateful to the person who gave you this." Hearing those words, Mori's eyes instantly light up like high beams. He tightly clutches the red cloak to his chest, feeling the warm embrace of a mother he has never known. Raider can only sigh in helpless exasperation. As darkness drapes over the desert, they light a campfire to ward off the freezing winter night. While Mori drifts into a deep sleep, Raider lies flat on the sand, lost in his thoughts. He softly calls out for Aya, and the little robot pops up instantly, ready to display the requested human database. A glowing green digital screen quickly boots up right before his eyes. Aya chirps that this is all the data they have left. Looking at the strange icons, Raider falls into a quiet, deep contemplation. Yeah, I figured. So that means the kid probably has a mother too, right? Aya asks back in total confusion. Mother. The red demon explains that humans reproduce quite differently compared to their own kind. Just then, ancient historical files from ages ago flicker onto the screen. Back when the original masters of Earth temporarily left for space, countless new creatures were born in their long absence. Among those new species, a bottomless pit of a creature with a brutal nature emerged, humanity itself. The grim records reveal a dark truth, showing how humans foolishly believed that everything in existence belonged to them. From the tiny grass under their feet to their very own kind, they claimed it all. Yet their numbers dwindled until they vanished. Staring at the tragic logs, Raider makes a quiet observation. Looking at how things are now, those in power do not seem to care about the next generation at all. He sighs, resting his head on his arms by the fire. Meanwhile, Mori is fast asleep. Raider turns over to watch the sleeping boy. Suddenly, in his dreams, Mori's tiny hand reaches out, searching until it tightly grasps Raider's massive finger and gently pulls it against his soft cheek. That sweet, innocent display of pure trust caught the red demon completely off guard. Raider stares down at Mori's tiny hand, and a remarkably soft smile slowly creeps onto his rugged face. He gently reaches over to tuck the red cloak around the boy, letting Mori sleep peacefully with a faint, happy smile. Raider lies awake under the vast desert night, deeply lost in his thoughts. An unexpected touch makes Raider flinch, like he just got zapped by raw electricity. But seeing the little guy fast asleep, he smiles gently. Peace at last. He listens to the crackling fire in the silent night. Meanwhile, in a dark place far away, a tense and mysterious conversation is unfolding. Yes, absolutely. One voice reports. The entire forest surrounding the shelter has been fully scanned, so there cannot be any mistake. And guys, look at this. Out of the pitch-black shadows, a terrifying entity with glowing blue eyes emerges, delivering a chilling threat. I will find him. Back in the desert, Raider lies awake. Staring at the sleeping child, he makes a silent vow. Protect him, no matter the cost. Mori blinks his eyes open to find himself in a lush green meadow under a beautiful blue sky. He sits up, looking around the endless field in confusion, but there is not a single soul in sight. But that peaceful dream suddenly shatters. The loud rattling of wheels pulls Mori right back to reality. Opening his eyes, he realizes he is still riding behind Raider on the back of his roaring motorcycle. Seeing the boy stir, Raider asks, "Oh, you finally awake, kid?" He easily scoops Mori up with one arm, pointing ahead to a massive structure. "Look, we have arrived at the town." Rising before them is a breathtaking town built right into the colossal stone pillars of a deep canyon. The bike roars as they charge inside. The bustling market is filled with exotic fruit stalls, steep stone paths, and narrow bridges arching across the dangerous cliffs. Mori wanders with wide-eyed curiosity, taking in the strange sights. Suddenly, an excited scream rings out, catching both Mori and Raider off guard and causing them to spin around in surprise. In an instant, a crowd of bizarre demi-humans surrounds the boy. A girl with red horns grins with literal hearts in her eyes, squealing in delight about how incredibly cute this little human is. The demi-humans crowd closer, chattering excitedly around Mori. One leans in, asking if the little guy is doing okay. The sudden arrival of a real human kid instantly throws the entire market into a frenzy. They gasp and point in sheer disbelief, cooing over his cuteness. Seeing Mori panic, Raider steps in immediately, scooping the kid up to protect him while shoving the crowd back, roaring like an angry lion. "Back off, do you even know how valuable he is? Pay up if you want to look, now move." Finally escaping the crowd, Raider lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that the kid is way more popular than he thought. As Mori looks up in confusion, Aya floats nearby and remarks that he really is a celebrity. Carrying the boy, Raider walks briskly down a stone corridor and slips into a bustling underground tavern. Right as they enter, a curious patron approaches Raider, asking if he's the kid's owner and if he can touch him. Raider coldly brushes him off, telling him to ask the kid himself. Just then, a familiar voice calls out from a nearby table, greeting Raider and asking how he has been. It is Valentine, a goat beastman with long blonde hair and distinct curved horns. Valentine eyes Mori sitting quietly in Raider's arms, asking when Raider decided to start keeping a human. Fearing his friend might get the wrong idea, Raider warns him that the kid is not food, so he better not have any weird thoughts. "Barbaric," Valentine chuckles, mocking the very idea. Raider just ignores the useless banter, completely focused on his business. Pulling out a letter sealed with red wax, Raider places it on the table and asks if he has ever seen this symbol before. Valentine picks it up, inspects the seal, and his eyes widen in pure shock. "What is this?" he asks. "This mark is used for heavy transactions. I have only seen it once during a trade, so they must be from the main city." Hearing this, Raider gasps in disbelief. "The city?" This sudden revelation makes Raider fall silent, his face growing incredibly serious. "You mean the city where the adjudicators live?" he asks. Valentine nods slowly to confirm it. "Now watch this, because we finally get a major lead." Blonde Goatman realizes Mori's black hair matches the mysterious traveler, and eagerly asks how the kid ended up here in the first place. Raider sighs softly, admitting that it is a pretty long story. Putting that aside for now, he shifts the topic to renting a room, requesting a place equipped with energy bars. "Oh, and a solar charging port too." Valentine instantly quotes an absolute robbery of 50 gold. Shocked by the outrageous price, Red Demon slams the table in a rage, yelling to make it 35. Valentine is not backing down easily. He fires back immediately, asking what kind of nonsense Raider is talking about. He yells that inflation is rising like crazy lately. "How am I supposed to make a living?" he rants. While the two adults bicker intensely, Mori sits on the floor, curiously poking Aya, the floating robot. After a heated argument, Valentine angrily gives his final offer. Fine, 42 gold and not a single coin less. Grudgingly, Raider grits his teeth and accepts the bitter deal, throwing the gold coins onto the wooden table to pay up. Right then, Aya chimes in with a wild suggestion. "I still have 70% power. Should we sell me?" Raider immediately dismisses it as a waste, but the robot persists, asking about Mori's belongings instead. Raider glances at the kid clutching his red cloak, shivering at the mere thought. Are you trying to get me killed or what? He snaps. Suddenly, Valentine places a strange object on the table next to the coins. It is a cracked, yellow crystal that immediately catches Raider's eye. Asking what it is, Valentine picks it up with a chuckle, introducing it as a Tomas stone. Seeing Raider's completely blank stare, Valentine lightly taps the crystal against the table, shattering it into several pieces. Mori gasps in shock, ready to leap forward and fight for his precious stone. Whoa, calm down, look closely. As soon as the pieces touch, the cracks magically fuse back together. Valentine smiles warmly, pointing out how it is completely good as new. It can self-heal and even absorb sunlight to glow brightly in the dark. Raider curiously asks if it is expensive, but Valentine quickly bursts his bubble, explaining they are so common now that they are basically worthless. Raider clicks his tongue in disappointment. I knew it, he mutters. Here, catch Mori. The red demon tosses the stone right at the kid, but Mori misses it completely and the stone slips away, rolling across the rocky floor. Spotting his new toy rolling away, Mori eagerly runs after it. The little guy wanders deeper into a dark, quiet corner of the inn. Just as Mori bends down to grab the stone, a pitch-black hand suddenly reaches out and touches it. Mori looks up, totally confused. Standing right in front of him is a tall figure in a dark green hooded cloak, wearing a creepy white mask with round, glowing yellow eyes. The stranger stares down at the kid and mutters, "Oh, how adorable." Sensing immediate danger, Mori clutches the stone tight and instantly bolts in the opposite direction. But the kidnapper is lightning fast. He reaches out with a massive, dark hand, snatches the boy's red cloak, and drags Mori right into a swirling purple portal opening on the ground. Mori is left dangling in empty space, surrounded by creepy dark hands wearing gold rings. Get a load of this, the kidnapper leans in with a mask full of sharp teeth, scaring the poor kid half to death before darkness swallows him whole. The kidnapper glances around one last time and vanishes without a single trace. When Mori finally wakes up, he finds himself totally abandoned in a pitch-black abyss. The poor kid looks around in a total daze, but there is absolutely nothing out there in the infinite void. Intense fear and loneliness crash over him. Mori instantly bursts into tears, waving his tiny fists and crying his heart out. Back at the inn, Raider suddenly senses something is way off. The red demon snaps to attention, scanning the crowded marketplace in a panic, but the little kid is nowhere to be found. Amidst the chaotic noise of the crowd, Raider frantically yells out, "Mori, where are you, kid?" Just as he is searching the area, a highly suspicious movement behind a woven curtain catches his eye. A figure in a dark green cloak is sneaking through a doorway to escape. Raider freezes as he locks eyes with the creepy white mask thief, who stares back with eerie glowing yellow eyes. Realizing he's been spotted, the masked man takes off. Raider screams at him to stop and gives chase, while his flying robot assistant instantly boots up its scanning systems. Pushing through the busy stone market, the red demon roars for the thief to freeze. "Hey, you over there, stop right now." But the kidnapper ignores him completely, weaving through the crowd with Mori slung over his shoulder in a bag. Absolutely furious, Raider screams, "I told you to stop," and lunges forward to grab him. But the masked kidnapper is a step ahead, recklessly jumping straight off the steep canyon cliff to make his getaway. Raider rushes to the cliff edge, staring down at the treacherous drop in shock. The masked thief lands smoothly on a massive stone bridge below, looking back up with a smug, defiant glare. Right then, AIA flashes an emergency alert detecting a living target with a high body temperature inside the bag. Hearing this, Raider snaps, his anger boiling over as he roars in pure rage. "That bastard has Mori!" Determined not to lose his target, the red demon orders his flying assistant to fly up and cut the guy off right away. AIA immediately shoots high into the air, while Raider sprints at full speed through dangerous cliffside shortcuts to catch up to the fleeing kidnapper. AIA rockets into the sky, activating its tracking systems to scan the entire town. A bright green beam of light sweeps across the stone structures and the maze of pathways cutting through the canyon settlement. The robot's advanced interface works rapidly, analyzing a detailed 3D map of the area to pinpoint the absolute fastest route. After quickly processing the layout of the town, AIA reports 14 possible escape routes. Based on his speed and direction, he is likely taking route number 2. With the target coordinates locked in, Raider instantly accelerates to give chase. AIA guides him onward, warning of stairs ahead. Raider nimbly leaps down the steep stone steps. Meanwhile, the kidnapper up ahead starts to hesitate as he faces a series of obstacles on his path. Keeping the target in sight, Raider sprints across a long stone bridge stretching over the canyon. AIA directs him to take the left bridge. Ahead of them, the masked thief continues to run for his life. In his mad rush, the thief smashes right into a beautiful sand sculpture, instantly turning a masterpiece that a poor artist spent 6 entire months building into a cloud of dust. Leaving the weeping artist behind, the kidnapper keeps running. IA alerts Raider that they are switching to Route 11. Hearing this, Raider quickly shifts his path along the cliffs, while poor Mori gets violently bounced around inside the bag. The little kid's eyes are wide with sheer terror. Just then, AIA announces they have reached the designated spot. Raider runs to the cliff edge and comes to a sudden halt. In front of him lies a perilous drop filled with a chaotic mess of wooden beams below. Looking down into the endless dark abyss, a sweating raider nervously asks, "Are you actually serious?" But AA immediately urges him on, showing the target right below. With zero time to lose, you won't believe this raider actually leaps straight off the cliff. The wind howls around him. The fleeing kidnapper suddenly freezes, hearing a massive rushing sound from way up high. Looking up in utter shock, he sees a heavy motorcycle dropping straight down from the sky right toward his head. The heavy bike slams onto the rocky ground, making an epic high-impact landing. Raider drops down right behind it, completely blocking the kidnapper's escape. Flustered, the masked man demands, "Who are you, and why are you chasing me so hard?" Ignoring the question completely, a furious raider shouts toward the sack, "Mori, are you in there? Answer me if you can hear me." Deep inside the dark bag, Mori trembles and makes a faint sound. The masked thief flinches as the bag wiggles. AIA quickly scans the sound and reports that it is 98% guaranteed to be Mori. With his target confirmed, Raider steps up and commands, "Hand that human over to me." The thief plays dumb, asking what he's talking about. Furious, Raider points directly at his face and snaps, "Stop playing stupid. There is a human kid in your bag." The thief stubbornly replies that he has no clue what that means. Clutching the bag tighter, he casually argues, "I have been raising this thing the whole time, so why are you trying to claim my pet?" Right then, AIA warns that Mori's fear levels are spiking. This pushes Raider over the edge. The red demon draws his weapon, aims it straight at the kidnapper, locks the chamber, Dover, and shouts with pure murderous intent, "You bastard, stop talking and hand him over right now." But even staring down the barrel of a gun, the masked thief casually shrugs, "No way, he's way too cute. I'm keeping him." The white-masked kidnapper calmly insists on keeping Mori simply because the kid is too cute. Raider furiously snaps that he is completely insane, but the thief quickly turns the tables, pointing out that Raider is nothing but a notorious outlaw who manufactures illegal weapons. He questions how a dangerous outlaw like Raider could ever raise a human child, confidently boasting that he would be a much better parent himself. He even asks Raider if he is only keeping the kid because he likes him, arguing that they are exactly the same. Fed up with this stupid logic, Raider challenges him, "If you are so confident, let's ask Mori who he actually wants to stay with." The kidnapper goes quiet for a second, then casually brushes it off, saying that it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the little robot hovering behind them continues to monitor the tense situation closely. The thief warns Raider that firing a gun inside the city will make him a highly wanted man, but with murderous intent radiating from his body, Raider coldly replies, "That doesn't matter to me at all." While the two face off in a tense standoff, Mori is trapped inside the cramped, dark bag, absolutely terrified. Sobbing quietly, the little boy struggles to find a way out, but his efforts are useless and he tumbles over. Right in the middle of his despair, a familiar voice suddenly rings out from the talking teddy bear inside his bag. "Don't forget to use the bathroom before bed." The sudden sound makes Mori's eyes pop open in surprise. Outside, the thief casually offers a truly sickening compromise. "How about this? I will be generous and make a deal. I will take the head and you can keep the rest of the body." This disgusting offer drives Raider absolutely wild with anger. His mind quickly analyzes the situation. With 63% power remaining, his blaster could easily blow that creep's head clean off. But if the bag holding Mori is controlled by the thief's muscles, it might instantly constrict the moment its master is shot. Raider worries if Mori's red cloak is durable enough to survive that crushing pressure. Raider grit his teeth in frustration, wishing he could just get Mori out of there. Seeing his silence, the kidnapper barked, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" The kidnapper kept muttering in absolute fury because he was being ignored. "How dare a little brat like you ignore me?" But right then, he suddenly froze up, feeling a very strange, warm wetness spreading from inside the bag on his back. His eyes rolled back in pure horror. He screams. Turns out little Mori was so scared he just straight up peed inside the guy's bag. Taking advantage of the kidnapper panicking and jumping around from the gross mess, Raider moves like lightning, snatching Mori safely out of the bag. The kidnapper shakes in pure disgust, screaming like a madman. "Dirty, so dirty, how dare you do that in my bag?" But before he can even process it, a cold, blinding slash rips through the air, completely severing his filthy hand. He clutches his bleeding arm, wailing in agony. "My hand, my precious hand!" Immediately, Raider points his weapon right at his face. The red demon growls, pure terrifying bloodlust. "Listen closely, if you ever dare touch him with those filthy hands of yours again, you will spend the rest of your life crawling around like a snake." The sheer pressure from Raider's glowing eyes leaves the kidnapper completely silent and paralyzed with fear. Right then, sirens echo. The security forces are rushing in. Raider clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn, they got here fast. The robot Aya warns him that the gunfire was a bit too loud. Not wanting any more trouble, Raider quickly grabs Mori, jumps onto his motorcycle, and commands Aya to go. He places Mori securely in front, then twists the throttle all the way. The motorcycle roars to life and tears through the wind, leaving the chaotic scene behind. After riding for a bit, the red demon cannot help but chuckle. Seeing Mori looking up in utter confusion, Raider bursts into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, kid. Did you see his face? Seriously, who would have thought a little baby pea could actually save the day? Even his own shadow is totally nodding along to that absolute genius move. While driving, Raider keeps showering the kid with endless praise. Great job, Mori. Even the little Teddy peeks out of his pocket to join the fun, saying it is so proud of him. Mori is absolutely thrilled, his big eyes sparkling with pride. He climbs right up onto Raider's shoulders, sitting tall like a mighty warrior, which makes the startled red demon ask, "What are you doing?" Putting the jokes aside, Raider shouts to his assistant, "Which way should we go now?" Aya quickly scans the area map and replies that under these conditions, this is the absolute fastest route. Hearing this, Raider smiles with excitement, letting Mori sit proudly on his head while grabbing his horns like handlebars. He boldly announces they are heading straight to the whale cradle, but the journey is far from peaceful as Mori keeps climbing all over him. Annoyed by the constant chaos, Raider snaps and yells, "Hey, get down! Stop climbing on me." Their noisy antics even force the robot who is piloting the vehicle to beg them helplessly. "Can you two please sit still while I am trying to drive?" After a very long journey over incredibly bumpy roads, the bike finally stops. Mori's tiny yellow boots step down onto a lush green field. Raider takes the kid's hand, trekking up the rugged rocky slopes. The moment they reach the top of the hill, a cool, refreshing breeze sweeps by, making Mori's red cloak flutter dramatically. The young boy opens his eyes wide in absolute wonder. Stretched out right before them is a magnificent lush green valley with grass fields rolling as far as the eye can see. On the horizon, sharp towering stone peaks rise majestically into the clear blue sky. Raider stands with folded arms, silently taking in the breathtaking view, while Mori hops onto a rock, spreading his arms wide to embrace the refreshing breeze of this new land. Raider leads Mori across the endless green plains. They head toward the snow-capped peaks in the distance. Beneath Mori's feet, delicate white wildflowers release a soft fragrance, instantly bringing back memories of his mysterious mother's papers. The two continue on, crossing a massive ancient fallen tree over a deep chasm before entering a ruined mossy stone corridor. As night falls, they set up camp beneath an ancient stone arch, warming themselves by a crackling campfire. The journey grows even more dangerous as they are forced to hide behind a massive boulder to avoid towering, long-legged monsters roaming through the thick fog. Out in the dark, Raider accidentally clicks on his flashlight, absolutely terrifying Mori, who gasps and clings to his teddy bear. Aya quickly notes down this fear of flashlights into its memory bank. Pushing deeper inside, the flashlight beams onto an ancient stone wall, revealing some old graffiti that reads "No War." That night, Raider gently holds Mori close, using a small wooden shield to protect the sleeping boy. The next morning, they cross a crystal-clear, brilliant blue river. Mori happily relaxes on a small wooden raft alongside Aya, while Raider slowly wades through the water, pulling them along. But as they venture into a pitch-black cavern, menacing red eyes suddenly gleam from the dark. A swarm of purple bat monsters screeches and attacks. Raider instantly wraps his arms around Mori to shield him, even though Mori's gold boot and robot Aya end up falling straight into the water. Once they escape the cave, Mori grabs a jar of green ointment and runs over, gently applying it to the red demon's bruised cheek. Watching the boy's clumsy yet deeply caring gestures, Raider silently accepts the help. As darkness falls once more, the motorcycle hits the road again, carrying them across the vast grasslands under a stunning, star-filled sky. Mori sits in front, looking up. And honestly, you are not ready for the jaw-dropping view that is about to appear right in front of them. An entire pod of giant whales glides gracefully through the dark night sky, bathed in a shimmering green aurora. Their deep, low calls echo through the air, completely breaking the quiet stillness of the cold desert night. Seeing Mori stretch his tiny hands toward these magical flying beasts in excitement, Raider smiles very softly. He quickly lets his shadow take over driving, then uses his massive arms to lift Mori high up, bringing the boy much closer to the brilliant starry sky. Lifted high into the air, Mori watches a curious whale float closer to him. He shyly reaches out his tiny hand, gently touching the massive snout of the beautiful flying creature. Reflected in Mori's wide, sparkling eyes is a whole glowing galaxy, capturing the silhouettes of the giant whales as they slowly swim away, fading into the breathtakingly beautiful aurora-filled night. The motorcycle rolls onward, carrying them up grassy slopes toward the road ahead. As the night passes, Mori falls into a deep sleep. Inside a warm dream, he opens his eyes to hear a soft, gentle voice calling out to him. "My sweet little baby, my darling child." The warm image of his mother with long black hair holding him tight fills his heart, washing away all his loneliness before he slowly opens his eyes and wakes up. The kid scrambles up, peeking his little head out from the front of Raider's jacket to look around in confusion. Feeling the sudden movement, Raider looks down and asks if he is finally awake. "Oh, you are up?" Right now, the bike is zooming through a frozen landscape of endless white snow. Raider shivers, grumbling that it is all Aya's fault, but the little robot instantly fires back. "I drove as carefully as possible. If you are not happy, drive yourself." Raider can only whine in response, "How could I? Autopilot is way better anyway." And so they continue traveling together across the snow-capped mountains. Hovering nearby, the little assistant robot teases him, "You really cannot do anything without me, can you?" This jab immediately gets under Raider's skin, making him yell back in frustration. Hey, do you even know who built you in the first place? Ignoring the bickering adults, Mori stays tucked away, snuggled up warm and cozy inside the Red Demon's heavy coat. The bike rolls onward, taking them deeper into the freezing, snowy mountains. Gazing out at the endless white fields before them, Raider softly mutters that this place really has not changed a bit. Resting in the snowy valley, Aya asks if they should move quietly from here. Raider explains seriously you saw them moving around at night. If they wake up and break the bridge, we will have to take a massive detour. Sensing the heavy mood, the little robot floats over to Mori to distract him. Hey Mori, let me show you some pretty cool stuff. Seriously, the things down there are absolutely amazing. But Raider quickly cuts in, stopping the robot to keep the kid safe. Aya can only mutter to itself in disappointment. To prep for their journey across the freezing snow, Raider gets Mori into a massive white puffer jacket and wraps a bright red scarf around his neck. It makes the poor kid look like a walking snowball. Staring at Mori in his new look, Aya asks if that is not way too many layers and if he can even walk. Raider just shrugs it off. He says they have that super strong protective cloak anyway, so who cares? Then the Red Demon flashes a mischievous grin, adding that rolling the kid around like a ball actually sounds way more fun. Aya shuts down this ridiculous idea immediately, calling it straight up child abuse. Ignoring the warnings, Raider scoops Mori right up, teasingly begging the bot for just one quick turn. But right then, Aya's threat detection sensors go completely haywire, and the little robot's LED eyes instantly flash a brilliant warning red. Aya immediately warns him in a dead serious tone. Raider, something is closing in at a terrifying speed. Raider's face pales. Is it hunters from the town? How fast are they moving? The answer leaves the Red Demon completely frozen. 49.52 kilometers per hour. Raider screams in shock. What? Out there in the thick snowstorm, he can feel a truly monstrous presence closing in. Raider instantly barks an order change of plans. Get in the vehicle. The Red Demon hits the gas hard, making his two-wheeled beast roar forward like he is running from debt collectors. But their pursuer is right on their tail at an impossible speed. Aya keeps calculating the gap is closing fast, and they only have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Raider grits his teeth, flooring the accelerator while tightly clutching the trembling Mori to protect him. Every second is pure torture as Aya counts down to 53 seconds. Mori stares with wide, terrified eyes as the bike bounces violently over the rough, frozen ground. Behind them, blinding snow completely blocks their vision. The moment the target appears on screen, Aya screams, "I see him." Without a word, Raider steers with one hand and whips out his blaster with the other. Green energy beams rip through the air toward their pursuer. Suddenly, a deafening screech rings in his ears, making him spin his head back in absolute shock. Mori clings desperately to the Red Demon's chest while cold sweat rolls down Raider's face. Now watch this. Right behind their bike, a massive blue rift suddenly tears open, swirling violently into a terrifying and dangerous black hole. Stepping out of that pitch-black void is a mysterious hunter, wearing a wide-brimmed black hat with long dark hair whipping wildly in the blizzard. Raider is sweating bullets. No way, he tells himself. He has never heard of any hunter who could control spatial portals like this. Did they really hire someone this insane just because he fired a few shots in town? From a distance, the stalker silently watches them. Mori clings desperately to Raider's jacket, while the hunter just stares through an eerie black mask glowing with blue light. Feeling the walls closing in, Raider holds Mori tight and asks his assistant if he goes all out, what are his actual odds of winning? Ake splashes ice water on his hopes, leaving the demons 16%. Raider screams in panic. What? That is it? Ake explains that includes a 7% margin of error for natural disasters. Raider falls into a tense silence. He knows Aya's math is never wrong. The monster behind them is on a whole different level, radiating absolute pressure. He has to avoid a direct fight at all costs. Looking down at the shivering Mori, the Red Demon grits his teeth, his eyes locking in with sheer determination. He loads his gun with a loud click. It is all or nothing now. The bike roars as it launches off a massive snow slope into the air. Raider roars to his assistant Aya, override the system limits right now. Aya's screen flashes a bright warning as maximum output activates. The bike's power core glows a furious red, blasting them forward at a ridiculous bone-shattering speed. Ignoring the system's warning about severe impact bone fractures, Raider grips his weapon. It is fully charged with brilliant green energy, ready for one final desperate shot. A massive beam of raw energy blasts from his gun directly into the snowy peak. The resulting explosion shakes the entire mountain, causing a devastating landslide. Seeing his plan actually work, Raider smirks. Yes, it worked. He urges the bike forward maximum power, full speed ahead. If we just cross that bridge, we are safe. Mori carefully peeks out to look at the total chaos behind them. Raider's shot has triggered a massive avalanche of snow and rock. It thunders down the valley like a giant mouth trying to swallow their tiny bike whole. The Red Demon's bike roars through the blinding white storm while Aya flies behind at full power, trying to stay ahead of the chasing avalanche. Bracing against the brutal terrain, Raider screams for them to hold on tight. Mori squeezes his eyes shut and screams in terror, but just then, Raider spots an escape route as the screen alerts him. Right ahead of them is a natural ice bridge spanning a deep, bottomless abyss. Without hesitating, Raider guns the throttle, launching the bike into the air like an action movie. He steers with one hand while aiming backwards with the other, firing a barrage of bright energy to keep the stalker at bay. The mysterious hunter easily raises a hand, creating a sphere of dark energy that completely absorbs the incoming attack. Seizing the moment, Raider's bike glides through the air toward the ice bridge. Realizing the enemy is only defending without firing back, Raider realizes that for some strange reason, this guy does not actually want to attack. He calculates that if they can just cross this bridge safely, they are home free, but that hope is violently crushed in an instant. Out of the freezing mist, the stalker suddenly bursts forward at an impossible speed right in midair. You can see the pure shock on Raider's face as he's caught completely off guard and that dark hand wraps tightly around his throat. The bike immediately loses control and spins into a free fall. Choked by an iron grip, the red demon gasps for air, gritting his teeth in pure agony. Raider's legs thrash wildly in the empty air. Hanging by a thread, he uses his last bit of strength to point his gun and fire point blank at the hunter. Gunfire echoes through the snow valley, but the silent hunter easily swats the weapon away. He leans his glowing black mask right into Raider's face, tightening his dark hand even more. Raider can only grit his teeth, choking in complete helplessness. But at that critical moment, the mysterious hunter suddenly stops. His eyes land on Mori, who is trembling and clutching onto Raider, his round eyes filled with tears of absolute terror. The sight of the helpless human child completely freezes the hunter. Without a word, he releases his grip, letting Raider go. Raider's eyes shoot open. Before he can even process what is happening, both he and his bike plunge straight down into the deep abyss. He quickly pulls Mori into a protective hug. Crashing hard at the bottom, the red demon gasps for breath, looking up. From high up on the bridge, the hunter silently looks down and speaks, "You do not belong here, do you?" The dizzying fall sends the two sliding further down the snow-covered ravine. Just when things look hopeless, a massive rumble echoes through the valley. Out from the bottomless pit, a gigantic beast suddenly bursts through the mist. It is a massive flying whale. The legendary creature gently catches Raider and Mori, saving them from certain death. Raider clings to its thick hide with one hand, keeping Mori safe under his arm. Up on the ice bridge, the mysterious hunter activates a retrieval system for the fallen motorcycle. He silently watches the two ride away, his glowing mask fading in the distance. Resting safely on the whale's back, Mori takes one last look at the hunter. Under the protection of these majestic flying whales soaring through the frozen sky, Raider and Mori continue their journey, leaving the solitary figure far behind. Slowly coming to, the red demon blinks and looks around, his mind still groggy as he mutters, "What happened? Did I actually pass out?" Right beside him, Aya and Mori are peering down with worried faces. The assistant bot explains that the sudden, extreme altitude drop probably caused him to lose breath and black out. Waking up, the red demon immediately asks about Mori. Aya quickly reassures him that the kid is doing just fine. Right now, Mori is peacefully resting against Raider's chest as they ride on the back of the giant flying whale. Aya notes that waking up the whale was actually a pretty brilliant move. Since their cradle felt uncomfortable, they automatically headed toward the canyon. The giant beasts glide smoothly through gray clouds, carrying them over the rugged mountains. Now fully awake, Raider sits up to scan the area, wondering where on earth they are. He turns his head slightly to look forward, and he completely freezes in his tracks. Rising up between the misty, jagged mountain peaks is a massive, pitch-black sphere floating in a bizarre and incredibly mysterious way. Facing this giant dark orb hovering right in the middle of the foggy valley, Raider quietly mutters that they are actually inside the city. Mori stares around in awe before waving his tiny hand to bid farewell to the giant whales drifting toward the horizon. Raider suggests they should head toward the main gate now, but the little robot flies over to remind him, asking if he seriously plans on walking in with that face. With a huge bounty on his head, he should at least change his clothes and hair instead of standing out. Heeding the advice, he adjusts his messy white hair, revealing a bright red demon face with glowing green eyes. Draping a black coat over his shoulders, he turns around and calls out that it is time to move. Seeing Raider's new look, Mori immediately treats him like a total stranger. The confused kid tilts his head in utter disbelief. As Raider steps closer, Mori panics, jumping up and running around trying to find his familiar companion. This dramatic reaction leaves Raider sweating bullets as he asks what is wrong with the kid. Seeing Mori struggle, Raider scoops him up and yells out, asking what has gotten into him. He explains that it is him, Raider. Turns out, because his face and hair changed after taking off the mask, the little kid completely failed to recognize him. Terrified, Mori scratches and claws desperately to push Raider's face away. Utterly helpless against the boy's stubbornness, Raider angrily turns to his assistant robot and asks what they are supposed to do now. Ia calmly responds, and soon the three of them come up with an incredibly unique disguise. Mori sits proudly right on Raider's shoulders under a long black coat that completely covers them, while the little robot hides inside the kid's hood, letting only its glowing green eyes guide the way. Disguised as this bizarrely tall giant, they finally take their first steps into the city. The trio moves along a massive, endless triangular hallway lined with layered gray stone pillars. Sitting up so high, an excited Mori keeps kicking his legs back and forth, forcing Raider to complain and tell him to stop swinging them around. The kid babbles playfully. "Keep it down," Aya warns them. But as they approach a massive white gate, they instantly freeze. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes in the quiet air. Greeting them with a welcome to the city, a voice asks how it can assist. Blocking their path is a strange guide entity with a faceless, shiny black orb for a head, wearing a high-collared white outfit that looks like a ceramic vase. Facing the bizarre guide, Raider boldly announces that they are here to meet Faye. The guide politely requests to see their official token. While Raider is still clumsily searching through his pockets, Mori quickly reaches down into his leather pouch, pulls out a sealed envelope with a red bear paw wax stamp, and thrusts it forward. The guide bows instantly upon recognizing the wax seal, confirming the token. Suddenly, a massive golden magic circle manifests in midair, scanning and analyzing all their data in an instant. The guide then asks which person they are looking to find in here. Staring at the massive holographic map appearing before him, Raider is completely stunned. He realizes that everyone from leaders to regular members can use Faye's emblem, and they are scattered all over the place. The sudden question leaves them completely baffled on who to choose. But check this out, here is where our little guy takes charge of the situation. Mori reaches down into his pouch, babbling playfully as he searches for a secret item. He knows exactly what to do. Mori happily holds out a tiny glowing blue flower he always keeps as a treasure. Seeing the soft light radiating from the petal, the guide gasps in absolute shock. Only one person in the city possesses that item. Instantly, the golden magic circle rotates to activate a secret passage, opening a deep, pitch-black space portal right before their eyes. Raider looks at the bizarre gateway with deep suspicion and mutters if this is some kind of door. Hesitant but curious, they slowly step closer to the portal. As Raider reaches out his gloved hand to touch the dark void, the guide reassures him not to worry, since any path he chooses will lead him to the destination. Raider nods and thanks it. He decisively steps straight inside. The moment they cross the threshold, the dark void sucks them in, sending them free falling through a vast, endless darkness. But the suffocating feeling quickly vanishes as a brilliant light flashes ahead. The two crash land onto a lush green meadow bathed in gorgeous morning sunlight beneath a clear blue sky. Right after passing through the portal and falling through the dark void, Mori and Raider tumble onto the soft, sun-drenched green grass. Beholding the breathtaking, magnificent view, Mori squeals with pure excitement. A massive open meadow right in the middle of a modern city, with an ancient, majestic mansion standing in the distance. Raider blankly mutters about a whole field suddenly popping up here. He wonders what is up with the mansion, while the little robot Aya floats around, admiring the view. Its owner must have a unique taste. Meanwhile, the fresh grass makes Mori extremely happy. The kid immediately dashes across the green field. Raider quickly chases after him, yelling if he is really that happy and warning him that he is about to trip. The two stop right in front of a massive locked iron gate, blocking the mansion entrance. Raider touches the lock to inspect it, warning them that entering this city without an official invitation can get them killed, and tells Aya to stay extremely close. The little robot obediently agrees to stay close. While Raider is struggling with the control panel, wondering which button to press, Mori gets distracted by a slightly open window on the distant building. Peering curiously through the gap, he suddenly spots a dark-haired figure standing inside. Now pay close attention, this is the moment everything flips for our little guy, freezing him in place. He stares with wide eyes, locked on the figure because of a strange sense of familiarity. The second the dark-haired person vanishes, Mori bolts, squeezing through the iron gate. Raider spins around and panics, shouting out to ask where Mori is going. He warns him that it is dangerous to go alone and tells him to get back here, but the kid ignores him and slips inside. Left outside the locked gate, a furious Raider bangs on the iron bars, yelling for someone to open up. Meanwhile, Mori's little yellow boots land softly on the wooden floor inside. The little kid dashes down the dark, grand wooden corridors of the ancient mansion, where bright morning light streams through the massive windows. Searching frantically, Mori pants heavily, his wide eyes filled with pure hope. Reaching a corner, his tiny feet come to a sudden halt. Mori stares ahead with wide, stunned eyes. Emerging from the dark corner of the hallway, a cloaked figure silently stands right in the boy's path. Mori has just run into a bizarre servant who has the head of a bird, and the creature gasps in complete shock. Another bird servant quickly approaches, and the two curiously murmur about the boy. They wonder who he is and how he even got inside, leaving Mori standing there completely dazed. One servant notes they did not hear about any guests today, while the other suggests they should go ask. Just then, a familiar, gentle fragrance suddenly drifts through the air. Recognizing the scent of the glowing blue flowers, Mori whips his head around and bolts. Ignoring the panicked shouts of the bird servants, he runs for his life down the corridor. He heads straight for a massive closed door and pushes it open with both hands. As the heavy wood swings wide into a dark room, Mori's eyes suddenly light up with pure amazement. Standing right before the young boy is a towering, mysterious figure. It is Miria, the powerful leader of the Fae faction. She stands tall in the shadows, wearing a pitch-black cloak that flares out like moth wings, dotted with countless glowing golden eyes. Tiny Mori stands completely frozen at her feet, staring up at her in pure awe. Staring up at this mysterious woman, Mori is suddenly hit with a rush of overwhelming emotions. He remembers his friend Dina crying tears of pure joy when her mother finally hugged her close. Almost as if reading the child's mind, Miria gently reaches out with her dark hand to pat Mori's head with deep affection. The sudden warmth is too much for his lonely heart to take. He wrinkles his face and bursts into heavy tears. Suddenly, the door swings wide open as Raider rushes in, shouting out for Mori. Seeing his familiar guardian only makes Mori sob even harder, his loud cries echoing through the rooms of the ancient mansion. The boy's raw sorrow leaves both Raider and Miria completely clueless on how to comfort him. Wanting to hide from everyone, Mori crawls into a dark corner under the bed and sniffles quietly. Raider bends down, trying his best to soothe him. He asks if Mori was scared, promising everything is handled now and begging him to come out. But with the boy staying silent, the red demon keeps pleading. He offers to get snacks, go drawing, or do whatever his good little boy wants. Yet, all of Raider's desperate attempts to cheer him up fail completely, forcing him to quietly close the door and give the kid some space. Stepping into the hallway, Raider anxiously asks Miria how it went. The woman sighs, admitting it did not work and suggesting the boy might just need to be left alone for a while. Raider sighs with a heavy heart, noting how incredibly sad Mori seems. Miria agrees, admitting she has never seen the kid cry like this before. Spotting her tightly clenched hands, Raider asks her quietly. That is when she proudly introduces herself as Miria, the absolute boss of the Fae and Mori's golden sponsor. Later that night, a heavy silent darkness completely wraps around the ancient estate. Inside his dark room, Mori tosses and turns on the giant bed, unable to sleep. He slips out from under the covers, quietly climbing down to wander through the shadows with a tear-streaked face. Slipping into Raider's room, the boy spots the red demon fast asleep. Without hesitating for a single second, Mori climbs right onto his chest and starts furiously punching him in the face. Woken up so brutally, Raider lets out a painful groan and begs him to stop. Mori does not even care. He simply stares back with an adorable pouty face of pure defiance. Right after, Mori slips out of the room, walking alone down a dark hallway bathed in cold, blue moonlight. The mansion's grandfather clock has already struck the late hours of the night. Driven by his wild instincts, Mori drops to all fours, sniffing the ground frantically as he searches for something. He crawls through the endless corridors, completely ignoring Miria's shadow watching him from afar, and heads straight into the pitch-black kitchen. Mori crawls flat on the floor, sniffing every single corner under the table before looking up at the counter with wide, sparkling eyes. He perks up upon spotting a plate of fresh green apples on the table. The sight instantly reminds him of Raider's cheerful voice, telling him to try them because they are rare and absolutely delicious. Mori stretches his tiny arms, pulling himself up onto the high table. Even though his little legs slip, he holds on with stubborn determination until his fingers finally touch the cool, crisp fruit. Mori happily hugs the fruit close, his face glowing with pure satisfaction. But then, a sudden, sharp click echoes through the heavy silence, making him freeze and look back with instant suspicion. Right by the dark doorway stands Miria. Her moth-like hair, filled with those glowing yellow eyes, shimmers as she quietly watches the young boy's every single move. In the quiet midnight library, Miria was running her fingers along the ancient bookshelves when she suddenly froze, hearing a strange rustling sound from the corridor. Her glowing eyes shift with deep curiosity. Peeking out, she spotted Mori crawling low on the floor, sniffing around just like a little puppy. Following him silently to the kitchen, Miria watched through the cracked door as the boy struggled to climb the table for the fruit. Sensing someone watching, Mori turns back, clutching his green apple. Their eyes lock in the pitch-black kitchen, talk about a tense standoff. But right then, a sudden noise shatters the quiet, making him jump out of his skin. Mori leaps in absolute panic. He bolts out like lightning, knocking over kitchen pans with a loud crash. The extreme reaction leaves Miria utterly stunned, her jaw dropping in shock. Amidst the messy chaos, a green apple drops and rolls across the floor. Mori, quick as a flash, dives under the table, gasping heavily for breath. Holding his wildly beating chest, he quickly retreats deeper into the shadows to hide. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, Miria also clutches her chest, catching her breath after that sudden chase. Staring at the scattered green apples, she looks toward the dark corner where the human child is hiding, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Mori huddles tightly behind a wooden shelf, trembling in the dark. His stomach suddenly growls with a loud protest. Seeing this, Miria gently picks up a green apple, places it on the floor, and softly rolls it over. The little fruit rolls across the dark wood, heading straight toward Mori. The soft rolling sound in the quiet room instantly puts Mori on high alert. He opens his wide, round eyes, staring intensely at the apple coming closer and closer. As the apple stops right before his hiding spot, Mori hesitates, slowly reaching out a tiny hand to grab it. Peeking from behind the door, Miria nervously watches his every move as he takes a huge, crunchy bite. Chewing happily while hugging his food close, Mori suddenly flinches at another sound. Look at that, a second green apple is rolling right toward him. Delighted, Mori crawls forward to snatch the new apple, quickly hugging both of them as he retreats back under the table. Watching this incredibly cute sight, Miria's eyes soften with warmth and she gently rolls another one. The third apple rolls all the way to Mori's hands. He happily accepts it, sitting flat on the floor to munch away. Watching him eat with such pure joy, Miria stands by the door, quietly keeping watch over him. As the first rays of morning light shine through the kitchen window, the soft whispers of the mansion's servants break the quiet, telling each other to keep their voices down. Afraid they might wake the kid, their quiet chatter rouses Mori. He opens his big eyes and crawls up, surrounded by half-eaten apples scattered on the floor as the playful giggles continue outside. Fearing they might find him, Mori panics, springing to his feet and sprinting out of the messy kitchen. But the moment he bursts into the hallway, he crashes right into a pair of towering legs. The boy looks up in confusion, only to see the bright red face and warm smile of Raider. The red demon greets him cheerfully, asking where he is rushing off to and if he slept well. Scanning his messy face, the old sweeping robot declares Mori is covered in 40% dirt and needs a wash immediately. Thrilled to see his familiar protector, Mori instantly lunges forward and hugs Raider's leg. Even though the red demon grumbles about what the kid is doing so early in the morning, he still gently scoops Mori up into his arms. This sweet moment does not go unnoticed by their robot friend. The little bot teases that Raider's mouth says no but his body says yes. Then flying closer to Mori, it seriously tells him about what Raider did for him last night. Meanwhile, in the luxurious living room of the mansion, a calm conversation is happening over warm tea between Raider and Miria, the leader of the Fae. Miria pours some tea and explains that because her language is different from humans, she might not be completely accurate. But since Mori's friend from the shelter had left, she simply followed the direction of that friend's house. She never expected the boy to find his way all the way here, and she cannot thank Raider enough for helping him. Hearing her sincere thanks, Raider awkwardly scratches his head in embarrassment. Right at that moment, Miria places a mysterious black wooden box on the table and tells him to open it, sparking his curiosity. Immediately, a dazzling, brilliant glow erupts from deep within the box, illuminating the utterly shocked faces of both the red demon and his little robot companion. Opening the black wooden box, Raider freezes, completely stunned by the priceless reward waiting inside. It is a star crystal, radiating a brilliant, shimmering light in every color imaginable. The red devil is totally shocked, his eyes bulging out of his head as he gasps. "Oh my god, what is this? A limited edition star crystal." Raider trembles, quickly calculating its massive value. At first, he thinks it is 40,000, but immediately realizes this thing must be worth at least 60,000. Absolutely losing his mind, Raider laughs like a maniac, already dreaming of life as a filthy rich noble. But right in the middle of his celebration, Faye gently speaks up, thanking him for all his incredibly hard work. She says her guide will help him find the exit. Hearing this polite kick out, the massive grin on Raider's face instantly vanishes. He forces an awkward chuckle, a sudden wave of emptiness washing over him. Memories of his grueling but unforgettable journey with Mori come rushing back to his mind. He pictures the tiny kid drawing by the campfire in the vast desert. He remembers clutching him tight while running from monsters in dark caves, sharing simple dinners to keep warm, and even the tender moment Mori applied healing ointment to his deep wounds. He remembers the boy sleeping so peacefully, realizing he has to leave this child. Raider sighs softly, whispering that he is not ready yet. Seeing his hesitation, Faye tilts her head in curiosity. Caught off guard, the red devil frantically waves his hands to cover it up. "Well, actually, Mori is super attached to me, and he won't survive long without me." To sound convincing, Raider confidently holds up two thumbs. "If I suddenly disappear, the kid will be totally devastated, right? It is not like I have free time anyway." Glancing at the floating robot, Raider awkwardly continues. "But I should probably stay with Mori until he gets used to everything. That is all I mean." Sensing his true feelings, Faye asks if he will help them. The red devil smugly replies, "Absolutely. We only met recently, but we have already been through life and death together." But as Raider keeps bragging, a subtle noise behind him makes both him and A spin around in shock. Out of nowhere, a massive dark figure with glowing blue eyes towers right behind him, radiating a bone-chilling aura. Now watch. Recognizing the terrifying hunter from the snowy mountains, Raider turns pale, shaking violently before screaming in absolute terror. But wait, this scary beast is just Jello, Faye's loyal assistant. Seeing Raider panicking, Faye introduces him and apologizes for the rudeness, explaining Jello thought he was kidnapping Mori. Realizing it is just a terrible misunderstanding, the red devil can only laugh it off nervously. Well, that makes sense for him to think that no worries at all. Seeing his reaction, the little assistant robot A flies over to casually tease him. To block Mori from hearing complicated adult stuff, Raider quickly covers the boy's ears and snaps at A to shut up, saying Mori doesn't understand. The small robot just questions him back. "Then why are you covering his ears?" Feeling the heavy adult conversation in the air, Raider lifts Mori up and sweetly tells him he has some business to discuss with them. He suggests Mori take a walk with A. The robot quickly agrees, calling Mori along. Innocent and excited, little Mori squeals happily and runs off to explore with the tiny machine. As the heavy wooden door shuts, Raider enters the grand hall of the mansion alone. Faye is waiting and politely invites him to sit. Raider responds quietly and takes a seat. Looking around, Faye solemnly announces the meeting has begun. She opens with some highly stressful news, explaining that they still have not been able to contact Salem. Sitting squeezed between two penguin servants, Raider blankly asks who Salem is. His clueless question leaves the two penguins next to him completely dumbfounded. They facepalm, asking mockingly if he really doesn't know the judge. His pride hurt, Raider instantly loses his temper and snaps back that of course he knows. In reality, the judge is the master of Earth and the law of life. This world is run by two arms of almighty gravity, alongside three legs holding the power of ultimate balance. Faye thoughtfully explains that she is one of the 7 fingers tasked with creating black holes for them. Salem happens to be her close colleague. She reveals that the terrifying teleportation black hole used in the snowy mountains was actually just a tiny fraction of her own power, which she lent him to find Mori. Pointing to a glowing 3D magic map, Faye explains that Salem's territory stretches from high mountains to the Ridden River, including the forest sanctuary where Mori used to live. Since Salem rules the entire area, they absolutely must contact them. Oddly enough, even when Mori vanished, the sanctuary completely lost all signal with the judge. For the past few weeks, Faye's faction received absolutely no regular updates about the boy. That is why they were so late looking for him. Hearing this, a penguin servant reassures them that the situation might not be too serious. Salem is always incredibly busy, and with their recent insomnia, meeting up is tough. Faye nods in agreement, stating she'll keep sending messages. For the time being, she earnestly asks Raider to stay by Mori's side and protect him until they can contact Salem. Raider immediately nods in agreement. But just as the Red Devil stands up to leave, the Crow Butler suddenly creeps up behind him, whispering ominously that it is time for the real meeting. Talk about a creepy vibe. Raider panics, expecting some brutal challenge. Instead, the actual meeting is just them serving a tiny wooden tray holding miniature tableware. Staring at a spoon the size of a fingernail, Raider is totally baffled. The penguin proudly explains he custom-made this tableware for Mori yesterday. Staring at the toy, Raider cannot help but yell. How is he supposed to eat with this? Is he an ant or what? Tearfully, the penguin argues that since Mori is tiny, it fits him. On top of that, another servant excitedly drags Raider next door to show off their next creation. When the door opens, a giant wooden bed appears. The penguins dance happily, boasting this bed is custom built for Mori's love of hiding, holding up to 40 kids. Seeing their extreme enthusiasm, Raider sighs helplessly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, Mori is playfully shaking Robot A. The little kid is about to cause some serious trouble with his tiny mechanical buddy. Mori drops A from a windowsill, running along sunny wooden corridors decorated with golden paintings. As they head down the stairs, his mischievous instincts completely take over. The kid grabs crayons to scribble all over the floors and walls, including a drawing of Raider's red horns. The two buddies then sneak into the kitchen, passing fruit baskets before stepping outside. Mori is intensely curious about everything. He points to the ceiling chandelier, and A patiently explains what a lamp is. He then points to a windowsill planter, squealing again. The robot patiently defines it as a potted plant. Finally, Mori runs to a large window, pointing out at the vast landscape with an excited squeal. Floating nearby, the robot displays a helpless question mark at the boy's endless curiosity. A examines some scraps of paper on a table, noting they look like leftover crafting supplies. Curiously climbing a stool to get a better look, Mori stares blankly at the scribbles. A guess is that someone was probably making crafts. Seeing Mori tilt his head in confusion, the small robot explains he is talking about Mori's cloak. This revelation makes the kid's eyes go wide. Mori looks over at his familiar wooden toys lined up neatly nearby. Reaching out, his tiny hand gently touches the complex magical blueprint on the paper. At that exact moment, a faint memory suddenly flashes through his mind. An image of a long-haired woman working late at a wooden desk under a warm light flashes on screen. Memories of his gentle mother make Mori's eyes waver, filled with deep aching longing. As the little boy zones out, a familiar voice suddenly calls from the window. It is the bird-headed butler of the mansion, who recognizes Mori and happily approaches him with a big grin. He asks if it is really him, relieved that he is safe. He mentions how hard they worked to stop Miria from running out to find him, then curiously asks what the two of them are doing. Aya quickly replies they are exploring. The bird butler asks how they like it, and Aya honestly admits that she does not get how a house like this can just sit right in the middle of the city. The bird butler laughs and explains this vacation home was built by Miria herself to learn more about Mori. Hearing this, Mori looks up with a warm, indescribable feeling flooding his little heart. Watching Mori run away in absolute terror, Ryder sighs deeply and falls into deep thought, wondering how they can bridge the gap. Feeling that Mori and Miria are way too distant, the red demon firmly tells them they need to become friends starting now. Miria folds her white wings, softly muttering that she wishes she could. Seeing they are completely stuck, the little robot flies over to ask if Ryder has any bright ideas. Ryder crosses his arms, muttering a thoughtful hum. To help Miria win over the kid, a special operation called Project Friendship is drawn up. Plan 1 is super simple: bribe him with treats. Miria timidly brings a plate of fresh chocolate cookies, gently cracking the door to call him. Watch this, let's see if this actually works. She nervously offers the cookies, but before she can even hand them over, the penguin squad rushes in like a whirlwind to feed Mori themselves. Watching the cozy scene, Miria stands frozen at the door, helplessly dropping the entire plate of cookies. Outside, Ryder munches on some treats while Aya casually drops a brutal review. She admits she forgot anyone could do that. The red demon nods in agreement and gives the next order undeterred. The group quickly moves to plan 2, turning Miria into something Mori loves. To pull this off, Miria transforms her black cloak into a walking Christmas tree, decorated with Mori's favorite toys and snacks, like crayons and green apples. There are cookies and a little teddy bear pinned to her chest. Looking at her new appearance in the mirror, she proudly declares it perfect. Ryder points and tells her to just walk past the kid naturally. Miria nods okay and strolls down the hallway where Mori is eating his snacks. Spotting a figure passing by, Mori curiously turns his head, but instead of being happy, he gasps in sheer shock. Thinking this toy-covered giant is here to snatch his treats away, Mori trembles, desperately holding out his plate and crying out, pleading that he is sorry and will give them back. After 2 massive failures, Ryder decides to take charge with Plan 3, creating a sense of familiarity. The red demon confidently claims that riding his motorcycle will work twice as well since Mori loves him. True to his word, Ryder orders his assistant Aya to get the bike. The small robot quickly complies, and their familiar heavy motorcycle instantly appears out in the front yard. Ryder excitedly leads Miria to the bike and starts giving detailed instructions, telling her to hold this part and press that button. But instead of looking cool, the bike completely spins out under Miria's clumsy control, charging wildly into the yard. The penguin servants scream out in panic while the little robot beside them totally roasts him. It remarks that he has not touched the bike lately since it does all the driving. Humiliated but refusing to quit, Ryder angrily shouts to move on to Plan 4, restaging their first friendship. The idea is to fake a bullying incident so Miria can rescue Mori. Ryder quickly briefs her, handing over his clothes and explaining that their volunteer has already agreed to play the bad guy. He tells her to just jump in and save the kid when danger strikes, and Miria firmly agrees. The plan starts immediately. As Mori plays alone, a tall, mysterious figure in a gray cloak and wide-brimmed hat slowly creeps up. Watching from afar, Ryder signals Miria that it is time. Miria immediately jumps into character, kicking the door wide open and shouting Mori's name with her arms spread wide. But the sight completely freezes Miria in her tracks. It turns out their villain actor has already been knocked out cold by Mori, lying flat on the floor. Seeing the act fail, Ryder runs over to yell at him for ruining his role as the bully, but the actor has been completely won over by Mori's cuteness, gently holding the boy while he happily munches on an apple. They keep trying for a long time, but every single attempt fails. As hours pass, night falls with a heavy storm raging outside. In his warm room, Mori drifts off into a deep sleep under his cozy blankets. That peace is quickly shattered by a terrifying nightmare. In his dream, those dark memories of the armed forces with glowing red eyes chasing him down come flooding back into his mind. Blinding flashlight beams shine directly into his eyes, and a swirling vortex of chaotic energy reflects in the little boy's terrified stare. A loud crack of thunder drags him back to his haunting reality, making Mori bolt upright in bed. Sweating coldly and breathing heavily, his teary eyes stare blankly into the dark as the storm continues to roar outside. Oh man, you can just feel the sheer terror here. Mori wakes up in the pitch black, sweating and gasping from that horrible nightmare. Looking around the pitch-black room in confusion, he softly squeaks out. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning tears through the night sky, illuminating the entire room. A thunderclap follows immediately, making Mori scream in terror as he leaps out of bed and bolts from the room. He runs for his life down the dark hallway, gasping heavily in absolute fear. Mori timidly peeks into a bedroom, softly calling out to him, but Ryder is too busy focusing on machinery repairs with his glowing tech glasses on. Seeing him occupied, Mori quietly turns away and walks off. His tiny feet take lonely steps across the dark wooden floor of the endless hallway. The mansion's large grandfather clock ticks steadily in the late night, blending with the fierce wind howling outside. Clutching his red cloak tightly to his chest, Mori glances around the dark hallway in panic. Suddenly, he spots a warm glow spilling from the crack of a slightly open door. Mori curiously peeks inside. It is the library, where Miria is sitting in a rocking chair right next to a crackling fireplace. Towering bookshelves surround the room as the white-haired woman peacefully rests with her eyes closed. Drawn to the cozy space, Mori drops to all fours and quietly creeps toward her chair. He crawls over scattered documents on the floor and stops in front of a large open book. On the page, it reads, "Observing children's behavior and how to build a closer bond with them." The little boy tilts his head in confusion at the strange words. Sensing Miria's quiet care for him, Mori gently crawls closer to her rocking chair. But right then, a massive crack of thunder suddenly booms outside, freezing Mori in place for 5 whole seconds. The terrifying sound tears through the night sky, sending him diving straight into Miria's lap. Mori buries his head in her lap, covering his eyes as he whimpers. Feeling her gentle warmth, the little boy timidly opens his big eyes to look up at the woman. As his fear fades, Mori rests his head against Miria's chest, slowly falling into a peaceful sleep under the fire's warm glow. Miria closes her eyes, cradling the tiny boy in her arms. Cradled in her warm embrace, Mori's tiny chest still flutters with a rapid beat. His eyes flutter slightly before he completely drifts off into a deep, peaceful slumber. As he dreams, Mori's mind wanders into a magical world filled with glowing blue flowers. He quietly thinks back as familiar sticky notes with the word hello pop up in his mind. Mori's dream carries him floating through a starry galaxy full of colorful crayons, wooden rocking horses, talking teddy bears, and sweet sticky notes telling him to have fun and stay safe. He feels so warm as a vision of Miria holding him tight appears among fragrant blue flowers. The little boy wonders if this is what a mother feels like. Nearby, logs crackle softly in the fireplace, breaking the quiet night. Miria stirs and slowly wakes up. Running a tired hand through her hair, she mutters to herself about falling asleep and needing to head back to her room. But then she looks down and her heart stops. She completely freezes, finding little Mori fast asleep and snuggled warm right against her chest. Miria panics instantly, her mind spinning as she desperately wonders how on earth this happened. When did he get here? What should she do? Her mind is racing as panic sets in. She thinks she has to find Raider and Robot Assistant A right this second. But the moment she tries to move, she stops. Mori is snuggling deeper into her warmth, completely dead to the world. Watching this tiny kid sleep so peacefully melts all her worry away, leaving her eyes filled with pure affection. She gently cradles Mori closer, stroking his hair to protect his peaceful sleep. Beside the warm, crackling fireplace, the two of them spend a quiet, beautiful night together. The next morning, bright sunlight floods the grand ancient mansion. Raider steps out of his room, stretching and letting out a massive, exhausted yawn. Right next to him, a floats over and remarks that he did a great job, even if it took way longer than expected. Raider grunts in response. Right then, A's system flashes a bright red warning on its scanner. The Red Devil sighs, muttering that he overexerted himself and now his gear is completely fried. The little robot warns him not to push it anymore, and Raider reluctantly agrees. But their talk gets cut short by a loud, cheerful shout echoing down the hallway wishing Raider a good morning. A bunch of cute penguin servants rush over with excited greetings. Raider just scratches his head, mumble replying in confusion. The busy penguins start cleaning up while checking on him, asking if he slept well and got up early. Just then, a servant waddles up and hands Raider a letter. The Red Devil scratches his head, looking highly suspicious at the formal invitation written on the envelope. Walking down the corridor, Raider spots a hooded servant struggling with a massive wooden crate. When they trip and gasp, the friendly red demon steps in, offering to carry it. Surprised and relieved, the servant thanks him endlessly. They tell him to just deliver it to Miria and rush off. Grabbing the heavy wooden box, Raider starts heading up the stairs to search for her room. Standing right outside her massive wooden door, curiosity gets the better of him. He pulls out that mysterious invitation to take a quick peek. Oh, get ready for this. A's scanner instantly flashes a bright red warning, displaying a wanted poster with Raider's own horned, red face on it. Seeing his face plastered on a bounty list, the Red Devil completely freezes in absolute shock. The floating robot even jokes that the news spreads fast, making him look like some big celebrity. Before he can even process the panic, the door suddenly swings open. Miria steps out and happily calls out to them. Freaking out. So, Raider quickly hides the letter behind his back, sweating as he stammers out a nervous greeting, noticing she seems to be in a fantastic mood today. Miria just smiles softly, asking if it is really that obvious. She asks if he is busy today, and to hide his extreme panic, Raider waves his hands frantically with a forced laugh, lying through his teeth that he is completely free. Relieved, she says that is perfect because Mori needs some new clothes. But while she is excitedly talking, Raider suddenly freezes as a terrifying realization hits him. Crap, he is literally a wanted criminal. He wants to cry, kicking himself for letting his worry over a crying toddler make him forget the literal bounty on his head. When Miria shows him a cute clothing design, asking what he thinks, he can barely focus. Raider just sweats buckets, nodding along with a fake smile and saying it looks great. But her next words strike him like a bolt of lightning when she casually suggests they get ready to go out. His eyes nearly pop out of his head as he stammers. Wait, go where exactly? Miria calmly turns away and announces they are heading to the center. The red demon starts shaking, cold sweat pouring down as he repeats the word. Does she mean the city center? When she responds with a bright, cheerful nod, Raider completely loses his soul. He is totally paralyzed with fear. His gloved hands shake violently as sweat rolls down his face, his mind screaming a single terrifying thought. He is absolutely dead. The second they step through the teleportation gate, they are greeted by strange staff with sharp, triangular heads and glowing red eyes in a high-end boutique. The massive, luxurious store is decorated with incredibly elegant white silk drapes hanging all around. Looking around, Raider curiously asks where they are. Miria just smiles softly, explaining this is her usual spot for custom-tailored clothes. Right on cue, a sharp-headed clerk steps up, eagerly boasting about their ultra-convenient digital design preview and instant, on-site alterations. The clerk explains that because they only craft highly exclusive, one-of-a-kind outfits, customers are strictly required to show up in person for measurements. Miria holds Mori close, whispering that normal human clothes are pretty hard to find. So she figured it was best to leave it to the pros instead of guessing. But seeing Mori shaking in fear at his pointy head, the clerk quickly smiles, gently reassuring them that they prepared for this exact reaction. Suddenly, the clerk sprouts multiple extra arms, holding a wild assortment of sweet pastries, candies, and colorful toys to win over the little guy, just as Miria planned. Seeing the pile of shiny treats, Mori's eyes light up with pure joy. He immediately tries to run after the sharp-headed clerk for a snack, but Raider grabs him by the collar, giving his head a light, warning tap. He scolds the kid, telling him it is dangerous to follow strangers. Miria panics and agrees, but behind the funny bickering, Raider is absolutely dying of terror inside. Seriously, you can see how badly he wants to crawl into a hole. The red demon silently marvels at Miria's insane wealth, grateful her private portal brought them straight here, saving him from crossing paths with any guards on the street. To stay safe, Raider quietly asks A where the security cameras are. The little bot immediately initiates a scan of the room, though the shop's tight security blocks a full and precise read on everything. Still, the bot quickly lists out the trouble spots. 1 camera is directly behind them, 2 are right ahead, and a security robot is patrolling within 5 meters of the front door. This intel sends Raider's anxiety sky high. The red demon stands there, desperately trying to figure out his next move. Should he just pack up and slip away the moment they get back to the mansion, just to keep them safe from his bounty? But while Raider is lost in these heavy, depressing thoughts, the white-fitting room curtain suddenly rustles. Mori's adorable fashion show officially kicks off with the first look. The little guy steps out in a fuzzy brown bear outfit clutching a honey pot, surrounded by magical, glowing little bees floating around him. The sheer cuteness overload makes Raider get aggressively excited, yelling that it is way too adorable. I can only watch in confusion, wondering why on earth the red demon is getting so angry about it. Meanwhile, Miria is so moved, she covers her face, practically crying tears of joy. She then eagerly points to the magical design screen, wondering what the next outfit will look like. In a flash, Mori transforms into a stunning black noble suit with a ruffled white collar and tiny wings on his head, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing how handsome he looks, Miria is totally spellbound. Holding her cheeks, she squeals that her heart is completely melting. Seeing her reaction, Raider eagerly jumps in, demanding to try out a design of his own. To save the day, a gray astronaut suit with a giant glowing green helmet is put to the test. Floating nearby, the little robot assistant gives its ultimate, perfect review. The grand fashion show finally kicks off to the crowd's excited cheers. First up is Miria, carrying a very fancy Mori who looks absolutely precious in his white silk and gold outfit. Right after comes Raider, looking quite dapper in a black shirt while holding a cute little boy with a bright red bow tie and a giant chocolate cookie. But in the middle of all this joy, Raider suddenly remembers something huge. He tries to calm himself down, figuring the wanted poster was the kidnapper's fault, not his. Plus, firing that gun in the city was a total emergency to save Mori, so people will surely understand. Deciding he won't run anymore, Raider walks right up to Miria to confess everything. He starts to tell her that he has something to say, but before he can finish, a cold, threatening voice cuts him off from behind. Talk about a mood killer. Out of the shadows creeps a terrifying figure in a black and white striped mask, staring Raider down with huge yellow eyes and pure murderous intent. Once Miria mentions a guide will escort them out after getting paid, Raider feels a sudden wave of sadness about leaving little Mori behind. To change the subject quickly, the red demon asks about that cute little round one phrase she wrote in her letter. Surprised by his curiosity, Miria reaches into her cloak and pulls out a tiny photo to show him. Raider stares blankly at a picture of a vast green field with a tiny white speck right in the center. Seeing his confusion, Miria proudly insists that Tiny Dot is indeed baby Mori, leaving Raider completely stunned. Wait, this tiny speck? Miria just smiles and explains how it all started back when she was doing paperwork and received a letter from Salem. At first, she thought it was just more junk mail and almost tossed it out. But, snest of trash, the paper suddenly started glowing with magic, projecting a video that transported her to a beautiful, open grassy field. Standing there under a beautiful blue sky, Miria realized she was looking at a pre-recorded clip. Far off in the distance, she spotted a tiny white dot lying very still in the grass. Just as she wondered what on earth it was, the tiny speck suddenly moved, catching her eye. The video zoomed in to reveal a microscopic baby Mori sitting all alone and confused in the green field. The sheer cuteness of the boy completely captured her heart. She stared at the screen, cooing over how round he was, and wondering how any baby could possibly be that circular. Once the video playback finished, Miria lowered the card and handed the picture to Raider. She smiled softly, explaining they had to film from far away because Mori was quite terrified of the camera. Apparently he was too busy talking to an ant back then. Hearing this, Raider is totally baffled. Miria laughs, admitting that before she even knew it, she had finished all the paperwork and even bought him a gift. Sounds pretty boring, Raider says softly, but she disagrees, saying starting like that is actually quite sweet. The red demon turns away, muttering that it is certainly different from how he started. Meanwhile, over at the fitting room, Mori is sitting very patiently while the tailor measures him. The AI assistant hovers nearby, pointing out that he sits just about anywhere. The tailor kindly asks if he likes this fabric. Suddenly, a large board falls to the floor with a loud crash. The room goes pitch black and the panicked tailor immediately apologizes, promising to get the lights back on right away. Mori is left standing completely alone in the dark, his tiny hands trembling with fear. Suddenly, a blinding spotlight flashes directly onto his face, triggering a terrifying and painful memory from deep within his mind. He remembers his younger self standing helplessly before a massive, violently glowing portal of light, surrounded by piles of ruined debris. His eyes widen, his pupils shrink, and cold sweat pours down his face in absolute terror. The sudden bright light triggers a massive panic attack, making Mori completely lose control. He starts running blindly as fast as he can, heading straight toward the bright yellow glow at the end of the hall. It all happens in a flash, leaving Raider and everyone else staring in absolute shock. The poor kid trips and tumbles repeatedly across the cold, hard stone ground of the city. Before he can even stand, a tall guard in a dark cloak appears right above him, shining a blinding light on the boy. Seeing Mori in danger, Raider instantly loses his mind and charges forward, screaming. Seeing him run, the AI assistant immediately sounds a critical warning, shouting that going out now is suicide. But the red demon ignores it completely, sprinting recklessly down the massive stone corridor. Right away, a Black City security drone spots the intrusion. It flies in close behind them, activating its glowing red scanning grid to hunt down the wanted fugitive. The red scanning light is closing in fast, but right at the last second, Gel leaps out of nowhere, grabs Raider from behind, and drags him down into a steep freefall to dodge the red beam. High up in the windy air, Gel spreads massive, pure white wings, shield-wrapping Raider to protect him from the relentless sweeps of the city security system. Plunging into a dark void that looks like a starry galaxy, Mori feels like he is falling from a bright yellow light. He drifts past a field of shimmering blue flowers before falling toward the dark hillside where Raider and Miria are waiting. The moment they land safely, both of them rush over to check on him. Raider frantically asks if he is hurt anywhere. Seeing Mori dazed and completely drenched in sweat, the AI assistant warns that his heart is beating like crazy. Miria gasps in worry at how much he is sweating, while Raider frantically checks him over. He keeps asking where it hurts, but the overwhelming panic and leftover fear are too much for Mori. The poor kid bursts into loud tears, crying his eyes out in his protector's warm embrace. Later that night in the quiet mansion, Mori is fast asleep, still clutching the wax-sealed envelope. Watching him from the bedside, Miria points out that his fear probably goes way deeper than just normal light. Raider nods in agreement, noting that gunfire is even brighter, yet the kid has never reacted this way before. To prove his point, Raider remembers when he accidentally lit a whole forest on fire, making everything bright as day, but Mori was completely fine. It turns out when Mori is with friends, they only use oil lamps or candles. Right then, the AI assistant flies over to share some data, pointing out that the boy has reacted quite sensitively to flashlights before. Raider suddenly remembers using a flashlight in the dark cave, while Miria analyzes everything carefully. She wonders if it was the sudden flash, noting that the light in the tailor shop was a perfect circle. Thinking about Mori's extreme panic in front of that round light, Miria murmurs to herself, "It must be that specific shape." She walks over to an ancient bookshelf, searching through books on child psychology. Under the bright morning sun, Miria quietly flips through stacks of books and papers to find the best solution for the boy. After a thorough discussion with Raider and the AI assistant, they finally come up with an incredibly special plan to help Mori overcome his fear. The next morning, while Mori is happily lying on the floor drawing pictures, Raider and the staff are busy setting up a secret stage by hanging a massive white sheet on the wall. Once everything is set, the staff quietly signal each other to stay absolutely silent before bringing Mori into the pitch-black room. Surrounded warmly by the friendly bird staff, Mori sits right in the middle of the crowd, staring at the softly lit stage in front of him with pure, wide-eyed curiosity. As the shadow puppet play officially begins, the AI assistant hovers behind the screen, clears its throat, and starts narrating. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs living in a forest. The moment the paper pig shadows appear on the screen, Mori's eyes widen with sheer delight. The AI assistant continues, introducing a big bad wolf as a scary hand puppet wolf shadow appears right on the screen. The wolf's dramatic entrance makes Mori jump up from his seat in excitement. On screen, a little pig is busy building his house while the scary wolf watches. It turns out the person acting as the big bad wolf is none other than Raider. Hiding behind a fake bush, the red demon grins proudly as his and Miria's plan works like a charm. This shadow puppet idea was actually something they had brainstormed earlier to help the kid. When Miria suggests it, Raider is pretty skeptical. Shadow puppets. No way a demon does puppet shows. But once she insists, he agrees, shifting his square light to help bring some joy to the little boy. To keep things moving, the little robot slowly adjusts the stage lights, gradually shifting the beam from a square to a circle. Standing among the servants, Mori watches every single movement on screen with pure wonder. The plan is working flawlessly, helping him get used to circular light while making happy memories. But right at the absolute climax, Aya opens the script and freezes. It is actually Mori's doodle book. The little robot suddenly remembers the kid drawing on the floor earlier, leaving him with no choice but to completely wing it. Next up, the 3 pigs decide to trust each other. Facing off against the wolf, they leave the audience completely bewildered. Aya keeps reading these incredibly bizarre lines about pooling money for building materials and land, while the prop crew backstage is totally confused. Still, the little robot reads on with total passion. Learning from their previous homes, they build a massive alloy fortress to stop the wolf. On screen, a giant robot shadow suddenly appears and starts throwing hands. Furious, Raider tosses his props aside and screams, "What kind of garbage plot is this?" The chaotic ad-libbing confuses Mori at first, but then he and the bird servants burst into uncontrollable giggles. Seeing Mori's joy, they decide to keep ad-libbing to please him. Aya covers with quick lines, and suddenly Mama Pig and Mama Wolf show up. "Stop fighting, let's go get a job instead." Mori's happy laughter echoes throughout the ancient mansion under the starry night sky. But just as peace returns, look at this. Deep, in a dark, forgotten place, heavy, echoing footsteps break the quiet. A mysterious figure walks silently down the endless hallway of a massive temple, heading straight toward two towering white guardian statues standing watch in the shadows. Standing before the giant, faceless guardians, a mysterious entity shrouded in endless darkness unleashes a heavy wave of dark energy and hands down a cold, authoritative command summoning Miria. A beautiful new day begins as bright morning sunlight streams through the windows, lighting up the spacious bedroom. Little Mori lazily wakes up in his soft bed, drool still on his sleepy face. He lets out a confused squeak as he sees Aya hovering right beside him, greeting him warmly, ready to cause trouble. Mori cuddles his small robot friend with a yawn, rubbing his sleepy head against him before playfully rolling around on the clean white bed, full of pure, joyful energy. Waking up full of energy, Mori crawls over to Raider, who is still buried under his blanket. The kid jumps right onto the red demon to wake him up. A sleepy Raider peeks out, pulling Mori into a warm, gentle hug. "Mori, please let me sleep 10 more minutes," he begs. Snuggled up close, Mori smiles happily. But the red demon immediately goes back to sleep, leaving the kid to play on the floor. Unable to sit still, Mori opens the door to go exploring, as Raider startles and calls after him. But the little guy is already gone. Wearing his favorite yellow boots, Mori clatters down the wooden hallway, bumping into Ryo the penguin butler, who kindly asks if he slept well. Just then, another bird servant carrying a mop bucket yells in a panic, "Slow down. You are going to fall." Ignoring the warnings behind him, Mori pushes open another large wooden door to continue his adventure. He takes wobbly steps forward and Miria gently opens her arms wide to catch him. Just like that, it has been a whole month since he came to live at this peaceful mansion. Though he is settled in, his mischievous nature has not faded one bit. Running around in muddy yellow boots, he accidentally knocks over a jar of white magic powder, spilling it all over the clean floor right in front of everyone. Seeing the massive mess, the penguin butler holds his head in absolute despair. "Oh, I just cleaned that." Meanwhile, Mori runs off. After a bit, his stomach starts rumbling loudly, and Aya hovers nearby, asking if he is hungry. This little fluffball only knows how to eat and cause trouble. Aya flies off to the kitchen, and hearing the news, the penguin chef gasps in absolute panic. "Did you say he is hungry?" I mean, just look at how dramatic they are. In the servants' minds, a hungry Mori is a total tragedy, like he's about to faint from exhaustion. That sheer panic turns into a wave of absolute energy. The penguin chef instantly unleashes his power, chopping carrots and onions at lightning speed. The wok flares up in a burst of fire, and delicious dishes are tossed high into the air with masterful skill. Mori watches wide-eyed, catching flying treats directly in his mouth, while the exhausted chef wipes his brow and sighs in relief after successfully pulling off this massive culinary show. Nearby, Mori lies on the floor like a stuffed balloon, fully satisfied next to his robot friend Aya. To clean up his messy face, Gel carries Mori over to the sink. But with giant, clumsy hands, Gel roughly scrubs Mori's face, making the poor kid wail in absolute helplessness. Watching this hilarious mess, Aya can't help but ask if he is washing a face or scrubbing a carpet. Once he is clean and fresh, Mori and Aya peek into Miria's study. Under the bright morning light streaming in, the faction leader sits quietly at her desk. She deeply studies a glowing invitation in her hand with a thoughtful look, while Mori peeks in, his eyes sparkling with pure curiosity. Raider walks in, completely surprised by the scene. "Well, what do we have here? So studious." Down on the floor, Miria, Mori, and the little robot are sitting among piles of drawings. When Raider asks what they're up to, Miria happily explains they're turning letters into art. But Aya instantly kills the vibe, pointing out that it's all totally wrong. Staring at Mori's wild doodles, Raider is speechless. Trying to save face, Miria holds up a drawing, insisting that if you look closely, it actually looks pretty similar. But she quickly admits her own brain is getting a bit fried too. While they are distracted, Mori climbs up a bookshelf and pulls down a thick ancient book. Seeing his interest, Aya offers to read it to him. Aya reads the confusing text about the Pyros state. Hearing this, Miria turns to explain to Raider that it is just about cell division. "Did I not tell you?" Lazily lying on the floor, Raider mutters that he didn't know. Miria gently explains that, depending on the species, lives vary drastically, sometimes by hundreds of years. But basically, when a life ends, cells go to sleep to return to their original state. The process of dividing into one or more cells is called cell division. Miria even uses herself as an example, born from the judge's fourth finger, while Salem probably came from the first finger. She adds that during the Pyro state, they are completely defenseless, so they must be in a safe place. Aya nods in understanding, while Miria looks at Raider with a smile, wondering if Mori finds this too confusing. But when they turn around, Mori is already gone. Suddenly, a dramatic shriek echoes down the hallway as the butler yells out good grief. He is drawing on the walls again. Mori had drawn a massive purple scribble all over the polished wooden wall. Butler hands him a rag, strictly ordering him to clean up the mess himself while lecturing him about behavior. Just like this. Peeking from behind the door, Raider, Miria, and Aya watch in suspense. Startled by the scolding, Mori's big eyes fill with tears as he bursts into loud sobs. Seeing this, Raider can't help but tease that he is still a crybaby. Miria gently pulls Mori into her arms, whispering that this isn't a drawing board and asks him not to do it again. Ryder nods along with a playful grin. If the kid doesn't behave, Dial is definitely going to scold him. Got it? The second rider hears an invitation has arrived. He jumps up and yells that he'll get it, desperate to score some points. The Red Devil eagerly claims the chore, shouting that he'll fetch it. He then bolts off at lightning speed, leaving Miria standing there totally dazed, staring after him. Right after, Ryder rushes back and respectfully offers the gold envelope to his leader, presenting it with a bright smile despite the cold sweat pouring down his face. Taking the letter, Miria softly says, "Thank you, Ryder." The Red Devil just scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. "No problem," Ryder says. Turning around, he sighs in relief, silently thinking, "Thank goodness. This one isn't a wanted poster either." But he has no idea that behind him, Miria is quietly watching him with a glowing, dead-serious gaze. Suddenly, Miria's voice rings out, cutting right through his thoughts. Her sharp call startles the Red Devil so badly that he can only stammer back in response. Miria slowly walks up to him and calmly asks if they can talk for a moment. Her soft tone feels like a literal death sentence. Facing his leader's request, Ryder trembles and manages to nod. Walking down the hallway, the Red Devil is sweating bullets. Honestly, you can practically feel his sheer panic as his mind spins. Did she finally find out his secret? Did she discover something? I have to confess first, he thinks. But before he can even speak, Miria extends her black-gloved hand and says, "Look at this." Resting in her palm are two black crystals engraved with ancient runes. Ryder asks blankly, "What's this?" Miria explains they are warp crystals to the judge's court. Ryder gasps, "What?" Miria then drops a bomb. She's already contacted the judge. Hearing this, Ryder completely freezes, his face turning pale as cold sweat runs down his cheek. The worst-case scenario plays out in the Red Devil's mind. Terrified, he wonders, did she report me to the judge? When on earth did she even find out? Don't tell me she kept her guard down this whole time, just to stop me from running away. Panic hitting its peak, Ryder trembles, picturing her throwing him behind bars. But right as he sinks into absolute despair, Miria reaches out and gently asks Ryder, "Do you want to join Poor?" This sudden offer from his leader leaves the Red Devil completely speechless. Dumbfounded by Miria's unexpected invitation, Ryder can only stammer back, "What?" Miria politely covers her mouth, admitting it might be a bit too sudden. Realizing she misunderstood, Ryder waves his hands in panic, saying, "No, that's not it." Miria calmly explains she wrote to the judge to register Mori, and he wants to meet him in person. Standing by the sunlit window, she notes that since there are zero rules or precedents regarding humans, the judge likely wants to inspect Mori himself. Although Judge Shalom hasn't replied, he's always encouraged her to take in others, so he'll surely be pleased. Miria then reveals the true motive behind her decision. If Mori officially joins Poor, any attack on him in town is treated as a direct strike against them. "Join us," she says, "and we'll wipe your record clean." Stunned, Ryder cuts her off in shock. "Wait, how long have you known?" Miria casually replies that she knew the very second they met. Sweating bullets, the Red Devil asks why she'd let a wanted criminal stay in her home. Miria looks at him.
What's that?
It's because Mori was crying and clearly relies on Ryder so much. Besides, she's confident she can handle any situation. Ryder can only laugh awkwardly, knowing full well her black hole abilities are utterly unmatched. Miria smiles, adding she knows his bounty only exists because he fought to protect Mori when they first met. Even though dealing with that kidnapper was simple, it wasn't enough to clear his bounty. Suddenly, Miria gently takes Ryder's hand, looking at the flustered devil. She sincerely says that while life here might be duller than traveling freely, she truly wants to stay by their side. Miria looks up at him with glowing, earnest eyes, pleading softly. "Stop wandering and come live with us," she says. Faced with such warmth, Ryder looks away, mumbling an okay. Just as things get beautifully awkward, the door suddenly clicks open. Stepping into the sunny hallway, Ryder freezes, spotting Mori fast asleep right on the floor. Dumbfounded, he whispers, "Hey, why are you sleeping down here?" Ryder gently approaches and scoops the sleeping boy into his arms. Noticing the Red Devil's unusual expression, the flying robot Aya hovers around him, playfully teasing him. "Why is your face so incredibly red right now?" Blushing furiously, Ryder snaps back, "What's wrong with my face?" Shaking off the awkwardness, they quickly get Mori ready for his big meeting. Standing by the sun-drenched window, Miria tenderly buttons up Mori's red cloak. Looking extremely sharp and tidy in his neat outfit, the little guy holds his small leather bag. Miria can't hide her pride, knowing first impressions are absolutely vital, while robot companion Aya cheerfully announces that the interface is fully ready. In the grand hall, the feathered servants gather excitedly to see the boy off. Watching a trembling Miria tell Mori not to worry is honestly hilarious. Ryder just shakes his head, joking that she's the one who needs to calm down. Beside them, their guide, Dale, is also prepared for the journey after a long while. Before they set off, Ryder squats down. The Red Devil offers to carry the leather bag, then reaches for the yellow Thomas Stone necklace around Mori's neck. With a sharp click, Ryder splits the magical gem in two. He carefully fastens one half back around Mori's neck, keeping the other piece for himself. Ryder smiles warmly, promising that even if he can't go inside, he'll always protect him through this connected stone. Mori gently touches the glowing yellow crystal, feeling the reassuring warmth of his protector right there with him. Seeing Mori ready, Miria kneels, offering to turn back if it's too much. Met with Mori's brave nod and Ryder's trust, she stands with resolve. She throws the black crystal up, summoning a massive dark portal right in the middle of the room. Dale instructs everyone to wait outside and stick to the plan before stepping through the portal to greet the judge first. Seeing Dale vanish into the black fog, Mori gulps, completely terrified. But remembering Ryder's promise, our little hero finds his courage. He takes a brave step forward, plunging into the dark portal. Are you guys ready for what's about to happen? Mori's tiny feet tremble as he walks through the deep darkness of the ancient hallway. Emerging before him is a massive, solemn path guarded by two colossal white guardian statues standing tall on either side of the entrance. Over in the monitoring room, Ryder and the Crow-Mask servants hold their breath, sweating heavily as they watch the boys' every single move on the glowing magic screen. Meanwhile, heavy, steady footsteps echo down the temple hallway. Draped in a pure black cloak, Miria quietly steps onto the center of a giant octagonal stone platform engraved with Por's magical crest. Looking tiny in the middle of the massive stage, she respectfully looks up. Suddenly, the ground rumbles softly, and small stone fragments begin to float into the air. Three massive stone pillars nearby burst into a brilliant gold light. In the monitor room, Ryder and the crew grow even more tense, eyes glued to the screen. From above, a mystical blue light falls like a galaxy. A colossal cosmic entity emerges from the void. Shrouded in countless glittering nebulas and stars, it radiates an unbelievable amount of pressure, completely enveloping Miria's tiny figure down below. The sudden appearance of the massive entity behind the two guardian statues makes the entire room freeze, while its deep and commanding voice echoes throughout the sacred temple. Hey Miria, are you there? Watching this shocking scene unfold on screen, Ryder's eyes widen, and sweating profusely, he trembles as he mutters, "That's the judge." In front of the supreme presence of the judge, Miria bows her head in deep respect. Under the quiet watch of the guide Jael from behind right before this fateful meeting begins, Jael gently places both hands on Mori's shoulders and gives him some warm advice. Mori, just keep looking at Miria and walk straight ahead. The little boy obediently nods, but right as Mori starts walking, a loud click echoes, and a spotlight of bright white light suddenly shines right beneath his tiny feet. Startled, Mori halts immediately. He shrinks back, nervously clutching the Thomas Stone necklace around his neck with both hands, before slowly moving forward again as the bright circle of light continuously follows his every single footstep. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, Ryder and his servants are absolutely thrilled, closely watching the little boy's every single move on the magic screen. One of the servants cheers out in pure joy. Wow, all those weekends of watching shadow puppetry finally paid off. Another servant bursts into tears of sheer emotion, crying about how incredibly adorable he is and how that puppet course was a total steal. With his heart beating wildly in suspense, Mori bravely keeps moving forward. At the end of the path, leader Miria stands waiting with a solemn expression beneath a magical, starry sky. Seeing her familiar figure, Mori's eyes light up completely, and he instantly dashes toward her, looking for safety and warmth. But with only a short distance left, Mori suddenly freezes in his tracks, his wide eyes staring in pure confusion. Blocking his path now is a towering gatekeeper wearing a high-collared white cloak and a bizarre pitch-black helmet. The guard stands completely motionless, like a stone statue looming right in front of the young boy. Suddenly, watch this closely, the white circle on his helmet begins glowing with a creepy magical light. Mori stands frozen, staring up as that bright white circle reflects perfectly inside his wide, terrified eyes. Panic-stricken, the boy trips and tumbles hard onto the ground. Through the monitor, Ryder goes absolutely crazy with worry seeing the kid in danger, while Miria screams out in terror, calling his name. Right then, a white-cloaked Salam guard emerges from the shadows. Mori flinches and looks up in shock as a black-gloved hand suddenly grabs onto his tiny arm. The guard quietly asks if the kid is okay, but Mori just trembles in sheer terror. Cold sweat pours down him as heavy footsteps echo loudly throughout the temple hallway. Seeing the Salam guard with the circle mask stepping closer to the boy, Miria can't help but scream out for them to stop. However, the circle on the guard's helmet suddenly flares with a hypnotic, multicolored glow. Instantly, a bizarre vortex of colorful energy is reflected clearly in Mori's wide-open pupils. Pushed to the very brink by absolute terror, the young boy's wild, untamed instincts suddenly take over. He snaps and bites down hard on the guard's arm. This sudden violent resistance catches the soldier completely off guard. Even with shouts to stop ringing in his ears, Mori grits his teeth and refuses to let go, making the guard scream out in agony. "Ow, let go, that hurts so bad." Seeing the chaotic situation, Miria moves with lightning speed, raising her hand to trigger a black hole spell to save the boy. But before she can cast her spell, Miria freezes in utter shock. A white messenger with a bizarre mushroom-shaped head suddenly materializes right in front of her, delivering a cold warning. Freeze, no trickery is allowed here. Blocked from acting, Miria can only watch in complete helplessness as the Salam guards carry Mori away, running down the endless temple corridor. In the deep darkness, a brilliant flash of white light with a colorful border erupts and vanishes, leaving behind a cold, silent void. Watching Mori get snatched away right before their eyes, both Miria and Raider are left completely paralyzed with shock. Meanwhile, little Mori is completely exhausted, his eyes fluttering shut as he is slowly dragged deep into a terrifying teleportation portal, vanishing without a single trace into the endless void. Miria stands frozen, watching the dark portal close up in the temple's high ceiling. Right at that moment, a deep and powerful voice echoes through the hall, calling out her name, Miria, Messenger. The massive cosmic entity looms behind the messengers, sternly demanding that she explain this entire situation. Back at the mansion's meeting room, Raider angrily slams his hand on the table and yells back in absolute fury. Nonsense, I took such good care of him, yet they claim it's abuse. Miria bows her head sadly, slowly explaining everything to the Red Demon. They believe Mori is too unstable, and since they think it might be our fault, they decided to take custody of him within court grounds. Hearing this, Raider is still furious, leaping up and shouting out on what grounds. Can they even say that? His little flying eye robot tries to calm him down, telling him to chill out. Remembering how Mori bit the masked guard in sheer panic, Miria can't help but ponder a highly suspicious detail. How did Salam's search team even gain access to the courtroom? At the interrogation, 3 giant 4-armed entities wearing triangular hats, representing the 3 pillars of the judges, stand towering with immense heavy pressure. We do not understand how a child from Salam territory could make it all the way here. That is simply not a distance a human toddler could ever cross on his own. Through the monitors, the penguin servants nervously ask who those scary beings are. Raider immediately explains that they are the 3 pillars of the judges. Back in the temple, the 3 pillars fix their stern gaze on Miria, who stands bowing her head in deep anxiety as they demand she speak the absolute truth. The heavy atmosphere in the courtroom grows more suffocating by the second. Facing the sheer majesty of the High Council, one judge coldly accuses her, asking if she just kidnapped the little kid to raise him herself. This completely baseless accusation infuriates Miria, and she instantly fires back. That is completely absurd. Mori escaped from Salam territory using his very own strength. Even so, the highly skeptical council presses her, questioning how a mere human child could ever cross the Salam border. To explain this, Miria bows her head, and confesses she made his clothes from a special fabric, which might have been how he went undetected. But the interrogation does not stop there, and the judges continue to press her, demanding to know if she deliberately exploited the weakened Salam border for her own selfish gains. Miria immediately denies it, explaining she is just a loving mother caring for her child with zero bad intentions. She also honestly explains her reasons for searching for Mori, stating that they grew deeply worried because months had passed without a single update about him from his shelter. My assistant went to check on Mori and found that he was completely gone, so we set out to track him down. Hearing about the state of the border, Miria is left utterly stunned. This is the very first time I've heard about the Salam border weakening, she thinks, before bowing to report further that a traveler was the one who brought Mori to the city. Instantly, the white messenger demands to know where this traveler is, trying to keep Raider safe. Miria casts her eyes down and tells a lie, claiming he is no longer in the city. The white messenger coldly retorts that she basically has absolutely no way to prove her story. Miria can only reply in helpless confirmation. Seizing the moment, the High Council piles on damaging evidence, questioning what kind of mother lets her child almost get flattened like a pancake. Watching the footage of Mori weeping so pitifully on screen, Miria's heart completely shatters. Bowing her head in deep pain, she apologizes for being so careless. But her tears cannot sway the cold-hearted judgment of the council. They loudly declare that the young boy is completely unqualified, meaning they must send him back to human society. Besides, what was that shelter even doing, letting a human child escape from their territory in the first place? We simply cannot send the child back to such a place. Faced with their icy final decision, Miria desperately pleads for them to put the boy in the VIP room instead of deporting him. Please consider the emotional toll on a young child who would have to adapt to a brand new environment all over again. But the white messenger instantly objects, arguing that while that place might feel familiar to us, it is inhabited by people who are completely different from Miria. And what about the child? Communicating with humans is impossible, as the boy is simply not smart enough to use language. Wait, does even Miria agree? No way. She refuses to back down, fiercely protecting the young boy. His speech is pretty weak, but his feelings are crystal clear. Please let me speak with him, she insists. Faced with her stubborn resolve, the judges finally compromise. They will consider it, they must put the children first. That is all for today. The hearing closes, and Miria quietly walks down the temple's incredibly long stone corridor. In the dead silence, a deep voice echoes inside her mind. Miria slowly turns her head, her sad eyes stare back at the brilliant galaxy. Memories of the judge suddenly rush into her mind. She whispers that the judge's ultimatum is here. In her surreal thoughts, Mori's tiny figure appears amid sparkling blue flowers. Miria gently reaches out to catch the sweet little boy. Mori rushes to her. He touches her cheek with his tiny hand, trusting her completely. The warmth of the child makes her heart ache against a brutal truth. They do not live in our world. A haunting image appears of a frail, dying human hand slowly dropping in the dark. As light fades and absolute silence takes over. Can you bear the end? In the deep, infinite darkness, Miria breaks down sobbing. Glowing tears stream down her cheeks as she tightly holds a fragile, fading shadow. Down the mansion's dark hallways, tension hangs incredibly heavy. The crow servant asks for a quick update, only to receive a completely helpless shake of the head from his colleague. Miria locked herself away. She has been miserably starving herself for over a week since Mori was taken. Sitting silently, Raider anxiously plans to speak up at the next trial to save him. But the crow servant shuts it down immediately, warning him to stop being reckless before they all pay. After all, absolutely everyone knows Raider is a highly notorious, reckless outlaw across the desert. The crow servant bluntly points out that with Miria already under deep suspicion, a criminal's words will hold absolutely zero weight before the judge. Even the fact that he keeps A around a sentient learning robot is completely and totally illegal in this world. Acting completely without a plan will not only fail to save Mori, but even his precious robot will be confiscated. Furious, Raider leaps up, his green eyes glowing with murderous intent. He grits his teeth and roars, "Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? I created A. He belongs to me." Seeing the red demon flying into a rage, the penguin servant rushes to stop him, pleading with him to calm down because it is just a warning. But ignoring all warnings, Raider furiously curses under his breath and storms right out of the room, leaving the helpless servants behind. Meanwhile, his little robot companion AA quietly floats behind his angry creator. Raider trudges down the mansion's sunlit corridors, his mind in absolute complete chaos. The image of innocent little Mori flashes in his head, breaking his heart and making him grit his teeth in pure frustration at his own helplessness. Just as he is drowning in frustration, look what pops up. A bright yellow message is suddenly delivered. Raider rushes straight to the study door, quickly checking the information on his device, and completely freezes in utter shock. Right there on Miria's desk lies the reply letter, glowing with a soft, warm, magical light. Miria, still consumed by days of grief, stares at the letter. Just then, the study doors are suddenly slammed wide open. Raider bursts in, his face glowing with excitement, shouting that the response to his earlier request just arrived. They are finally allowed to see Mori. This sudden news makes Miria leap to her feet in sheer disbelief. Hope finally sparks after days of pure darkness, and they immediately start packing for the journey. Inside the mansion, the gloomy mood instantly vanishes, replaced by a lively rush as every single servant scrambles to prepare the most thoughtful gifts for the little guy. Some pack Mori's favorite food along with freshly squeezed homemade juice. Others anxiously worry if they have packed enough toys, or if they should add a new toothbrush and chocolate cookies for the boy. Seeing everyone's genuine, sweet warmth for little Mori, Miria smiles with deep gratitude, thanking them all. With everything ready, Raider and Miria nod at each other, fully prepared to leave. Standing in the middle of the massive hall, Miria boldly tosses a black crystal into the air. Instantly, a giant pitch-black portal opens right before them. Raider stares at the dark portal, his heart filled with dread, as their heavy footsteps echo rhythmically, guiding them deep into the endless void. Stepping out of the portal, Miria immediately spots two white-cloaked guards waiting in the shadows. They bow respectfully and tell her to follow them, with one of the guards gesturing to lead the way. Escorted tightly by the two guards, Miria quietly walks down the pitch-black corridor, mentally preparing to face the tense reunion ahead. Stepping through the final gateway, she enters the city's high-tech research facility, where giant metal towers rise high into the misty clouds. Sitting in the dark transport pod, she mentally steels herself for what is coming. In her hands, Miria holds a small scribbled drawing that Mori made. It is a sketch of the little boy holding her and Raider's hands on a green field. Staring at the innocent drawing, she smiles softly, telling herself she must stay strong. The heavy metal door of the cell slowly slides open, but the scene inside completely freezes her in shock. Through the glass window, she sees Mori lying totally motionless and weak on the floor, his back covered in a tangled mess of tubes. This sight is absolutely crushing to look at. The hazmat-suited worker casually replies that subject 1125 refused to eat, so they had to force-feed him nutrients. Shaken to her core, Miria demands to know since when he stopped eating. Checking his data pad, the cold worker explains that the kid has been like this since he first arrived, and his cloak was confiscated because it poses a major security risk. He adds that Mori is incredibly aggressive, having bitten almost every single staff member, so they banned all physical contact to prevent further outbursts. Shoving the tablet in her face, he tells her to just sign it quickly so she can go inside. Seeing her frozen in place, the worker snaps her out of her thoughts. Miria stammers in confusion, pulling out a small wooden box and offering some gentle instructions. "Oh right, these are Mori's absolute favorite foods," she says. "He will probably eat these. I cut them into bite-sized pieces, so please make sure to hand them to him one by one." Her face is heavy with sadness, her voice trembling with worry. Please make sure he does not drink his juice too quickly, and these are the toys he loves the most. Looking through the glass, her eyes well up with tears as she sees Mori's tiny, frail hand lying weak on the floor. Unable to bear this heartbreaking sight for another second, she turns and rushes straight toward the cell. The panicked worker yells for her to wait, but ignoring his warnings, she pushes past as the cold cell doors slide open, revealing little Mori lying weak on the floor of the advanced research room. His tiny back is covered in a tangled mess of IV lines. Hearing a sudden sound, the boy stirs and tries to crawl up, babbling softly. Looking around the strange laboratory, he looks completely lost. Dragging the messy, tangled cords along the floor, he spots Miria's familiar figure on the other side of the glass. Recognizing her, the boy desperately starts scrambling forward. He slams his tiny hands against the heavy glass, crying out loud. Tears stream down his dirty face as he presses against the barrier, sobbing in pure heartbroken frustration. His intense panic immediately triggers the entire lab's security system, making the warning screens flash bright red as loud alarms blare. The panicked worker curses under his breath and starts frantically tapping the main control panel to calm things down. It is okay, he mutters. But this terrible attempt at soothing only makes the kid cry louder. Instantly, the automated sedative system activates, spraying a thick white mist from the ceiling. Mori's eyes grew hazy under the drug's heavy effect. Slowly, they drifted shut. His tiny hand slipped from the glass as he blacked out completely, collapsing onto the cold, hard cell floor. That night, an incredibly gloomy and tense atmosphere hung heavy over the entire mansion. Out in the pitch-black hallway, the penguin servants whispered anxiously about Miria's condition. She had locked herself away in her room ever since she got back. As one servant hesitated to bring her some food, they realized they had never seen Miria look quite this broken down before. One wrong move right now and the entire mansion might just blow sky high. But completely ignoring the servants' panicked warnings, the red demon marched right over and pushed the door wide open. Is he a hero or a massive troublemaker? Inside a dark room warmed only by a flickering fireplace, there she was. Miria sat silently in a rocking chair, her back to the door. Raider softly called her name, asking if they could talk. But Miria only muttered a quiet apology, saying she just wanted to be alone. In the heavy silence that followed, Raider's eyes suddenly caught a brightly glowing folder sitting on her desk. Stepping closer to inspect it, Raider completely froze when he read the title, A Resignation Letter. Realizing what she was planning, the red demon asked in utter disbelief if she was really about to abandon little Mori. Anger boiling over, Raider yelled out, "Sup," demanding to know if she was playing some kind of sick joke, especially since she had just gone all the way to visit Mori today. He furiously asked how she could throw the kid away so easily, demanding if she just viewed that human child as some object she could hand over to anyone on a whim. Raider's harsh interrogation pushed the faction leader right past her limit. With a sharp, dry crackle, a surge of pitch-black dark energy erupted from Miria, tearing through the entire room and leaving Raider broke out in a cold sweat. Emerging from the absolute darkness, Miria revealed her powerful true form, covered in countless glowing, eerie yellow eyes. She warned him in a freezing tone, "Do not anger me, Raider. I am only making the best choice for Mori right now." Raider was furious, absolutely livid. Gaining his voice, he screamed out, "Is that so? This is your best choice? Is your best option just running away from this battle?" Hearing the red demon's challenge, Miria's dark energy flared up violently as she screamed back in pure fury, "I am not running away." Refusing to back down, Raider demanded to know what else it could be. And here comes the absolute heartbreaker. Miria shrieked the brutal truth in sheer agony. Mori is refusing to eat anything. The shocking news left Raider completely frozen. He froze. Utter shock. Raider stammered, "What? Say that again?" Miria stood shrouded in darkness. Her white hair disheveled, choking out her painful words. Mori just lies there, refusing to eat a single bite. For 2 whole weeks since the ruling, the poor boy had just been lying silently on that cold lab floor, kept alive only by annoying feeding tubes hanging all over the place. Seeing Raider completely stunned, Miria broke down sobbing bitterly. Tears streamed down her face as her dark energy surged violently, literally cracking the space around them. In the dark void, Mori's drawings and toy blocks floated aimlessly. Miria beat herself up in agony. "I was too greedy, wanting to keep this little trouble magnet forever. Using the excuse of being unable to contact Salam, I never sent Mori back to the shelter. I just wanted to make up an excuse so we could stay together longer." Standing alone, staring into the endless void, she whispered, "It was just so much fun, and I thought Mori would be happy too." But then a childlike drawing of their memories together drifted past like a bitter reminder. Miria wondered, what if, out of all this, I was actually the only one who was happy? The longer I drag out this war, the weaker Mori will get. Her thin hand dropped down in utter helplessness as she tortured herself with fear. What if Mori gets sick because of this? What if this leads to his death? Glowing tears fell down the dark face of the faction leader, leaving a deeply painful silence hanging over the room. Bowing her head in sorrow, Miria mumbled, "So perhaps, for Mori's sake." Before she could finish, Raider lunged forward in frustration, grabbing her shoulders with his bright red hands and yelling, "You idiot. Stop saying such weak things. Have you forgotten? The red demon held out his hands, gesturing in protest. Little Mori is only this tiny. His intensity left Miria utterly confused as she gasped what. Ignoring her confusion, Raider pressed on. He is absolutely minuscule. A tiny mistake and he's gone. Your words, not mine. They might look tough, but that is just how kids are. Raider scratched his head in sheer frustration. We first met Mori in the Red Desert, so that obviously was not some damned beginning. Seeing Raider so worked up, the little robot hovering behind them had to chime in. Raider, what are you even talking about? But Raider just could not calm down. He screamed at the top of his lungs, don't you get it? I am talking about Mori. Even someone like me had a brutal time traveling this far to get here. Yet that tiny body did it. Memories of Mori's agonizing journey suddenly flashed back. A frail small human child who had trudged all by himself across that massive distance with only one goal in mind. Raider choked out. He wanted to reach you, to be with you. I have never once seen a look in his eyes that suggested he wanted to turn back. Looking straight into Miria's tearful eyes, Raider angrily demanded, are you seriously going to throw away all his effort? Standing in the vast empty space, Miria buried her face and cried in absolute agony. I got a call today. They told me they would find suitable parents for Mori in the restricted zone. Humans always say a child needs to be raised by a mother. I really should. But before she could even finish, Raider roared in sheer anger, cutting her off. Who cares about any of that? The red demon dropped to one knee, grabbing Miria's shoulders and declaring, we can do it too. We can be his mother. No, you did not hear that wrong. Raider actually said that. His incredibly bold declaration echoed through the silence, leaving Miria completely dumbfounded, tears still clinging to her glowing eyes. She blankly gasped, what? Assistant Robot tapped its ruler with a sharp click and kicked off the meeting. Now let's lock this in one more time. Raider stood with crossed arms, laying out the plan. If we want to win in court, we have to be better parents than those other guys. This idea left the penguin servants completely baffled. What does that mean exactly? Are we really doing this? To make it clear, projected a bright hologram in the middle of the meeting room and explained. According to Miria's documents, humans have these things called gens, and they reproduce to make more humans. The small robot kept analyzing, then they raise their offspring as two adults bound by a marriage contract. I think that is the optimal setup. Those two are called husband and wife, and the kid calls them parents. Hearing this, Raider stroked his chin and thought, so that is how it works. Without a second thought, the red demon turned and flat out declared to the white-winged deity, Miria, well, then we are husband and wife now. The lightning-fast declaration left Miria completely frozen. She stuttered back in absolute confusion, husband and wife. Blushing, still offered a tiny smile that actually sounds pretty cute. Raider smirked, right? Watching from the side, Gel was so furious his eyes almost popped. He crushed a paper in his fist, leaving a nearby penguin servant totally bewildered. Wait, why is Master Gel so angry? Back to the meeting, A projected two icons and asked Raider, we have a father and a mother here, so which of these two do you want to choose? While Raider was still hesitating, A added some extra reference data. When kids around Mori's age are asked if they prefer mom or dad, 89% say mom. Hearing that, Raider instantly claimed the role, declaring he would be the mother. Miria gasped in surprise, what? Raider quickly reasoned, wait, aren't there families out there with two mothers anyway, right? A broke out in a cold sweat of helplessness. We are a bit lacking in data here, but it should be fine, right? Seeing this, a penguin servant offered a suggestion. What if we just emphasize that we are stronger? If we just beat them up we win, who needs a presentation? I kept flipping through an ancient book looking for info. According to this text, humans also use wealth as a measure of power. Raider confidently crossed his arms, claiming they had nothing to worry about. But the small robot instantly threw cold water on him. But Raider, you are dirt poor. That critical hit sent Raider into a frenzy, punching and kicking the poor robot. Fine, I guess I'll just use cheap trash to fix you then. Shut your mouth, you cheapskate. Watching the chaotic mess unfold, the penguin servants could only sigh. Is there really no way to prove it? Another penguin suddenly gets a bright idea. Well, what if we prove that we love Mori the most? But the others immediately worry. How on earth do we prove something like that? While everyone is lost in deep thought, one proud penguin proudly raises a hand and makes a bold claim. I'll have you know I've hugged Mori 600 times. And so the adorable argument among the servants continues. Another penguin proudly brags about letting Mori stomp on him 400 times, leaving his coworkers absolutely speechless. Another servant sniffles with regret, remembering how they only scolded Mori and wishing they had let him draw on the walls. The penguin chef quickly comforts them, proudly boasting that he carefully prepared every single meal for Mori, and the boy never left a single bite behind. But when someone asks about the meals sent to Mori's cell lately, the chef sadly lowers his head and reveals that everything was sent back because the poor kid refused to eat anything. Hearing this, Miria sits in silent disbelief with a heavy, sorrowful face. Overwhelmed by deep worry for Mori, the penguin servants hug each other and sob uncontrollably. To prepare for the upcoming trial, they gather all the records sent from the shelter. But this messy pile of documents is way too small. One servant sighs in worry, fearing that due to early communication troubles, they might have missed some critical files. Not to mention, translating this ancient script takes a massive amount of time. After a thorough review, the servants realize with utter despair that they're missing too many key documents to build a proper defense. Out of nowhere, Maria suddenly stands up with fierce determination in her eyes. She firmly declares that she will personally go and confront Judge Salam to resolve this whole mess once and for all. This reckless decision panics the penguins. They scramble to stop her, begging her not to risk it because going in there means instant death. Yet the servants have to admit that their current data is almost non-existent, and Salam knows humans better than anyone else. Besides, the place where Mori was found lies right next to Salam's territory, meaning he definitely holds crucial clues about the boy before the rescue. The group begins whispering about Salam's current location, agreeing that he must be hidden somewhere inside his playground. Hearing this strange term while messing around with Robot A, Raider curiously asks what this playground is. Standing right beside him, Miria slowly explains that it's a special dimension created by Salam himself before he designed a designated zone for humans. She adds that Salam is by far the most eccentric among the judge's 7 fingers. He used his supreme power just to collect everything he loves in one place. Is he a judge or some obsessed collector? But check this out, Salam's playground is nothing like what you would normally imagine. It is not a colorful paradise filled with rainbows, sweet cookies, and warm sunny beaches. This place is actually a treacherous space manifested entirely by supreme power. If an outsider stays there too long without the owner's permission, their very sense of self will erode. They won't withstand the heavy pressure and will eventually lose their mind. Even though she can use her own divine power to protect everyone, breaking into this realm without an invite is still incredibly dangerous. To make matters worse, they have absolutely no idea where Salam is in that endless void. Knowing the sheer danger that lies ahead, Miria refuses to back down. Seeing her absolute resolve, Raider instantly gets pumped up and tells everyone to pack their bags. Watching the Red Demon and Robot A frantically pack up in the middle of the messy library, Miria asks in surprise if he is actually planning to tag along. Raider proudly declares that he cannot sit around and watch Mori suffer any longer. After all, both he and Miria are basically Mori's mothers now. His bold claim is instantly shut down by Robot A, who casually remarks that Raider lacks any real brain power. Furious, Raider snaps back, threatening to turn the robot into scrap metal. Right then, Zale steps forward and bows respectfully. Zale begs to tag along so he can serve and protect her. Seeing this, the penguins ask in worry if having more companions will actually help, or if Miria will just waste her energy protecting them too. Miria smiles gently, explaining that she only needs to share a fraction of her black hole power with Zale to let him move freely all day in the playground. Splitting up to search will definitely help them locate Salam's whereabouts much faster. Besides, since she has never traveled far before, she desperately needs Raider and Robot A to lead the way. Thrilled by her trust, Raider happily agrees immediately. The group quickly gathers the supplies prepared by the penguin servants. Miria then gently opens a small wooden box, revealing a sparkling glowing crystal inside. Staring at the brilliant stone in her hand, Raider gasps in awe. It is the very first time in his life he has ever seen someone use a real star fragment. Penguin servant sighs, admitting they had to fight tooth and nail to stop Miria from wasting this priceless treasure to search for Mori earlier. Robot A curiously asks what it does, and Miria explains that this cosmic fragment possesses the incredible power to teleport them anywhere they wish. With that, she firmly crushes the crystal in her hand. It shatters with a sharp crack, showering the room with glittering, multicolored shards of starlight. Miria warns them sternly, "Hold on tight, we do not know where we will land." Instantly, a massive black hole vortex opens right beneath the office floor like a swirling galaxy, swallowing Miria, Raider, and Zale as the worried penguins watch. The three are pulled through an endless void before suddenly plunging into free fall from a bleak gray sky. Below them is a thrashing sea, and swimming through this will be absolute torture. Raider flails his arms and legs in midair, screaming in pure terror. Deep below, pitch-black waves crash against the rocky shore under a dark sky. Thick gray clouds loom overhead. Raider's black boots land with a heavy thud on the wet rocks near the water's edge. Together with Robot A, the three stand in silence on the desolate shore. Drenched from the splashing ocean waves, they stand under the cold, gloomy sky of the playground. Three small, lonely figures look out into the endless sea, beginning their perilous journey to find Salam. Continuing their search after landing on the playground's black beach, Raider, Miria, and Zale face an incredibly freezing and gloomy environment. Roaring waves crash heavily against the dark shore, spraying white foam under a dull gray sky. The three walk silently along the water's edge, their tiny figures dwarfed by the massive snowy mountains all around. Leaving the black sand behind, they begin to scale a treacherous, rocky slope. Up ahead lies a serene lake reflecting the endless mountain ranges. The deeper they go, the more breathtaking the scenery becomes. Reaching the peak of a lush green hill, Raider and Miria look up at the sky in sheer disbelief. Drifting through the thick mist, a massive flock of majestic creatures resembling giant manta rays fly freely around the towering, snow-covered mountain peaks. But finding Salam will not be an easy task. To venture deeper inside, they must wade through a murky swamp with water reaching up to their hips. Raider struggles with every step in the freezing water, stepping over mossy, decaying logs. After a grueling, exhausting trek through the water, a massive, ancient stone archway appears before them, looming dark and ominous deep within the dense forest. Staring at the creepy entrance that looks like a monster's maw, Miria sighs, wanting nothing more than to turn around and go home. Raider breaks into a cold sweat too, nervously scratching his head beside a hovering robot A. Despite their anxiety, they press forward into the deep blue water. They enter a misty pine forest where the fog is so dense it completely blocks their view. Strange, glowing blue and purple mushrooms grow along the mossy trunks of ancient, giant trees. Suddenly, Raider stops in his tracks. Sensing intense bloodlust, the red demon slowly turns around. Clinging to a massive tree behind them is a terrifying creature with a pitch-black body and a stark white deer skull for a head, staring right down at him. This horrifying sight in the deep woods gives Raider absolute goosebumps, making his entire body tremble with fear. Without a single second of hesitation, the red demon scrambles over to hide right behind Miria. Cold sweat pours down his face, leaving Miria staring back in complete and utter confusion. Shaking off their fear, the group continues through a sun-drenched pine forest, where giant red mushrooms sprout from the soil. They trek across a golden meadow stretching out as far as the eye can see under the brilliant light of the late afternoon sun. As twilight sets in, the sky bleeds into a gorgeous fiery orange. Standing atop a grassy hill, Raider and Miria watch in sheer awe as giant flying jellyfish, glowing with a mystical blue light, drift gracefully through the swirling auroras. Once night falls, the sky fills with shimmering stars, bringing along the harsh chill of the desert. Setting up camp for the night, Raider cheerfully waves to a guard standing watch far off on the grassy hill. Jael stands silently in the dark, watching the red demon's loud antics and shaking his head in quiet exasperation. After a grueling non-stop journey, Miria collapses onto the cold stone ground from sheer exhaustion. Now watch this. Raider immediately rushes to her side, asking with deep concern if she is all right as she weakly gasps for air. After sitting around for 100 years, just a little walking has completely broken her body. She gazes up at the starry night sky peeking through the cave entrance, whispering that it is beautiful, before they all huddle around a crackling campfire. Watching the glowing blue sparks on her hand, Miria smiles warmly and says Mori would love them. Raider stares thoughtfully into the fire and quietly agrees. Yeah, you are right. But in his head, the red demon is actually thinking that Mori would absolutely try to eat them first. Seriously, that kid tries to stuff literally everything into his mouth. He can't help but chuckle, remembering how silly Mori is, constantly putting random things in his mouth to chew on, then scurrying away whenever they try to stop him. Raider chuckles, noting their luggage will probably increase by 67%. Miria laughs along, agreeing that such a tiny creature needs an absolute mountain of gear. Amidst the warmth of the crackling fire, Jael stands quietly in a corner and begins to speak from his heart. He admits that he didn't understand Miria at first, since humans are nothing special to their kind. Bowing his head, Jael gazes at an old photo of his friend Dina smiling happily. But after helping Miria every day, Jael naturally found himself spending more time with Mori. He turns his back and walks off, silently thinking that maybe he doesn't need to understand. Warm memories of little Mori suddenly flood Jael's mind. He remembers the kid sitting flat on the ground, crying his eyes out in a sulky tantrum after being stopped from eating dirt. When scooped up into his arms, Mori buried his face in his shoulder, sobbing pitifully. Holding the tiny child, Jael realized this human boy was completely different from anything he had ever imagined. He was far harder to communicate with, harder to keep clean, and his little body was soaked in hot tears and radiating warmth. Jael gently raises his dark, slender hand, patting his back to lull Mori to sleep. Standing silently in the shadows, Jael remembers Mori's tear-stained face. He swears to his own heart that he never wants, and will never want, to see that expression of absolute misery on the boy's face ever again. By the crackling fire in the quiet desert night, Jael shares his deepest feelings with Raider and Miria. Seeing how soft Jael has gotten for little Mori, Raider can't help but grin. The three of them spend the rest of the peaceful night inside the cave under a starlit sky. The next morning, their search for Salam continues through treacherous gray mountains shrouded in thick mist. As they struggle along a steep, vertical cliffside, a loose rock crumbles right beneath Raider's foot, plunging into the abyss. The red demon breaks out in a cold sweat, staring down in absolute horror. Just as he's about to slip, Miria reaches out and grabs him. Raider looks back at the white-haired woman, his eyes filled with shock and deep gratitude. Their hands lock tightly together, pulling Raider back from the edge to safety. The group quickly moves on, trekking across a desolate wasteland where colossal skeletons lie scattered across the gray, lifeless earth. Guiding Raider along on this harsh journey is their little floating robot companion. Soon, their destination rises right before them, a giant, ancient stone gate carved with a mysteriously glowing snowflake symbol. Together they scale the steep, rocky slope, heading straight for the entrance of the ancient temple towering among the peaks. As they step through the massive stone archway, daylight fades, swallowed by the darkness ahead. An ominous, breathtakingly vast hall opens up before them, dominated by colossal stone pillars that stretch all the way into the shadows above. The three of them look tiny walking through the hollow temple, their footsteps echoing in the dead silence. But as they venture deeper into the dark corridor, a sudden rustling sound echoes from a nearby corner. Raider and Miria freeze instantly, their eyes wide with alert as they peer toward the source of the noise. From behind a massive stone pedestal, two fluffy, brown little creatures timidly poke their heads out, staring curiously at the uninvited guest. Baffled by the strange little furballs, Raider asks if this fluffball is actually the judge. Miria immediately shuts that down. Before she can even finish her sentence, Raider curiously reaches out with his red hand. A warm green energy flows directly from his palm to soothe the small creature, but the light suddenly flares up violently, leaving both Miria and Jael completely shocked. Right then, from the depths of the temple shadows, a glowing red eye flares like a demon. A mysterious figure wearing a black mask with red stripes suddenly emerges. Seeing the danger, Jael immediately charges into combat. The masked attacker lunges forward like lightning but is blocked by a mysterious barrier. He grabs Jael's hood, kicking off his chest to vault high into the air. Miria stands firm at the end of the dark corridor, her eyes blazing white as she stares at him. And get this, she summons a massive, swirling cosmic portal of blue and purple right inside the temple. The massive cosmic gateway slowly shrinks and vanishes, leaving a small, dark purple orb of pure energy hovering gently over Miria's palm, while Raider watches from behind in absolute amazement. Just then, a startled voice calls out from below, asking if that is Lady Miria. Recognizing the voice, Miria's stern expression instantly melts into a bright, warm smile. She calls out his name in delight. Relieved, Napan scoops the fluffy brown creatures into his arms, letting out a big sigh of relief and admitting she nearly gave him a heart attack. He nearly attacked them, thinking they were wild beasts. The masked beastman chuckles happily, saying he had no idea it was her and wonders how long it has been since they last met. Has it really been 150 years? Miria bows her head apologetically, saying she is sorry for arriving unannounced. Napan quickly waves it off, just shocked she traveled so far. He mentions that if Salam were here, he would be thrilled. But Napan's words make Miria pause in confusion, while Raider breaks into a cold sweat, nervously whispering if there is a problem. Raider begs him not to say Salam isn't here. Confused, Napan asks what he means. But the moment Napan realizes what is going on, he frantically bows, apologizing over and over again. He explains he never even considered that, admitting the shelter isn't his responsibility and he had no clue. Sadly, Napan expresses deep regret for all the trouble they caused little Mori. They feel terrible for hurting their own people. Miria gently reassures him, telling him not to worry, since it is only natural for humans to get easily frightened and defensive. Napan explains that to a terrified human child, rescue team must have looked like monstrous kidnappers. It was only after the entire rescue was over that they realized Mori had been living peacefully with wild beasts. He reassures Miria that despite the search party's rough and aggressive appearance, every single one of them is completely reliable. Absorbing his words, Miria falls deep into thought before whispering a shocking truth. Salam split himself in two. Raider's eyes pop out in pure shock as Miria finally pieces the puzzle together. Now she understands why Salam's people were in the courtroom. Miria's barrier wasn't strong enough to break the boundaries, but Mori easily left because Salam was too weak after splitting himself apart. Raider asks if the judge is actually shielding Salam. Napan nods slowly, confirming it. Yes, the judge's sanctuary is the safest spot in the entire universe. Luckily, they provided the exact location needed for his splitting process. All the closest assistants have gone inside the splitting chamber together. The rest are guarding the perimeter and serving the judge with absolute loyalty. Napan pulls a small brown beast into his arms and sighs softly. I stayed behind to manage the courtyard. It is pretty embarrassing to admit, but our Lord Salam is just too easygoing. He suddenly initiated the split on a whim, honestly. He acts like a total kid sometimes. In Napan's memory, Salam insisted his body was not ready to split yet, but right after saying that, he suddenly started glowing and initiated the process instantly, leaving all his subordinates completely dazed. This sudden whim threw the entire crew into pure chaos for the last 6 months. Hearing this, the little robot Aya admits he understands that mess, while Raider stays silent, deep in worried thought. So that is it. Aya speaks up, asking the hard question so we have zero chance of meeting Salam now. The cold reality of that question makes the entire stone hall fall dead silent. Miria grips her clothes in painful helplessness. Sensing the suffocating tension, Napan quickly waves his hands, trying to laugh it off. Oh boy, let's lighten the mood a bit. It is way too heavy in here. You guys have traveled so far to get here. How about looking around to change the mood a little? Even though Miria quietly declines, Napan eagerly insists, urging her not to be like that. Napan eagerly shows off a chamber replicating Mesozoic weather and a room packed with adorable miniature versions of the bizarre creatures Salam has collected. He even places a tiny woolly mammoth on his palm to show Miria, mentioning that upstairs holds the entire data archive for his absolute favorite species, including humans. And right here, watch Raider's eyes lock in. The second he hears the word humans, the red demon immediately cuts Napan off, demanding to see that exact archive room right away. Raider's sudden initiative leaves both Miria and Aya totally stunned. Napan just sweats, forced laugh and saying they should have spoken up sooner. The group quickly climbs the towering stone steps toward the archive. Leading the way, Napan chuckles, explaining that if Salam knew about this, he would probably run straight here, completely ignoring his own split. He loves sharing his theories, but honestly nobody ever listens. He jokes about how Salam is always desperate to share his evolutionary findings, but his assistants could not care less to the point where even the judge avoids coming near this place. Raider follows quietly, hanging on every word. As Napan walks deeper into the dark, shadowy corridor, Raider mutters under his breath, realizing that Salam actually felt a deep pity for humanity. The actions of the elders are always passed down to those who follow, keeping an eye on the children within our reach. That is the path my master chose to walk. So aren't we obligated to carry on that very duty? Napan's quiet monologue echoes through the hall as the group approaches a colossal ancient stone gate towering inside the sanctuary, its mystical patterns glowing with a vibrant jade light. Standing before the massive gate, Napan raises his hand to press a glowing golden magic circle, triggering the ancient decryption mechanism to unlock it. But then he sighs, looking back to warn the group, once you see this, your mind is going to be completely blown, so don't blame me. The warning makes Raider and Miria exchange tense, uneasy looks. The moment the system activates, gravity in the room completely flips, allowing them to somehow stand perfectly upright on the vertical stone wall, defying all physical laws. The heavy stone gates slowly grind open, revealing the massive expanse of the archive room. Standing in the darkness, Raider and Miria look up, and Raider is completely paralyzed by the unbelievable sight before them. Sweating in pure shock, Raider gasps aloud, "What on earth is that massive thing up there?" Looming directly above their heads is a giant spatial rift, a cosmic black hole swirling violently and casting brilliant, glittering hues of blue, purple, and green across the dark, ancient sanctuary. Staring up at the swirling vortex of pure energy raging inside the archive, Raider asks in disbelief what that thing is. Miria stares at the glowing light and explains that it is all raw data. Everything Salam ever loved is stored here. Since humans are biological, the files likely start all the way down at the cellular level. But of course, Napan totally ruins the mood here, scratching his head awkwardly. He warns them that it has not been cleaned for thousands of years, so the database is an absolute mess. Miria stays focused, declaring they must search through this junk to find the human archives, specifically anything connected to Mother. Suddenly, they hit a brutal roadblock. With a database this massive, just sorting through the files would take at least a whole year. This devastating news throws Raider into absolute panic. He panics, yelling that they only have 2 days left before the ultimate deadline. As things look hopeless, little Aya floats up, determined to help. Raider quickly grabs Miria, stopping her from exhausting herself by using her powers. Raider warns Miria that she must stay strong for the upcoming judgment and cannot waste any energy. Watching Aya step up, Raider is suddenly flooded with old memories of the day he first built his little robot friend. Under the warm glow of his old workshop, the red demon had cheered with pure excitement as his invention booted up for the very first time, laughing that it actually worked. Snapping out of the memory of naming his tiny creation Aya, Raider is pulled back into the brutal present. The little robot softly asks him exactly how much power they have left to run this search. Without waiting for Raider to answer, Aya turns to Napan and asks to borrow the giant amplification gate. Napan hesitates for a second before agreeing, though he warns there is no supporting equipment left. Hearing a firm reassurance from Aya, Raider looks at his tiny companion with growing dread. With a sharp metallic click, Aya flies resolutely toward the massive gate, declaring he wants to try sorting this database, starting with the power hookup. But Raider immediately shuts him down, yelling if his memory unit is completely broken. He reminds him that pushing limits inside the whale cradle already drained his system. The red demon anxiously questions if the little bot can even survive any more strain in this exhausted state. When Aya's screen flashes a critical damage risk of 88.2%, Raider loses his mind, yelling that trying to use the amplifier under these conditions will completely destroy him. But mid-tantrum, Aya cuts him off with a deeply serious question. Raider, why did you build me in the first place? That sudden, heavy question leaves the red demon completely frozen. Aya softly asks why he gave him a real name and even programmed a laugh function if he was just meant to be a convenient tool. Suddenly, memories of their long travels through the vast desert come rushing back. Looking directly at his creator, Aya asks that ultimate question once more. The little bot even adds a quick joke, admitting he never said it because he hates seeing Raider get cocky, but his creator's repair skills are actually pretty top tier. That rare compliment, paired with the demand for high-end parts in his next repair, makes Raider scream in anger. So this was your real motive all along. Back in the present, Aya looks up at the massive data vortex. He murmurs that what he can sort might only be a tiny speck, but it will help. He tells them he is leaving the rest in their hands. With that, the brave little bot flies straight into the heart of the massive amplification gate. Red warning lights flash instantly as the system initiates extreme overload mode. Facing the blinding beam of pure energy, Aya activates the data sorting process. The little robot sends out one final quiet request: please bring Mori back to safety for me. The colossal gate begins to spin, roaring violently as it unleashes a blinding shockwave of energy that engulfs the entire room. Right in the center of the swirling black hole, Aya floats silently as the system begins reading the files. Plunging deep into Salam's massive data core, Aya begins his countdown to access the locked systems. Complex biological data streams slowly start unfolding, stretching from basic genetic coding all the way to ancient records of sacred maternal love. Raider stands on the outside, anxiously watching as data regarding Earth history and human evolution spins wildly inside a massive energy circle, scanning and analyzing everything at absolute breakneck speed. The little robot AA begins sorting and absorbing the massive wave of information. Definitions of a complete family, the sacred role of a mother offering unconditional love, and the deep parental responsibility of raising children flash across the analysis screen one after another. But the sheer data overload from Salam's system spirals out of control, causing Aya's core to shoot out bright red warning sparks, leaving Miria standing nearby in absolute shock and terror as she watches the little robot buckle under the crushing pressure. Seeing his small friend wrapped in violent arcs of energy, Raider panics and screams out that is too much. But despite the Red Demon's warnings, a stubborn message flashes across AA's screen. Do not touch me. The little machine pushes his system to a dangerous overclock, ignoring the endless stream of glitching code as his outer shell cracks under the intense electrical pressure. A keeps pushing to send the message I can do this because right on the brink of total destruction, a warm memory of Mori's tiny hands happily shaking him suddenly floods his mind. Amidst the violent electrical surges flickering on his screen, EE softly thinks to himself because I am his friend. Every beautiful moment of his journey with Mori plays vividly in his mind. From watching over the sleeping boy on a wooden raft drifting down the river, to exploring dark kitchens together, and those quiet moments when Mori fell asleep right by his side. Human happiness finally makes sense, and we see him realize his true purpose. Using his last bit of fading strength, the little robot sends out one heartbreaking message: I am Mori's family. A vivid memory of little Mori holding his toy and smiling under the warm sun flashes inside A's mind, but the actual reality waiting for them is incredibly brutal. The little robot fights with everything he has against the massive waterfall of Salam's data. Violent arcs of electricity wrap around AA's body, causing his entire system to crack apart under the pressure. Sparks hiss and crackle as blue lightning explodes, swallowing A's tiny frame. Seeing his companion in mortal danger, Raider completely panics and screams out, A, get out of there. It is too dangerous. Raider dives straight into the danger. Reaching out, he grabs AA right out of the surging electrical current. The powerful shock rips through Raider, forcing him to grind his teeth through the pain. From behind, Miria quickly uses her dark magic to pull them both back. Even with his hands burning from the shock, Raider grips AA tightly against his chest, using his last ounce of strength to drag the robot to safety. The light fades away completely. Silence returns and the temple chamber sinks back into cold darkness. Raider drops to his knees, cradling A's scorched metal body and desperately calling his name. In his hands, the little robot's screen flickers weakly with a faint green light as A barely manages to utter his final broken words, Raider. Staring blankly, he is completely devastated by his tiny friend's sacrifice. Raider bows his head in the dark as a single, warm tear falls, splashing onto AA's cold metal shell while the screen goes completely dark, leaving only a quiet, heavy grief. In a raspy voice, the Red Demon asks Miria, did we get the data? From behind, Miria quietly replies, we got all of it. Raider grits his teeth, stands up and mutters, let us go home. A beautiful, deep crimson sunset slowly settles over the quiet ancient mansion. Inside the workshop, Raider quickly plugs in his tech, working frantically to repair and restore little AA after their chaotic, near-fatal journey. Under the watchful eyes of Miria and the penguin servants, glowing blue magic flows steadily into the machine, slowly rebuilding the little robot's shattered structural data piece by piece. Time passes. The cold night quickly swallows the fading sunset. A grandfather clock ticks rhythmically down the dark hallway, which is bathed in cold blue moonlight. Inside the messy library where ancient books lie scattered across the floor, the soft click of a wooden door breaks the heavy silence. Miria sits quietly in her chair among piles of research papers. She turns her head toward the door and asks, hey Raider, how has Ah been doing lately? What you gave me earlier was definitely a lot better than my own data. This is enough. He can reboot, but his memories are completely wiped. When he starts up tomorrow, we should just ask him directly. Do not worry. I know that kid is pretty tough. Raider sits on the floor, resting his back against the wall in deep thought, looking at the scattered books. Miria gently breaks the silence. That is an insane amount of data, so we still have a lot of work to do, right? Raider softly agrees, his mind racing with questions after absorbing all that human information. What even is a mother? Is it not just a simple role, but some kind of symbol? Miria explains slowly, since the word is often used as a metaphor with affectionate names, that is likely the case. Raider remains deeply skeptical, asking in a low voice, is that something a normal person can actually do? Can this mother you speak of really handle all those roles? Miria lets out a helpless sigh. I do not think we could even manage half of it, even if everyone in this mansion pitched in. But historically, there are actual records of mothers being viewed as a pure symbol. That seems to be what a mother means to humans. If I try to play that role, will Mori even accept me? She stands by the window, her sad gaze lost in the quiet night. I was honestly kind of hoping we would find some records of Mori's biological mother in those Salam files. Could she be hidden in the data we were unable to retrieve? That is definitely possible, but there must be a reason why they never looked for her. Maybe she passed away long ago, or perhaps they felt she could not accept a child like Mori. Sitting on the wooden floor next to the glowing hologram projector, Raider listens in silence. Miria concludes sadly when it comes down to it, not every mother is capable of actually being one. Then she lifts a scruffy gray stuffed toy with round eyes and says it was actually supposed to be a little puppy. Looking at the strange toy in her hand, Raider skeptically points out that does not look real at all. Right? But Miria quickly defends her creation. If you look closely, it does look pretty close. The data shows that a puppy is the one gift every child dreams of. She remembers spending long nights alone at her desk, carefully cutting and sewing each fabric piece. Since dogs are disappearing alongside humans, there was barely any information about them. So she had to rely entirely on basic descriptions to make it. And looking at this clumsy toy, you can feel her heart sinking in disappointment as she whispers a puppy, a mother, nothing is real. Her sudden sadness leaves Raider confused. He cannot stand her doubting herself, so he gently speaks up, reminding her that Mori still loves it. His words bring back a warm memory of little Mori smiling brightly, hugging the scruffy stuffed dog with pure happiness and absolute care. Her tense expression softens, and she asks with a gentle smile, "Really?" Raider nods in agreement. Yeah. In the dark room, surrounded by piles of ancient books, the two guardians sit quietly in the warm candlelight, united in their goal to protect the small human child. Miria sighs, looking at him with a sad gaze before softly confessing, "Honestly, I am a little jealous of you." The sudden confession startles the red demon, making him ask, "Wait, what? My turn?" Miria looks down at an open book bathed in the moonlight. Speaking slowly, "You two shared both joy and hardships together. Having a close relationship like that, it is something I always wished for." Sitting across from him in the quiet room, Miria openly admits her initial selfish intentions. That is why from the very start, under the excuse of protecting Mori, I tried to make you leave as quickly as possible. She recalls when she wanted to offer him a massive reward, a star crystal, just to get him to go. But she soon realized that forcing them apart was completely wrong. And Miria certainly wouldn't want that to happen. She smiles bitterly, right, as if giving him a huge sum of money would work. But the raw honesty from Ryder leaves her completely thrown off. He can only scratch his head with a sheepish grin, cold sweat pouring down his face. Watching the red demon squirm, Miria smiles bitterly. "You think I'm incredibly pathetic, don't you?" Seeing this strong woman suddenly look so fragile, Ryder freezes. He hesitates, almost ready to confess the truth. "I was actually the one who—" But Ryder suddenly stops himself, turning away to mumble, "Well, that's a pretty good start, unlike a certain someone." Then he bursts out laughing, "Ha ha ha." His booming laughter echoes through the dark room, instantly melting away the heavy gloom of the past few days. Turning a friendly gaze to Miria, he simply says, "I get it." Miria offers a relieved smile, looking at the red demon. "We're actually a bit alike, you know." Miria smiles mockingly at herself. "I'm actually petty enough to be jealous of you." This sudden confession leaves Ryder completely blank. "Really?" She sighs softly, looking out the window at the peaceful estate under the starry night. "Honestly, when I first saw how that child behaved, I kept wondering what would have happened if I had just brought him to you." Late at night, Miria stands alone in her dark office, quietly activating a glowing blue magic circle to analyze the massive pile of human data they recovered from Salam. Watching from the door, Ryder quietly observes her, but brutal reality quickly drags him back to the agonizing present. Clutching Aya's charred, cold body, Ryder lets out a devastating scream. Through the thick black smoke, the little robot's LED screen flickers, emitting a weak static. A win rate of only 36%, it's too low. This crushing number completely breaks Ryder. He falls to his knees in utter helplessness. Seeing his creator's raw grief, Aya uses his very last bit of battery to comfort Ryder. "Hey, you still remember how to ride a bike, right?" Then the little robot urgently commands, "We have to go. We must leave right now." Hearing his tiny friend's plea, Ryder grits his teeth, his black-gloved hand tightening around his heavy gun. The red demon's green eyes flare with intense resolve in the dark. He knows there is no time to waste. "Move it," Ryder snaps, turning to march forward. His massive frame strides down the mansion's dark, silent hallways, lit only by the cold, blue moonlight cutting through the windows. The reckless rescue mission has officially begun. Inside the cold, high-tech chamber of the city court, the automated system announces decontamination is complete. Little Mori lies curled up alone on the floor, while his belongings, including his half of the Thomas stone, are locked inside a scanning energy shield. Suddenly, the half-stone slips free from the scanning shield and rolls across the floor. Hearing the soft clinking noise, Mori slowly opens his eyes to look. Mori crawls after the stone, such a curious little guy. But just as it stops, a familiar red hand scoops it up. Ryder is clinging to the cell bars, desperately whispering his name. Seeing his beloved protector, Mori's eyes light up with pure joy. He rushes over, pressing his face against Ryder's warm hand through the cold iron bars, sobbing out all his bottled-up fears. His heart breaks seeing the poor kid like this. Ryder gently comforts him. "Don't cry, Mori, please don't cry." Clinging to a lifeline rope outside the massive prison tower, Ryder desperately reassures him, "I'm getting you out. We'll leave together. I'll be your mom, or even your dad, your grandparents, your siblings." Your uncle. Anything you need. If you want, I'll be all of them for you, Ryder whispers, dreaming of their future together. A future where he, Mori, and Aya travel together again, camping by cozy fires under the cliffs and watching flying whales drift across the starlit sky. Dreaming of those days warms his heart, but reality quickly drags him back. Looking at the dark prison bars, Ryder shakes his head, but I can't do that. I won't force you to live on the run like me. He looks straight into Mori's eyes, his voice deadly serious. Listen closely, Mori. Bad people are trying to take you away. We're all fighting for you, but our chances are incredibly slim. He explains that his captors want to read his mind, and even the judge's messenger is questioning him. Ryder mentions that before shutting down, Aya insisted they had to get to Mori as fast as possible. And the key to solving this mess lies within the boy himself. Pressing his face against the cold bars, Ryder pleads, "We need your power, Mori. Is there any way you can show us your thoughts?" Inside the freezing cell, Mori looks from the glowing half-stone on the floor up to the scanning energy shield. Hearing Ryder's words, the little boy's eyes widen in sheer realization. Mori rushes to the bars, reaching out both hands as he babbles absolute nonsense through his tears. Seeing the kid this worked up leaves Ryder totally confused and searching for answers. Then Ryder's jaw drops as the boy's hands begin to softly glow. Instantly understanding, he slides a drawing sketchbook and a box of colorful crayons through the bars. Mori grabs them, sitting right down on the freezing floor. Clutching a red crayon, he carefully draws his very first lines, bringing to life the many-eyed wolves that raised him in the wild forest. The crayons scattered around him trigger a flood of beautiful memories. He thinks of Rodina, the bright orange-haired girl who used to grab his hand and run across sunny green hills. Switching to a blue crayon, he draws Miria and her sweet penguin servants who always spoiled him with fresh, delicious cookies and ripe, juicy apples. But looking around his empty, silent cell, Mori is suddenly hit by how alone he is among these unfinished drawings. Just then, a recording device projects a holographic image of Aya, sparking warm memories. Tears stream down his face. Sobbing softly, he remembers Miria's loving embrace and the absolute safety of falling fast asleep against Ryder's strong, warm chest. Her voice calling his name echoes in his head as a single tear drops onto the paper. Mori picks up his crayon, carefully sketching Miria with her snow-white hair and glowing eyes. The boy looks up, eyes brimmed with tears. Once again, Miria's gentle voice seems to echo around him, wrapping him in warmth. He remembers his very first writing lessons with her at the mansion. Miria held up a card with a carrot, smiling warmly. That's right, it's a carrot. Turning it over, she guided him. Yes, the top part is round. Miria gently guided Mori's tiny hand, helping him trace the blue crayon, and the bottom part goes straight down. She beamed with pride at her little student. You did so well. Is this how you write it? The floating robot nearby asked Miria if they should try again. Miria smiled at Aya, pointing to the next letter card. What about this one? Snapped back to reality inside his freezing cell, Mori sits completely isolated among his scattered, messy sketches. Suddenly, flashing red alarms pierce the room with a deafening wail, making the terrified boy cover his face. Outside the bars, Ryder's desperate scream tears through the chaos. Mori! Mori opens his teary eyes, looking up in confusion. Memories of Miria flash back, holding a flashcard of a mother embracing her child. His eyes reflect the card, shimmering like a galaxy. On the back, the word "Mom" is written clearly. In reality, Mori puts his green crayon to the floor and starts drawing a long line. From above, Mori sits curled up, drawing a large green circle around his sketches on the dark cell floor. Meanwhile, outside the towering prison, black spherical security cameras patrol the dark night sky. Suddenly, a rescue rope drops right past one of the cameras. Inside the security room, a guard stares at his monitor and gasps, "What on earth?" He turns to ask his colleague if they are doing outside cleaning today. The guy next to him just looks back in complete disbelief, asking what he is even talking about. We received 0 reports. Pointing at the screen, the worker asks about the rope. His coworker instantly snaps, yelling if he is actually trying to joke around. Nobody cleans windows by ziplining, man. Suddenly, they both freeze. Outside the dark tower, a shadow swinging on a rope gets caught right in the bright red sweep of a security orb. The system immediately blares over the loudspeaker, demanding to know what he is doing. A blinding spotlight flashes right on Raider as the red sirens start screaming in the night. Warning, warning. This is bad. Raider is caught, and the sirens are screaming. He clutches Mori's drawings tight, gritting his teeth in pure frustration under that blinding spotlight. Meanwhile, Miria stands quietly in a dark room, lightly tossing a small black stone. When her servant asks if Raider is safe, she gently lowers her head in deep thought. She remembers their quite warm conversation by candlelight before the red demon left. With absolute faith in her partner, Miria smiles and softly whispers to herself that she completely trusts Raider to return. Her eyes light up with pure determination. Throwing on a regal black cloak with gold trim, Miria steps forward as the ultimate ally, decisively entering the dark hall of the court temple. She stands tall, crossing her arms proudly on the massive octagonal stone platform of the A. All around her, faceless messengers in white robes stand guard in absolute silence. From deep within the shadows, the judge's heavy commanding voice echoes. A massive cosmic entity glowing like a whole galaxy slowly rises behind the messengers, completely filling the temple with a suffocating, intense pressure. The trial officially begins. The cold voice of the judge reverberates through the entire hall, declaring that judgment is starting and the restricted area has already been thoroughly reviewed. Three massive triangle-headed entities representing the pillars of judgment stand tall, clasping their hands heavily before demanding to know if she is still too stubborn to yield. Standing before the imposing council, Miria lifts her chin high, her eyes unwavering as she declares that unless Mori himself says he wants to leave, she will never give up. But the judge immediately throws cold water on her, brutally pointing out that a creature like her is not even human, so how could she raise that kid? Facing these sharp, aggressive questions, Miria remains completely calm, admitting that Mori definitely needs to learn about human society. She stands tall in the sacred temple to offer a solution, explaining that she already contacted the Salam shelter where Mori stays and received a positive response after talking it over. Seeing her persistence, the triangle-headed judge spreads his arms, reminding her that control of the shelter belongs to Salam, and Salam is currently divided, which she surely knew before coming. Miria answers firmly that she knows, and she is aware that the judge is the one currently in charge of Salam. She then bows her head, pleading with the High Council in absolute sincerity. She begs the council to show some mercy, proposing quite clearly that they should at least let Mori learn about human society in a familiar, comfortable environment. Her proposal immediately sparks fierce backlash from the triangle-headed judges. They angrily yell out that she is being shameless, asking if she forgot how those caretakers completely neglected the kid. Yet, facing their heavy wrath, Miria remains incredibly calm. Gently raising her hand, she activates a glowing golden hologram showing the caretakers at the orphanage and begins to explain things in a soft, gentle voice. These are the managers of the shelter in Salam's territory, and they are doing their absolute best to protect many other children, keeping Salam's dream alive by sheltering them from human wars. The screen shows a red-haired woman in a wheelchair holding a child on a peaceful hill. Miria softly says that caring for living things is always hard, and we must realize that they are bound to make mistakes sometimes. We must remember that we also carry deep regrets from our own past, realizing far too late that living creations were being sacrificed in meaningless, petty faction wars. With sad eyes, Miria looks directly at the massive cosmic entity, asking if the judge is not actually the saddest one of all. Her heavy question makes the entire temple freeze in absolute silence. The Grand Judge remains completely silent for a moment before finally speaking. Even if we understand their past mistakes, how can you possibly prove that a single person can handle all the demanding duties of a proper guardian? Watch this, she is about to turn the tables completely. Miria waves her hand, sending a glowing green thread of energy straight to the judge's control panel. This sudden interference leaves the triangle-headed judges completely shocked, demanding to know what this is as the whole room lights up with a brilliant green glow. Miria proudly declares that this is the collective will of her entire household. On the screen, the judge's system begins displaying guardian registration profiles from the servants of the Afi mansion. Their adorable applications claim they can act as perfect fathers or mothers just because they want to hug Mori all day long. The cute penguin servants crowd around Miria with tearful, anxious eyes, yet they are fully determined to protect the kid. Miria looks up at the council with glowing white eyes, asking if raising a child is too hard, why not carry the burden together? But the red triangle-headed judge instantly shuts down her offer. He sternly raises his forearms, mockingly asking if they are just planning to play a silly game of house. He coldly explains that no matter how pure Miria's intentions are, her relationship with Mori will always have a strict hierarchy, making it completely unequal. Looking down at Miria, standing entirely alone on the lower stone platform, the judge warns that she could pose a pretty serious danger to the child, since she knows the true threat of power. He points directly to the brutal history of human society, where a massive inequality between adults and children always exists. A haunting image of a human child standing alone amidst the ruined, desolate debris of a city destroyed by war appears. Facing the warning about her destructive power, Miria looks down at the tiny dark energy sphere hovering over her hand, quietly stating that the grand power granted by the judge has always protected her. She decisively clenches her fist, completely extinguishing the dark energy, as she firmly declares that if they judge this power to be harmful to Mori, she will gladly surrender her special authority. Her bold declaration makes the triangle-headed judge furious, spreading his forearms as he roars out in pure anger, calling her completely foolish. The angry judge yells out, asking how she dares to reject his divine blessing. As the tension reaches its peak, the white round-headed judge cuts in, asking if Miria honestly thinks she is suitable for that kid. He asks if she thinks she can truly be a perfect mother. Standing alone in the vast temple, Miria bows her head, her back trembling as she helplessly replies that she still has not found the answer. Perhaps she will never find it, even when the day comes for Mori to leave. Close up, her sad face is shown as she chokes back tears, saying that even if she cannot grasp the definition of a mother that everyone expects. Looking at Mori's definition of a mother, Miria glances down at the open book on the table, which holds a scribbled but heartfelt drawing of her, Raider, and the boy, together. Her glowing white eyes tremble with deep emotion, knowing only Mori himself can decide what that definition is. Miria closes her eyes as warm memories flood her mind, remembering her dark hand gently holding the boy's tiny fingers. She whispers that she simply hopes they can be his companions on the long journey to find that very answer. A moving picture of the entire Peach family, including her, Raider, Gel, the penguin servants, Crow, and Ghost, walking hand in hand along a path filled with brilliant light, appears. Back in the temple, Miria clasps her hands tightly, looking up at the High Council with tearful, sincere eyes to beg them, asking them to please just give her one chance. Facing her sincere plea, a red triangle-headed judge speaks up coldly. He warns that Miria is just playing on emotions, and besides, there is still zero proof that the child actually came here willingly. Cornered by the pressure of the council, Miria can only endure in silence. But right as the verdict is about to drop, a strange noise suddenly echoes, shaking the entire sacred temple space. Massive stone pillars shake violently as everyone looks around in utter confusion. The red triangle-headed judge barks out in anger, who dares to open the doors right in the middle of a trial. Miria's eyes widen in shock as she wonders what that noise could be. In this chaotic moment, memories of Raider's promise and the tragic sacrifice of her little robot AIA flood her mind. Then suddenly a massive crash shatters the air. Oh man, talk about a dramatic entrance. The massive glass ceiling shatters into a million pieces. From way up high, a wild figure on a giant motorcycle swings down on a cable, completely stunning the triangle-headed judges. Shards of glass rain down as Miria stands there with her mouth wide open in absolute disbelief. Raider lands with massive impact, his scratched-up red demon face showing pure, raw determination as he glares ahead. This insanely reckless entrance leaves the judges utterly speechless, while Miria is so shocked she can barely even move. Surrounded by fallen glass, our red demon raider grits his teeth, completely ignoring the danger, but his freefall is cut short when a terrifying invisible power slams into him. Rising from the depths of the temple, a massive burst of magical light acts like the Supreme Judge's giant invisible hand, completely swallowing Raider, his motorcycle, and the exploding energy. Seeing her companion get dragged away right before her eyes, Miria screams out in absolute desperation. As the violent energy sweeps him up, Raider finds himself falling straight into a dark, endless void of space. Floating in the middle of a boundless galaxy, he comes face to face with a massive, swirling black hole radiating a glowing nebula of pure power. The terrifying gravity of the black hole starts dragging the red demon inside. Under the crushing pressure of deep space, green fluid begins oozing from Raider's body. He is in absolute agony, yet his gaze remains fierce and unbroken. Watching through their magic screens, the White Court messengers coldly identify wanted fugitive number 250,106, Raider. Barging straight into the courtroom like this is definitely not normal. Staring up at the colossal form of the Supreme Judge looming over him, a totally exhausted Raider manages a smirk, growling back a defiant reply. Ugh, didn't you know that raising a kid is already a pretty crazy job, Your Honor? Even under the crushing gravity of the black hole, Raider bravely questions the Supreme Judge. Aren't you curious about what Mori is actually thinking? With that, the red demon reaches out, holding up a stack of drawings. He tells him these are the letters Mori drew for him. A white messenger steps forward immediately, taking the stack to scan the data. After checking them closely, the messenger quietly confirms they were indeed drawn by the boy. Mori's messy scribbles suddenly transform into glittering particles of light, floating up to be absorbed into the Supreme Judge's massive body. Accepting Mori's unique letters, the Supreme Judge softly speaks, declaring that he understands. Standing before this great entity, Raider bows his head and speaks from his heart. I am really just a total scoundrel, but the kid still loves me. Even with green blood oozing from his body in pain, the red demon tightly clenches his fist. Remembering the warmth of Mori's tiny hand holding onto his, he rasps out that for Mori he is ready to risk it all. This absolute declaration makes the entire temple erupt in a brilliant wave of energy. Standing below the stone platform, Miria and the triangle-headed judges freeze in disbelief. Everyone looks up in deep reverence as the Supreme Judge begins to change. Echoing from deep within the glowing galaxy, the majestic voice of the Supreme Judge fills the temple, announcing that he will now deliver his judgment. With his decree, a blinding flash of light erupts, unlocking an ancient memory buried deep in time. The scene suddenly shifts back to a pristine white metallic chamber inside a high-tech spaceship. After a loud noise echoes, we see a tiny baby Mori taking his very first clumsy steps before tripping and tumbling across the floor. The toddler scrambles back up, staring wide-eyed around the unfamiliar room with pure innocent wonder. Little Mori then patters away, his tiny feet tapping against the pristine metal floor. Suddenly, the room around him shatters like glass, sending Mori falling freely into a dark cosmic abyss sparkling with countless brilliant stars. The boy sinks deeper into the mystical galaxy, where a colossal hand of pure light from the Supreme Judge gently reaches out to catch him. Mori floats peacefully among the glowing cosmic clouds. From the dark, the warm voice of the Supreme Judge echoes. Calling him his little star, the massive entity spreads his arms wide with a soft blue glow, whispering tenderly that he will guide this to the end. Right at that moment, the old memories clinging to Mori fade away into sparkling dust. His signature red cloak and yellow boots drift off, leaving baby Mori to float completely free and peaceful among the infinite stars. The Supreme Judge gently whispers a blessing, telling him to live his life exactly the way he wants. That giant glowing hand cradles him warmly, wrapping the red cloak back around him. Mori looks back for a brief moment before curling up, falling into a deeply peaceful sleep inside the warm galaxy. Watching the precious child, the Supreme Judge lets out a soft chuckle. Miria was absolutely right. This little guy is just too adorable. The ancient entity sends down endless warmth, whispering that no love is purer than this. Sleep well, he says, and go back home. A massive wave of pure white light erupts from the center of the cosmos, sending Mori back to reality. His eyelids flutter as he slowly wakes up, finding himself lying in a vast green meadow under a beautiful windy sky. Mori sits up, looking around in utter confusion. He is just a tiny speck completely alone in this endless sea of whispering grass. He stands up as the breeze gently ruffles his messy black hair. Mori tilts his head, listening closely to the rustling wind. His big round eyes focus as a familiar reflection appears in the distance, and the passing breeze carries the voices of those he loves most. Mori stares toward the top of the hill. Right at the horizon, Miria, Raider, and their penguin servants are running toward him as fast as they can, waving their arms and shouting his name. Seeing his family, Mori's face lights up with a pure, joyful smile. Meanwhile, back in the courtroom, the heartwarming drawings Mori sketched of his memories are flipped open one after another before the Supreme Judge. From his wild days living with beasts to his fear of the scanning lights and his little yellow boots walking on the grassy hills. His friend Dina holding his hand, cozy gifts, a glowing blue flower, a peaceful Christmas Eve, and his desert journey fighting monsters with Raider. The messenger respectfully presents these drawings, asking the judge how he views this evidence. Each innocent drawing captures moments like riding a flying whale and quiet days at the Fee Mansion with Miria Jail and their loyal penguin servants. Seeing the pure love the P family showered on this human child, the Supreme Judge falls silent, letting out a soft hum. My heart is literally melting here. Watching Mori happily leap into the warm embrace of Raider and Miria, the Supreme Judge silently examines the final drawings showing the boys' wish to stay together, and finally drops his ultimate decree petition approved. All the hand-drawn memories of Mori keep flashing by, showing masked Raider, the little robot AIA, Butler JL, and the entire P family gathered closely together in one big happy group. In the mystical silence, a voice quietly reflects that this quest to find his mother was indeed quite a journey. Back in the windy meadow, baby Mori grins widely, hugging Maria and Raider while Jael and the penguin celebrate with pure joy. The boy smiles brightly, soaking in the overwhelming love from his new family. Suddenly, Mori looks up at his two guardians and calls out to them in his sweet baby voice. Calling her mom out of nowhere leaves both Raider and Miria completely frozen in utter shock. Even Jael and the penguins behind them stare wide-eyed. This is easily the sweetest shock in history. But right after that, Miria and Ryder share a soft look, flashing bright, happy smiles of pure understanding. Under a breezy, clear blue sky, the whole family plays together, laughing and running across the endless green grass. As time slips by, inside the warm room of the mansion, two penguin servants fall fast asleep at their desk, completely exhausted. Right beside them, on a pure white cushion, the charger hums steadily. Suddenly, little Robot A's LED screen flickers to life with a crisp chime, displaying a green loading bar that signals a miraculous revival. As the little robot reboots, its LED screen blinks. Looking around in utter confusion, the tiny machine asks, "Who are you?" Ryder, Miria, and the penguin servants crowd around, holding their breath at every single movement. It asks again, "Where is this?" Ryder steps up, saying, "Hey, EA, it's your brother Ryder." But the little robot just coldly shoots back, "Raider? I don't know anyone that ugly. Now look at this. Waking up just to roast your creator is top-tier savage." That cold response leaves Ryder completely frozen while Jel silently watches, thinking back to that fateful day. Memories of the little robot overloading in the blue surge of the amplification gate flash back, leaving deep regret and worry on Ryder and Miria's faces. Seeing this unfold, the penguin servants start panicking, their anxiety hitting the roof. Oh no, Mori doesn't know anything about system glitches. Another servant gives Ryder a worried look, saying if EA doesn't even recognize you, Mori is going to be so confused. Watching the robot sit quietly on its pillow, they decide to talk things through first before letting them meet. But before their plan can even begin, the bedroom door gets slammed wide open. Panicked penguin screams out, "Wait, hold on." Ignoring the warning, little Mori rushes straight into the room. He stops, staring with wide round eyes at the tiny robot sitting on the desk. Instantly, Mori's face lights up with a beaming smile as he squeals in pure delight. Even the little robot flashes its green LED eyes, quietly staring back at the adorable kid standing right in front of it. Mori happily catches the little robot mid-air, hugging it tight to his chest with a massive eye-closing grin. This sudden reaction catches both Ryder and Miria completely off guard. They gasp, "Mori, what on earth is going on here?" His pronunciation is still a bit off, but he's actually babbling and trying to speak now. But that emotional moment doesn't last very long. Ryder crosses his arms in utter disbelief as he realizes the whole thing was a total act. While the penguins keep praising Mori like some genius kid, Robot A casually confesses it was just playing dumb to get an upgrade. Still, the kid is too cute to stay mad at. Losing his temper, Ryder snaps, "Will you just cut it out already?" Ignoring everyone's frustration, keeps poking the bear, calling Ryder completely classless. This sets off the red demon, who points an angry finger and yells, "Do you have any idea how much those parts you're using actually cost?" The little robot fires back with some absolute killer philosophy, asking, "Don't you know parental love means giving without regrets?" It drives Ryder absolutely insane, making him scream at the top of his lungs. Watching their chaotic banter, Miria lets out a soft, happy laugh. Under the clear blue sky, peaceful life at the mansion continues, once again filled with loud, joyful laughter. Mori's cuteness is simply too much for the penguin servants to handle. One happy penguin scoops him up for a big cuddle, making his nearby coworker burst out in pure jealous envy. "I want a hug too," the coworker cries, and the other happily invites him over. But wait, check this out. To keep things fair, they bring out a yellow raffle box. All the penguins crowd around to draw numbers just for a chance to hug Mori. Man, they are really turning cuddles into a tactical war. The moment a penguin pulls out a ticket, he lets out a completely devastated shriek of pure horror. Number 37? Seeing his friend's despair, another penguin explains there are just too many sign-ups, so we decided a queue system is the only fair way. But wait, it actually gets worse because this strict system has another brutal rule. Mori's meal and nap times are treated as total pauses. This means anyone holding number 20 or higher will face a pretty massive wait, especially since his lunchtime is starting right now. Poor number 37 can only cry ugly tears, sobbing, "Oh my god, why is this taking so long?" Meanwhile, the next number gets called out loud and clear. Next up, who has number 5? Another penguin literally jumps for joy, shouting, "That is me." He then dashes forward to pull Mori into a happy embrace. While everyone else is busy celebrating, a mysterious man in a blue-striped white mask sits all alone on a bench. He stares down at the ticket in his hand, number 64, looking incredibly lost in deep, lonely thought as his mask glows in the dim light. With a number that far away, the poor guy can do nothing but wait in total, lonely silence. Eventually, a brand new day begins, and warm morning sunlight filters through the fresh green leaves outside, beautifully illuminating Mori's peaceful bedroom. Scattered across the wooden floor, toy building blocks, a scribbled picture book lie next to a rocking horse in the quiet morning light. On the massive wooden bed, a tiny hand suddenly peeks out from under a clean white blanket. Mori is sleeping soundly, looking extremely cozy as he rests his head right on Raider's chest. The kid stirs gently and sits right up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Viewed from above, this wooden bed looks absolutely massive compared to Mori's tiny little body. Seeing how high it was, a penguin holding a handsaw proudly explains the bed was too high for Mori, so I channeled my inner carpenter and sawed off the legs. Now it sits super low. Mori had been having a sweet dream, drifting off warmly beside EA and Raider under a starry night sky. But as he slowly blinks his eyes open, he stares at the empty space beside him, wondering where his friends have disappeared to. Scrambling up, he looks around the room in confusion. Soft morning light streams through the window, shining directly on Ryder's back as the red demon sleeps soundly on the other side of the bed. Spotting his target, Mori suddenly leaps onto his back, startling Ryder wide awake. The little boy wraps his arms around him, affectionately rubbing his tiny cheeks against him. After their cozy morning greeting, Mori climbs down from the low bed and walks across the sunlit wooden floor. He heads straight over to pick up his favorite, scruffy stuffed puppy. Dragging the plush dog behind him, Mori waddles toward the door and pushes the heavy wooden frame open with all his might. He peeks curiously down the sun-drenched hallways of the mansion, where warm light highlights the elegant gold-framed paintings lining the walls. Gel is standing in the hallway when he spots the kid dragging his toy. Mori reaches up both hands, asking to be carried, which totally catches Gel off guard. But honestly, who could ever say no to this cute little puffball? He gently scoops Mori up, making the little boy giggle. Watching this heartwarming scene, two penguin servants standing nearby cannot help but smile with teary eyes. Mori's joyful giggles echo all through the quiet hallways of the mansion, warming everyone's hearts. From a distance, Miria and the little robot stand silently, watching the sweet scene with eyes full of pure affection. Even Raider, still resting in bed, cracks an eye open and smiles with pure relief. Holding a broom, one of the penguin servants grins with absolute satisfaction, laughing out, "Ha ha! This finally feels like a real home." He loudly rallies the crew, "All right, everyone. Get the feather duster, mops, and water buckets ready to go this instant." Every single penguin servant in the mansion gathers in the sunlit room, shouting their battle cry time to start cleaning. Seriously, are they doing chores or heading to war? Armed with brooms and cleaning rags, the energetic penguin squad begins a massive deep clean of the messy room. They cheer with high spirits, determined to get everything absolutely spotless to welcome Mori back home. Believing that a clean house makes for a healthy growing child, they are determined to scrub this chaotic war zone spotless. They kick things off by getting fresh water and dusting down the wooden walls. But their focus quickly derails when a white-hooded penguin curiously flips open an ancient red book. Seeing his co-worker completely frozen in a daze, another servant walks over and asks, "Hey, what is going on?" The white-hooded penguin helper explains that the book was actually discovered at the orphanage. He is trying to organize them, but just looking at the cover does not help him remember what is inside. Hearing that, his friend eagerly offers to help out. They both sit right down on the floor to inspect the mysterious book. Soon, the fascinating pages draw a crowd of other curious helpers. They all huddle around, gossiping loudly about the cool secrets inside. But right in the middle of their fun, a loud voice suddenly cuts them off, asking if they are supposed to be cleaning or just chatting. Startled and panicked, they quickly make excuses about how sorting books is pretty dangerous because you get sucked in so easily. Right at that moment, the door creaks open. Little Mori pokes his cute head in, and his eyes instantly light up with pure joy as he spots the magical cleaning brooms glowing with mysterious light. Seeing his pure excitement, the penguin helper smiles and asks if he wants to give it a try. The little guy eagerly runs over to take the massive broom. Under their careful guidance, he is told to shake it back and forth. With a very serious face, Mori grips the handle tightly and tries his absolute best to sweep. But after only a couple of swings, Mori accidentally swings the heavy handle directly into a penguin helper, sending the poor guy flying across the room. Seeing their coworker completely knocked out, the other helpers panic, wondering if this is a broom or a weapon. To keep everyone safe, they quickly take it back and gently suggest that Mori try a different chore instead. As the boy nods in confusion, they lay out a big stack of towels and start demonstrating. They show him exactly how to spread the fabric out completely flat. After showing him how to fold them, they ask if he wants to try. Eager for his new mission, Mori sits right down and tries his best to flatten and fold the white towels. But reality is a bit harsh. When the penguin checks back, his jaw completely drops. Instead of a neat stack, Mori's clumsy hands have turned the laundry into a crumpled, messy pile that is somehow releasing an eerie cloud of purple smoke. Sweating bullets, the helpers sigh that this messy folding job is a total disaster, but they refuse to give up. The white-hooded penguin determinedly declares they must find a much easier chore that is safer for everyone. Now here is the absolute genius idea that strikes them next: a simple cleaning rag. They quickly hand Mori a clean white cloth and show him how to wipe down the wooden walls. Mori obediently takes it with a sweet nod. Watching him run off to clean, the helpers chat happily about their success. With this, Mori can clean to his heart's content while they finish their work. What a great plan. Clutching the white rag, the little guy starts working diligently, wiping along the bottom of the wooden wall. As he cleans, he suddenly hears a splashing sound nearby. Turning around, he sees a penguin helper rinsing out a mop inside a large wooden bucket filled to the brim with water. Driven by curiosity, Mori drops his rag and toddles over to another large wooden bucket by the wall. Grabbing the edge with his tiny hands, he leans over to peek inside. The crystal-clear water perfectly reflects his wide, innocent eyes. Deeply fascinated by his reflection, the little guy leans in closer before eagerly dipping his tiny hands inside the bucket to wash his cloth. He squeezes the cloth with all his might to wring out the water, his big eyes shining with pure delight. Behind him, a helper rests his hands on his hips and sighs with relief. Thinking everything is clean, his friend with the broom nods in agreement. But before they can finish celebrating, Mori grabs the soaking wet rag and starts happily spinning around like a dancer. Oh no, watch out. Dirty water splashes absolutely everywhere, instantly soaking the poor penguin helpers. Make matters worse, Mori then innocently rubs that filthy, dripping wet rag directly onto his own face. Is his face clean or just dirtier now? Seeing the little guy completely ruin himself, the terrified penguin helpers turn pale as ghosts and scream out in absolute horror. They scramble to pick Mori up to stop him, immediately launching an emergency bath time. Soon, Mori is splashing around in a tub full of bubbles with his favorite toy ducks. While the panic-stricken helpers scrub him clean, the door suddenly clicks open. Raider walks into the room with his trusty robot companion, calling out for Mori. But the sight greeting him is complete and utter chaos. The entire team of penguin helpers is collapsed across the floor, completely exhausted and gasping for breath. Only Mori sits there perfectly fine, looking incredibly energetic. Sweating bullets, Raider sighs that he arrived way too late, while his robot companion Aya sighs in disappointment. That kind of cleaning session is definitely brutal. Once the mess is cleared, a single penguin helper trudges down the dark mansion hallway where bright morning sunlight streams through the large windows. But he suddenly stops in pure shock and gasps. Right in front of his eyes, the once polished wooden wall is covered in colorful, messy doodles. He groans in misery that the wall is turning into a sketchbook at this rate. Cleaning never ends, and the poor helper is close to tears. Despite his extreme exhaustion, the poor helper has no choice but to kneel down, scrubbing those stubborn drawings with all his strength. He sighs heavily, muttering about how this job is terrible for his health, before standing there in complete defeat, holding the dirty rag while staring blankly at the wall. Walking further down the hallway, the penguin stops right in front of a fresh drawing. It is a sweet picture of a penguin giving little Mori a warm hug. He cautiously looks around the empty hallway before staring down at the tiny drawing near the floor. Instead of wiping it away in anger, he softly whistles a happy tune and walks away, pretending he saw absolutely nothing. It turns out this cute drawing represents Mori's love for his penguin friend, cleverly hidden in a blind spot behind the wooden cabinet so nobody would erase it. Suddenly, a massive blast of dark blue energy erupts, destroying part of the ancient mansion. This shocking event is confirmed to have happened about 1 hour ago. To understand what happened, let's rewind time to just before the explosion. Right now, little Mori is continuously rubbing his eyes and scratching his head in frustration. Raider watches him with concern, asking why he is scratching his head so aggressively. The penguin helper observing nearby explains that Mori's long bangs are likely making his eyes itchy. Looking closer, the helper realizes Mori's hair has grown quite a lot and squeals in delight. He remarks on how fast the baby's hair is growing, calling it absolutely adorable. Raider gently ties Mori's bangs into a cute little ponytail on top of his head. Seeing Mori munch on cookies with his new hairstyle, the helpers gush about how perfect it looks on him. But staring at the long, spiky hair standing straight up, Raider feels a bit hesitant. He wonders if it looks too weird, while the helper agrees that it might be a little troublesome. He worries it might hurt if it gets poked, but Miria steps in to calmly explain. She notes that it will simply be uncomfortable for Mori if his hair gets too long. She says a quick trim is necessary since he is still just a baby. Surprised, Raider asks about cutting his hair, and the robot companion quickly chimes in to reassure them. The robot explains that hair actually has no pain receptors, just like fingernails. Miria gently scoops Mori into her arms, cradling him warmly before telling Raider she always knew this day would eventually come. She has already prepared a complete hair-cutting kit, fully stocked with scissors, combs, clips, a spray bottle, and even a green cape. Seeing her amazing preparation, Raider cannot help but praise her. It is absolutely perfect. Miria quickly gets to work and guides them, explaining that they must first use the cape to keep the hair off his body. With Raider's approval, she drapes the green fabric over Mori. But because the cape is far too big for his tiny body, he is completely wrapped from head to toe like a little cocoon, leaving only his messy black hair sticking out. Looking at the cute green cocoon standing totally still, Raider quietly creeps closer, pulls back the face cover, and playfully teases him with a peekaboo. Mori opens his sparkling eyes and grins happily, but his mischievous side instantly takes over. The little guy giggles wildly, spins around and bolts away before anyone can even react. This wild energy catches everyone off guard. Miria and Raider scream in panic. Wait, he is running away as fast as the wind. Raider and robot Aya scramble to chase the naughty runner. Game on. After a pretty exhausting pursuit, Mori finally surrenders and sits down flat on the rug. Watching him, Miria realizes her mistake. It should go around his neck, she sighs. To prepare for the next step, she grabs a water spray bottle to instruct Raider. First, fill this spray bottle with water and damp his hair slightly to make it much easier to cut. Raider nods along. Believing Mori will absolutely love this, Miria excitedly tells herself that the kid is going to find this super fun. She happily approaches the boy with the bottle and calls out, "Hey Mori, look over here!" But instead of a gentle soft mist, Miria's clumsy hands blast a brutal stream of high-pressure water directly into poor Mori's face. Blown back by the sudden deluge, the soaking wet toddler can only gasp and scream out in absolute terror. Watching this complete disaster of a haircut setup, Raider and the penguin servant's case collapse to the floor into total despair. Meanwhile, a deeply embarrassed Miris bursts into tears, sobbing and asking why the spray bottle had to be so aggressive. Learning from this absolute mess, and honestly, we all saw this coming, a new rule is born. Always check the nozzle first. After dampening his hair, Miria gently brushes Mori's head. It softens into a round ball. She turns to Raider and says, "Let's do this, it is time to start." With a nod from the red demon, Miria carefully holds the scissors and makes a skilled first cut. Watching this professional display, Raider, robot Aya, and the penguin servants hold their breath in pure awe. After intense concentration, an exhausted Miria lets out a huge sigh of relief. She gently tells him, "Great job, Mori, let's take a little break." Seeing her sweat from sheer panic, Raider is speechless, thinking Mori did absolutely nothing. Right then, a penguin servant peeks through the door, asking if Miria can help with something, and she happily agrees. "Sure, I will be right back," she says. Taking advantage of her absence, Raider curiously grabs her tablet. Staring at the glowing tutorial on the screen, the red demon suddenly gets hit with a massive wave of unearned confidence. He thinks to himself, this is way easier than fixing a robot, I can totally handle this. Raider starts dreaming of giving Mori the coolest haircut ever, making Miria and the others shower him with praise. No sooner said than done. Raider stands up and confidently declares that he will give it a shot. Seeing his reckless bravado, a worried penguin servant asks if he really knows what he is doing. Raider casually pulls Mori onto his lap and shrugs, "Well, someone has got to do it anyway." The penguin servant strictly warns him that Miria absolutely loves Mori's hair, so he better not cut off too much. Raider just waves his hand. Yeah, I get it. But the second Raider raises the scissors, Mori starts squirming and thrashing around wildly. The penguin servant screams out in terror, telling him to be careful. Raider scrambles to hold the kid still, telling him to stop moving. Seeing Mori getting distracted, Raider frantically calls the robot for backup, who immediately flies around emitting sparkly lights to catch the boy's attention. Mori stares in absolute fascination. Seizing the golden opportunity, Raider tells the penguin servant to hold him tight and raises his scissors to make a lightning-fast cut. But the second the scissors snip, oh man, look at this disaster, everyone freezes. Mori's hair is left looking incredibly jagged and ridiculous. Raider tries to play it cool, but every single fix only makes it worse. Robot Aya delivers a cold, brutal verdict: it is completely ruined. Hearing this, the penguin servant grabs his face and screams in pure horror. Hearing the commotion, other penguins rush into the room and burst into tears at the sight of Mori's disastrous new hair. Raider frantically begs everyone to calm down, but Mori already climbs out the window to make his escape. As they scramble to give chase, Miria opens the door and walks right in. The moment he sees her, Mori leaps into her arms, grinning happily without a care in the world. Miria smiles as she cradles him, but her expression completely dies when her eyes land on his butchered hair. Within seconds, a massive explosion of dark energy erupts, blowing off an entire wing of the castle as the servants scream in terror. Run for your lives, Miria has completely lost it. Luckily, after her wrath clears, Mori's hair instantly grows back to its original state, and the little guy is back to running around with his messy black hair. Meanwhile, in the quiet mansion library, a penguin servant searching for a book suddenly spots a very strange volume hidden deep inside the wooden shelves. Curiously pulling out the dusty red book, he wonders if it was just some random gift book. But the exact moment he flips the cover open, his eyes widen in complete shock, and cold sweat starts dripping down his face as he gasps at the pages. Staring at the bizarre book in his hands, the penguin servant suddenly gets an exciting idea and rushes off to propose it to everyone. Let's play hide and seek, he suggests. Hearing this, the floating robot next to Raider chimed in to ask if he meant that classic human game where one person seeks while everyone else goes into hiding. The penguin servant nods eagerly, confirming that little kids like Mori absolutely love this game. But watching Mori try to hide behind a giant broom that barely covers half his body, Raider sweat drops, wondering if this even counts as hiding. Honestly, it is going to be way too easy to find him like this. It is just like that time he hid under a blanket but left his feet sticking out. Even so, the penguin servants cheer excitedly, shouting to play right now. In reality, everyone in the mansion just really wants to see Mori's adorable, confused face the moment they track him down. Raider confidently picks up the toddler and proudly declares that he will be the seeker. Before they start, the penguin servant warmly tells Mori to find a really good hiding spot. Mori obediently nods with a little cute babble and quickly runs off to find a hiding spot. But there is an incredibly important fact that everyone in the mansion completely forgot: this kid actually survived and grew up living in the wild wilderness. Channeling the memories of wild snow foxes from his past, Mori flashes a highly confident grin, fully determined to show these guys what elite wilderness stealth actually looks like. As the game begins, Mori immediately shows off his terrifying survival skills. First, the little guy climbs all the way up to a towering window ledge, completely out of sight from the penguin servants walking right beneath him. Next, he cleverly squeezes inside a small wooden barrel, staying dead silent as he watches the panicked servants searching all over the place. He even crawls flat against the floor, moving like a shadow right behind a patrolling servant without making a single sound. Over by the kitchen sinks, two frantic penguins search high and low, anxiously calling out to each other. Any sign of him yet, one asks, while the other sighs no. But they have absolutely no idea that inside the water-filled sink, Mori is lying flat on his back, using a tiny straw to breathe like a pro. Hours slip by as a cold, dark night completely envelops the mansion. After searching every single corner for what feels like an eternity without finding a trace of Mori, the exhausted penguin servants are ready to tap out, completely broken. One servant clutches his head and wails in the dark hallway. "Okay, Mori, you win. Just please come out now." Another completely exhausted servant calls out the window, begging him to show himself. The game ends in a total landslide victory for our wild little kid, leaving the entire mansion drowned in utter exhaustion as midnight rolls in. While the entire household is frantically running around, panicking over where the kid could have gone, the little culprit behind all this chaos is actually fast asleep, resting peacefully on the sloped roof. Fortunately, the little robot quickly scans the entire area and pinpoints the kid's location. Young Mori is still fast asleep, clutching the tiny machine tightly to his chest like a warm hug pillow. Holding the rescued boy in her arms, Miria sighs as she stares at the massive mountain of paperwork piled high on her desk. Is all of this really the backlog she has been putting off until now? A massive golden magic sphere hovers in the air, glowing brightly to reflect the sheer volume of work waiting for her. Understanding her inner struggle, the gray-hooded penguin butler sighs and notes that while he wants her to spend all time with Mori after everything she has been through, this massive stack of work keeps piling up and demands her attention. Feeling guilty for neglecting her duties all this time, Miria apologizes for causing so much worry and asks if clearing this current pile means she is finally done with everything. But the butler quickly crushes her hopes, shaking his head. He warns that there is still plenty more hidden away in the black hole storage, leaving her completely stunned. To help her focus on the task, the butler gently takes Mori from her arms, whispering to the boy that they should go outside so she can work in peace. Little Mori just blinks, completely confused. Nodding, the butler carries the child out and quietly shuts the door behind them, giving her one last supportive nod to push through. The moment the door closes, Miria slumps onto her desk, completely overwhelmed by the mess, but she quickly forces herself to snap out of it, clenching her fist with fierce determination to calm her mind and conquer this massive pile of documents. Channeling her deep focus, Miria reaches out with her dark hand, channeling her magic. Glowing golden light streams beautifully through her fingers, activating a massive magic circle that hovers right in her sunlit office. She plunges headfirst into the sea of papers scattered across the floor, completely focused, but this hard-earned concentration is about to be tested. The office door cracks open just a tiny bit, and Mori's little head pops in with pure curiosity. Sensing the movement behind her, Miria looks back in surprise. Standing there is little Mori, smiling brightly as he reaches his tiny arms out to her. He babbles out a sweet, clumsy mama. Hearing that sacred word, Miria's heart completely melts into a puddle. She smiles warmly, her eyes glowing with pure affection as she pulls the boy into a tight embrace. Hugging little Mori close, she is filled with sheer happiness, thinking he is just too adorable for this world. Suddenly, the door flies open and the penguin servant walks in, completely stunned to see the little guy has snuck back inside. Determined to protect Miria's focus, the penguin servant quickly ushers Mori out and shuts the door tight, telling him not to sneak in again. Once the room is quiet, Miria stretches out her hand to cast her spells. But just a moment later, the door creaks open once more, and that familiar little head peeks in. Mori quietly sneaks into the room, wasting no time to climb right onto her back. No matter how hard she tries to focus, she is completely powerless against Mori sitting on her shoulder and babbling mama. Giving in to his cuteness, she pauses her work to teach him letters using flashcards. She patiently points out each letter, guiding him through the deck. When she holds up a card for water, Mori looks puzzled for a second, then holds up the card with the droplet drawing and babbles a question. This sudden burst of brilliance leaves her completely jaw-dropped. She squeals in excitement, absolutely convinced she has a little genius on her hands. She showers him with proud hugs, calling him a literal genius. But just as things get warm and fuzzy, the door bursts open. The penguin butler enters, sighing that he prepared a massive pile of snacks but had to eat them alone. Since the boy wouldn't leave Miria's room, he had to eat them all by himself. The moment Mori hears about food, he jumps right out of her lap, chasing the penguin at light speed. Talk about food motivation. With Mori finally out of the room, Miria sighs in deep relief, incredibly glad she can finally get back to business without any interruptions. She sits straight up and prepares her spells. And there it goes. Her focus is completely shattered by a barrage of loud giggles echoing from the hallway, where Mori is playing wildly with the penguin servants right outside her door. Giving up, Miria steps over to the entrance and cracks open the heavy wooden door, only to find Mori's tiny face peeking back in at her with a mischievous grin. Seeing that adorable face instantly washes away all her exhaustion. Miria scoops him up, spinning him in circles of pure happiness as imaginary pink hearts practically fill the room. Suddenly, Raider appears at the door. Spotting the kid, the red devil sighs, noting that he's been looking everywhere for this master of hide-and-seek. He then turns to Miria, asking if she's too busy to deal with him. Asking if the boy is bothering her and offering to take him away, Raider's question makes Miria freeze. She hesitates, whispering that he isn't bothering her at all. Looking down at the child in her arms, Miria falls silent. In her mind, the solemn image of the three grand judges flashes a stark reminder of her heavy responsibilities and the upcoming judgment. Her face drops in deep sorrow. Noticing her sudden shift, Raider grows concerned. With a soft sigh, Miria gently hands the boy over, asking him to look after Mori for a while, making him the ultimate reluctant babysitter. Raider takes him, saying it is time to go, but Mori refuses to budge. He uses his tiny hands to tightly grab the hem of Miria's cloak, absolutely refusing to let go. The kid's stubbornness and sheer physical strength actually makes the red devil break a sweat. He grunts, telling him not to be so stubborn. Raider literally has to pry those tiny fingers off her cloak one by one. The moment they are separated, Mori's eyes well up and he bursts into tears, reaching out desperately for his mother as he cries. With the toddler struggling and screaming in his arms, the red devil quickly carries him down the hallway. As those heartbreaking cries slowly fade into the distance, Miria quietly sits back down, letting out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. Once again, the massive office feels completely empty, leaving her entirely alone with the chaotic mess of papers scattered across the floor. Yet Mori's choked sobs still echo from the distant hallway, slipping through the door crack. Miria raises her trembling dark hand to her chest, her heart completely breaking over this painful separation. Sweat drips down her sorrowful face as she endures the child's heartbreaking cries. Bathed in the warm morning light, she can only sit in a daze, completely frozen at her desk. Surrounded by messy paperwork, she is racked with guilt as the distant cries finally fade into absolute silence. Meanwhile, in another room, Raider is lounging comfortably, holding little Mori on his lap while reading a yellow letter. But out of nowhere, the little boy chucks his teddy bear across the room with all his might. It spins through the air and thuds onto the floor, only for him to immediately point at it, crying to get it back. I mean, look at this kid's logic. Why throw it if you're just gonna cry about it? Raider is completely dumbfounded as Mori scrambles across the floor to retrieve his bear. Once he snuggles the toy close, he refuses to come back, stubbornly crawling away to another corner. Staring at his small retreating back, Raider remembers when the kid was actually sweet and obedient, sighing in defeat. With a dry laugh, the red devil drops to the ground to crawl right behind him. Sensing his giant shadow, Mori stops and looks back with wide, highly suspicious eyes. Opening his arms, Raider coaxingly begs the kid to come back to him, but Mori is absolutely not having it. He stubbornly crawls forward down the sunlit wooden hallway. Left with no other choice, Raider has to bend down and crawl on all fours just to keep a close watch on him. The hilarious sight of a giant red demon awkwardly chasing a tiny toddler leaves the crow servant nearby completely stunned in silence. And so they crawl through the ancient wooden hallways, finally making their way out onto the lush green lawns of the estate. Watching their bizarre stubbornness, the assistant robot Aya hovers nearby and asks in pure frustration where they are even going. Finally, Mori stops his fussing and quietly curls up in Raider's lap. The red demon gently smiles, pulling the kid close to protect him, but that peace does not last. Traveling deep into a desolate, treacherous rocky mountain, Raider and Aya seek out an old acquaintance named Valentine, a half-elf with big curved horns and blonde hair covering his eyes. The moment he sees them, Valentine greets them warmly. Raider, it has been forever. He curiously asks if he has been doing well. Or maybe he should call him Faction Raider now. Turning away coldly, Raider tells him to just use his old name. Suddenly, Aya flies over to show off a mark on his metal rear, making Valentine burst out laughing. Valentine chuckles, asking what brought them here. Raider gets straight to the point. He needs another one of Thomas's stones. The red demon explains with a sigh that he gave it to little Mori, but the kid lost it while playing outside. Mori cried late into the night and threw a huge tantrum. They might find it if they keep searching, but just in case, Raider wants to get a similar stone. He asks Valentine to make it quick. Aya projects a hologram of the stone to show him exactly what it looks like. Valentine readily agrees to find a replacement soon. Seeing this, the cheeky robot suggests they might as well just grab a whole basket of them to play with. This makes Raider snap at him to stop being a smart aleck. Valentine just smiles quietly at the robot's antics. But right after, the lighthearted mood in the stone room completely shifts into something much more serious. Raider abruptly slams a heavy sack onto the stone table, letting it land with a dull thud. Looking at the massive bag before him, Valentine looks up and calls Raider's name. The red demon stands there in deep silence, his face completely serious. Valentine asks what he wants to trade for it, and Raider casually replies that anything goes. To be sure, Valentine asks if he is planning to sell this bag. Valentine asks to open it up, but the moment he peeks inside, get this, he completely freezes in sheer shock. The sack is packed with glowing red parastones, shining brightly like neon lights. Staring into the open sack, Valentine is left totally speechless. The bag is brimming with those sparkling fiery red parastones. He mutters in disbelief, asking if these are indeed genuine parastones. The Western faction is supposed to have a monopoly on these, yet Raider has a whole stash. Raider does not care about the politics and gets straight to business, asking how much he will pay. Valentine breaks a sweat staring at the fortune. Valentine asks where on earth Raider got such a massive quantity. Looking at the glowing red pile, suspicion creeps in. He asks if Raider actually robbed those bastards to get them. Demanding to know what Raider is planning, Valentine gets no real answer as the demon shrugged off his questions. Seeing his indifference, Valentine leans in close, deeply worried, and warns him that he is making a massive name for himself lately. He warns Raider that this desert is entirely lawless, and if he gets into deep trouble, nobody is going to save him. With a sigh, Valentine adds that living completely isolated like this will only bring him suffering. Raider squeezes his glass of green liquid, his glowing green eyes burning with annoyance as he mutters for Valentine to leave him alone. Valentine turns away and promises to deliver the stone, but they have no idea that their entire conversation is being watched by some shady figures lurking in the shadows. One spy whispers to his partner, asking if he heard about the massive ruckus on the other planet a while back. His buddy replies, referring to that faction war, and starts gossiping. Yeah, that battle was nothing, but rumor says our side created a humanoid freak that can laugh and cry just like a real person, naturally. Creating this forbidden entity quickly reached the ears of the Supreme Judge. Hearing this, the burlap masked spy gasps. What? That sounds exactly like a cloned living weapon. The other spy nods and continues, saying that every single member of the containment squad sent to eliminate that entity got absolutely annihilated in the most brutal way. That defiance enraged the Supreme Judge so much that he personally stepped in, destroying and absorbing all of them. Just thinking about the terrifying purge by their absolute leader makes both of them shiver in fear. But as for what was created back then, the mystery remains completely unsolved. Valentine continues his secretive conversation, hinting that someone might have covertly taken the core of that entity. Rumor has it, the cave dwellers are black marketing it. He scoffs at the thought of anyone buying a clone. Those cave guys are bold, but the thing must be broken anyway, so who would even want it? Raider does not care about any of those complicated rumors. He simply tosses his payment onto the table and says here is the money before turning around to leave. Seeing him rush off, Valentine calls out. Watching his old friend walk away, Valentine smiles and tells him to take good care of himself. Raider does not even blink, coldly throwing back a sharp get lost as he walks away. Still, Valentine teases him from behind, telling him to buy some fruit because Mori would probably love it. Hearing the kid's name, Raider pauses, turning around to say that if he buys some, he should get enough for the mansion folks too. Floating nearby, Aya quickly chimes in that it is a great idea. Seeing Valentine grinning at him like he just struck gold, Raider snaps and asks what he is staring at, demanding to know if he wants a fight. Valentine calmly explains that he is not looking for a fight, he just thinks Raider has changed a lot since the old days. This immediately grabs Aya's attention, and the excited robot flies close to grill him. Aya asks him to spill all the juicy details. Fearing his embarrassing past is about to be exposed, Raider turns completely red and yells in a panic, demanding Valentine keep his mouth shut. Valentine chuckles innocently, defending himself by saying he has not even uttered a word yet. Their lively laughter echoes through the desolate and rugged stone valley. Under a dark sky heavy with gloomy gray clouds, bizarre red creatures resembling fish glide freely through the air. Standing atop a towering cliff in the desolate valley, a mysterious gray-hooded figure silently watches those red fish drift peacefully through the sky. He catches one of the innocent flying fish to act as a messenger, attaching a report for his faction leader. The letter begins with poetic words addressing his beloved Miria, asking if she has been well lately. He writes that he is doing fine as always, despite the endless pile of work at Salam's playground showing no signs of stopping. Even with mischievous little creatures constantly clinging to his neck and head, the gray-hooded traveler manages to handle everything quite well. Although the Supreme Judge has permitted their forces to move freely within Lamb's territory, every single document sent to the shelter must be meticulously inspected by him first. And look what he just found, a magic photo capturing Mori crying like a baby in Raider's arms while they read together. Staring at the kid's tear-streaked face in the picture, the hooded man gets incredibly curious. He wonders why he is crying so hard, thinking maybe he wept along with the wolf in the story. After confirming the photo came from Miria, he personally delivers it to Mori's shelter, which sits peacefully nestled among vast green pastures. Approaching a red-haired woman sitting on the grassy hill, he hands her the photo and activates its magic translation feature to display the info. The hooded figure quietly observes her, wondering if it is truly okay to show them this. But the moment they lay eyes on Mori's image, the red-haired woman and her companion are overcome with emotion and joy. They hold the photograph gently, their faces lighting up with happy smiles as they look at it. The hooded man notes that they seem genuinely thrilled. However, because he cannot fully comprehend human emotions, he curiously speaks up to ask. Standing before the caretakers at Mori's shelter, the hooded figure curiously asks about the picture of the weeping boy, questioning if a crying child means they are suffering, and if that is bad. The red-haired woman in the wheelchair and her companion smile warmly, explaining that it is completely natural for children to cry. Listening to their reply, a realization suddenly dawns on the hooded figure. Though the details are unclear, it seems that during Mori's time at the shelter, his emotions were pretty limited. Only now, living by Raider's side, can the little boy finally act like a normal kid, free to cry and pout whenever he wants. Standing alone on the high cliff enveloped in thick fog, the hooded traveler sighs softly. He thinks that now he finally understands a little bit of what his master wanted to teach him. He holds up the glowing red fish in his hand and whispers, "We will have plenty of gossip to trade now, right?" He quietly lets the fish fly away, his gaze shifting toward the ancient cave entrance towering among the cliffs. To himself, he mutters that he can't wait for the day Lord Salam finally awakens. Oh, and one more thing, the project you mentioned is moving along quite smoothly and should be finished very soon. Carrying the letter from the gray-hooded figure, the red fish darts through the thick mist to deliver it to Leader Faye. He writes that he will get in touch again very soon, signing off with a farewell. Meanwhile, back at the Faye estate, young Mary is happily running around with the penguin servants across the sun-drenched green lawn. Sitting at the garden tea table, Raider notices Miria's expression suddenly turn dead serious as she reads through the document. Curious, he asks what on earth has her looking so incredibly worried. Miria slowly looks up, her voice laced with anxiety as she explains that a group of shady people apparently tried to kidnap a helpless baby whale. In a very low voice, she adds that the parent whales caught them red-handed, and half of them became dinner. Hearing this, Raider clicks his tongue and remarks that messing with a baby whale is basically a death wish, since those giants travel all across the continent just to raise their young. Flying nearby, the little robot AIA immediately scans for data and chimes in. It explains that whales migrate to the freezing snow mountains to let their calves sleep there, which boosts their immune systems. That place is known as the whale cradle. Raider asks if that's really true and wonders if they mentioned humans. AIA quickly replies that they didn't. Humans don't get much attention compared to other species, but Lord Salam used to bring them up occasionally. Raider nods. Fair enough, those desert folks probably can't even tell the difference between a full-grown whale and a baby anyway, right? Seizing the moment, the little robot delivers a savage burn, pointing out that Mori was also threatened and robbed in the desert. The red demon flinches, loudly correcting the machine that it was a rescue mission, but AIA calmly moves on. It seems whether they are humans or whales, the young ones are just too easy to kidnap. This realization leaves both Raider and Miria staring at each other in thoughtful silence. Action-oriented as always, Raider decisively hits the start button on his device to launch a special plan. Now this is where things get hilarious. The Red Demon proudly launches his official anti-abduction crash course for his penguin squad. In a very serious tone, Raider explains that child abductions happen all the time to kids of Mori's age. Because of that, they absolutely must teach the little guy how to handle dangerous situations by setting up some highly realistic, real-life practice scenarios to prepare him. Raider bends down to look at Mori, who is sitting on the floor looking completely clueless, to guide him. Mori, if a complete stranger comes up and asks you to play the Red Demon, instantly goes into full beast mode, baring his claws and roaring, "You gotta snap back right away. Who the hell are you? Get lost!" He instructs Mori to say exactly that with the scowliest face possible to scare off bad guys, then urges the toddler to practice it immediately. To kick off the exercise, one of the penguin servants volunteers to play the stranger. Stepping forward, he waves and speaks into sweet voice. "Hello, little cutie. Come along with me." Mori absorbs the lesson immediately. The little boy narrows his eyes, pulling a hilarious, super angry scowl. Seeing the kid's incredibly fast reaction, Raider nods with absolute pride, thinking, "Yep, that is exactly right." But the joy is short-lived. Even though his face is incredibly grumpy, Mori's tiny legs keep waddling right along behind the penguin. Watching this epic fail of a practice run, Raider loses his mind and screams that he can't just look grumpy, he actually has to stop following them. Completely defeated, a helpless Raider slumps onto the floor, practically turning to stone next to Mori. Miria thoughtfully analyzes the situation, suggesting that because the boy is too familiar with the mansion's staff, he doesn't raise his guard. That's when she gets a brilliant idea. Why not try a little disguise? Moving quickly, Miria grabs a piece of paper, draws a fierce, jagged mouth on it, and tapes it to her face as a makeshift mask. She approaches Mori, lowering her voice to ask mysteriously guess who this is. But instead of being terrified by her new look, little Mori tilts his head, eyes crinkling with joy, and cutely babbles out her name, Mia. The toddler quickly grabs a crayon and draws a super cute pink heart right in the middle of her paper mask. The sheer destructive power of this sheer cuteness completely knocks Miria out. Her face flushes red with embarrassment, totally defeated by this sweet little kid. Her cheap disguise is instantly ruined as she can only hug Mori tightly and laugh it off, saying, "Yep, you caught me. It is just me." Watching this, the penguin servants sigh in deep disappointment, muttering that such a lazy disguise would never work. Standing nearby, Raider clicks his tongue and beats himself up, swearing under his breath about how he could have forgotten this. But he quickly brushes it off, telling himself that the real issue is they need a much more natural and thorough disguise. Spotting a penguin servant carrying some supplies nearby, a new idea flashes in his mind. He points and says, "Perfect, let's use that." A moment later, a terrifying figure wearing a wide-brimmed black hat and a face completely wrapped in white mummy bandages suddenly appears. However, this look is immediately roasted by everyone for looking way too incredibly suspicious. Raider explains that wasn't his intention at all. His main concern is how to copy the terrifying expression of a real predator. Still, despite the terrible disguise, the plan goes forward anyway. The mysterious disguised figure, who is actually Ja, slowly steps forward and stretches out a hand to lure the boy, asking him to come along. Watching from the sidelines, Raider comments that he is being way too polite. Seeing Mori casually walking away, an impatient Raider screams from behind, telling him to turn around sharply. Hearing the loud shout, Mori decisively whips his head back with absolute force. But the kid's sudden sharp turn causes Ja's makeup to completely crack and crumble to the floor. Watching the whole thing fall apart, a penguin servant panics and screams, "Brother Ja." The plan failed, leaving him completely frozen in shock. A penguin standing nearby awkwardly remarks that getting rejected by Mori is clearly a massive emotional blow. Raider lets out a defeated sigh, admitting this approach is impossible and they need another plan. But wait, just when they are completely stuck, the robot assistant AIA flashes its green eyes with a genius plan. To pull off this next setup, let's follow them as little Mori is led deep into the mansion's massive ancient library room. Here, the little robot and the boy carefully flip through the pages of ancient books, looking for a solution. After doing some research, AI happily chirps that it has finally figured it out. Instantly, AIA's system boots up and announces that it is starting a simulation. Beams of glowing green magical light sweep across the center of the library, scanning and reconstructing the space. From the light, a green hologram simulating a very tall man gradually materializes right in front of Mori. The holographic figure bows its head slightly, greeting him gently, "Hello there, little guy." To lure the kid, the hologram reaches out its hand and speaks its programmed script. "Your mother is busy, so I came to pick you up instead. Now take my hand and let's go." But standing before this strange digital simulation, Mori just stares blankly with complete indifference, not caring at all about the offer. The little boy decisively turns his back and quickly runs away, leaving the green hologram kneeling entirely alone in the middle of the room. Mori runs over to hug the little robot. Ae gently soothes the boy's fears and showers him with praise, telling him he did a fantastic job. Hearing the compliment, Mori babbles happily with a bright smile. Seizing the moment, AIA delivers a quick survival lesson. Exactly. From now on, you must never under any circumstances follow a stranger. If you are ever in danger, immediately seek help from safe adults. Mori stands quietly in the middle of the grand library, listening intently to this crucial survival lesson. Outside, warm sunlight bathes the ancient Fey estate, creating an incredibly peaceful and relaxing atmosphere. Another peaceful day at the estate, though for the adults, that peace is looking a bit chaotic. Poor Ja is still lying face down, completely knocked out on the floor after his epic makeup disaster earlier, leaving Miria and the penguin servant standing there watching in absolute helplessness. Suddenly, the light-hearted atmosphere completely shifts. Heavy, rapid thudding sounds begin echoing ominously from some dark and incredibly distant space out there. A blurry, glowing, multicolored entity suddenly materializes in the middle of the pitch-black darkness. A rapid heartbeat thumps louder and faster by the second, creating an incredibly suffocating and tense sensation. Emerging from the thick, hazy mist is a chaotic crowd packed tightly under a bright spotlight. Dark, cold rifle barrels are pointed straight ahead, dripping with raw malice and signaling that a violent conflict is about to erupt. In that incredibly tense space, a respectful voice whispers, "My lord." Dark memories of the old world's collapse begin flashing back, playing out like a slow-motion movie in his mind. As deaths from extreme overwork began to spike, ruthless scientific analyses pointed to one terrifying truth: the total depletion of humanity's resources was absolutely inevitable. In the middle of total societal despair, a glowing, multicolored entity suddenly appeared like a false savior. The frenzied crowd screamed and deluded themselves, chanting that they were the chosen ones and that everyone joining this war would be saved. Yet behind that sweet promise of salvation lay a brutal, bloody massacre. Gunshots echoed through the night as trembling, blood-stained hands gripped their weapons tightly in the dark. Rapid heartbeats mixed with the choked, desperate gasps of people pushed to the very edge in this utterly meaningless war for survival. The nightmare peaked as a cold gun barrel was aimed directly at a poor, helpless little creature. Desperate. Choked cries echoed out before everything plunged into the pitch-black void, but then a warm, gentle voice suddenly broke through the suffocating silence. Struggling to breathe, the old grandmother snapped her eyes open, her body completely drenched in cold sweat. It was just a nightmare clawing its way back from the distant past. She looked around the warm, wooden room of the mansion. Next to her bed, a brown-haired girl and orange-haired Viola in her wheelchair were watching her with deep worry, gently asking if she was okay. Quiet morning sunlight filled the cozy room, a stark contrast to the brutal chaos of the old woman's nightmare. Outside her window, a lush, peaceful green valley stretched under a bright blue sky, showing off their little red-roofed house. Seeing that the grandmother had finally woken up, Viola wheeled over and asked with deep concern if she was all right. Gentle morning light streamed through the window, highlighting the serene green valley outside. But wait, look at that heart rate monitor next to her. It's flashing a warning that she's about to flatline, yet she just calmly sits up and smiles to reassure the worried girls. Laughing, she blamed it on a noisy dream and insisted she was perfectly fine. Hearing that, Nia put her hands on her hips, going into full nagging mother mode, scolding her to stop making excuses when she was always sneaking out to farm. To make her point, she held up a red-covered book and kept right on scolding her. She complained about a page where a scout talks to attacking ants, arguing that reading such bizarre books is exactly why her health is failing. To escape Nia's relentless nagging, the grandmother quickly tried to change the subject. Then she asked if his name was Mori and if he could really communicate without a translator. Viola agreed, but seeing her dodge the lecture, Nia waved her arms in frustration, yelling at her not to run away from the issue. Nia snapped that now was not the time to talk about Mori since health was what actually mattered. Viola looked at the grandmother with growing worry before turning to call out to Nia. Viola softly asked Nia if she could run down to the village to buy some lavender since it helps with sleep. Nia happily agreed, promising to return quickly, and immediately dashed out the door. Once Nia's footsteps completely faded away, leaving only the two of them, the old woman stared out the window and quietly asked if she was going to die today. Viola fell silent for a long moment before answering. She softly admitted that according to the device, yes. The old woman smiled sadly, saying she only worried because Nia was so sensitive. Viola quickly tried to reassure her, pointing out that those machines are never 100% accurate. After all, they barely even understood how to operate them. Seeing her young friend so worried, the grandmother smiled peacefully, saying that while there might be a tiny margin of error, in her 400 years of life, she had never been wrong. Seeing the sadness on Viola's face, the old woman gently reached out her thin hand to caress her cheek, telling her not to look at her like that, since absolutely nobody lived as long as she did. She added that not having to outlive everyone she cared about felt incredibly light and peaceful. Looking back out the window, She slipped into a nostalgic storytelling mode, recalling how they once lived through a chaotic era, fighting endlessly for things without ever realizing what they were losing. Deep in the darkest corners of her memory, a bunch of colorful stuffed toys comes into view, and a hand gently reaches out to grab a lonely purple plush rabbit. Then, out of nowhere, that person appeared and led us straight into the land of humans. It was a world completely free from war, a place that felt like a literal paradise on Earth. But that thoughtless paradise just did not sit right with our physical bodies. He went ahead and built a whole new territory, but our exhausted companions decided to stay behind. As for me, I had to give up my peaceful rest and keep moving forward. I simply could not abandon kids like you. You made me someone who never actually learned how to be an adult suddenly longed to become a real grown-up. You know, Viola, this place is completely different from the rest of the world. Even the air feels completely different. Humans are not meant to live this long. That is why people outside our territory look at us with nothing but fear, treating us like absolute monsters. But ironically, they are actually the ones who crave this eternal life the most. Sadly, humanity never stops grasping for more, constantly sparking wars both big and small. It does not matter if they are rich or poor, facing devastating natural disasters, or even dealing with an alien invasion. If a human who speaks our tongue ever shows up, who knows what kind of nightmare will follow. My time is running out, so please promise to look after the children for me. Looking at the frail old lady on the bed, Viola choked back tears and nodded. Yes, grandmother. The old woman smiled peacefully, whispering with her fading breath, to understand each other is a beautiful thing. On the monitor, the heart rate tracker flatlines with a single fateful line, her eyes filling with tears. The old woman struggles to force out her very last words, I also wanted to tell that person. But before she can finish, her eyes slowly drift shut, a single tear trailing down her cheek. The brutal memories of war rush back, accompanied by a deafening ring following horrific explosions. Amid the ruined rubble of a destroyed city and the cold wreckage of tanks, young soldiers can only hang their heads and weep in complete helplessness and absolute despair. Just when it seemed like the kid was about to log out of life, and get this, guys, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted like high beams, and a warm, powerful voice whispered to the trembling, terrified child to not be afraid. Peering before the boy was a colossal, holy entity of pure white light. Reaching out its massive hand, the being opened a glowing portal to pull the child away from that ruined, desolate world. Back in the hospital room, the old lady slowly opens her cloudy eyes, staring into the empty space with absolute peace as she whispers her final words, I am not afraid. She gently closes her eyes, letting out her very last breath as a heavy silence settles over the room. Right beside her, Viola quietly bows in farewell, while her peaceful final words continue to echo in the quiet. I am actually looking forward to my next journey. At that very moment, in a spacious room filled with sunlight at Miria's mansion, little Mori is sound asleep on a clean white rug. Mori stirs slightly, rubbing his sleepy eyes before scrambling up to toddle across the vast floor. But after just a few steps, he plops down dramatically, lying flat on his stomach, completely too lazy to get back up. The kid decides to just sleep right there on the floor. Just then, clicking footsteps approach, and a familiar, helpless voice calls out, What is this? Mori, why are you lying here? Are you asleep? Mori barely cracks an eye open, only to hear a heavy, defeated sigh. Good grief, what am I going to do with you? Before he knows it, warm arms scoop him up, none other than Raider. Feeling his familiar guardian, Mori snuggles into his shoulder to continue his sweet nap. Looking down at the adorable bundle in his arms, the red demon's grumpy face instantly melts into a gentle smile. Mori smiles, eyes half closed in pure bliss within his protective embrace. Raider carries him down the long corridor, heading outside the ancient mansion under a brilliant, clear blue sky. Suddenly, a bizarre, incredibly strange scream echoes right out of the bedroom. Miria and Raider both flinch in sheer confusion, spinning around to ask what on earth was that. Mori is sitting on the floor drawing when he suddenly gets the hiccups. His tiny body bounces with each cute little gasp. They all move to the giant bed together, but his hiccups show no signs of stopping. Raider leans in, worriedly asking if Mori is hiccuping since his whole body is bouncing. Miria gently smiles, noting it has been a really long time since she last saw Mori get them. Fascinated by this weird human quirk, the robot Aya asks if their kind ever gets hiccups. Miria explains that their tribe only hiccups when they are genuinely shocked, making this an extremely rare event. Raider chimes in with a hilarious memory, revealing he only hiccuped once in 120 years because he was so shocked in front of Miria. Miria is amazed, realizing humans really can just hiccup non-stop. But constant hiccuping is starting to exhaust poor Mori. He stands helplessly on the bed, his face downcast, twitching with every single breath. Watching the poor kid twitch non-stop, both Raider and Miria start to panic. Hours tick by, the grandfather clock chimes repeatedly, but Mori is still hiccuping and there is no sign of it stopping. Cradling the boy, Miria worries that this has been going on for far too long. Raider agrees, warning that Mori might get dizzy if it keeps up. The red demon then turns to teach him a trick. Try holding your breath. Just do it like this. But seeing Mori looking completely clueless, Raider sighs, saying it is too tough for a kid and he will help. He reaches out and pinches Mori's tiny nose to force him to stop breathing. Raider tells Mori not to open his mouth, but soon realizes pinching the nose is not enough. The robot Aya jumps in to suggest blocking both airways for it to actually work, and Raider nods in agreement. Guess we have to. Look at this chaos. Raider covers the boy's nose and mouth with his massive hand. This aggressive treatment has poor Mori rolling his eyes back as he literally gasps for air. Horrified, Aya screams that Raider looks like a total criminal right now. Feeling wrongfully accused, the red demon blushes furiously, screaming back that the robot was the one who told him to do it. The second Raider lets go. Mori gasps deeply for air, breathing hard. Miria leans in to ask if the hiccups are finally gone, but their hope instantly shatters when the kid stands up and twitches with another loud squeak. Seeing the breathing trick fail, the robot quickly searches its databases. It suggests that drinking water or eating sweet things might cure it, and Raider nods, agreeing to give it a shot. Instantly, they bring him a glowing blue cup of sweet juice made from Reuben fruit. Mori happily grabs it, chugging it down with pure excitement. His face lights up with satisfaction, prompting Aya to tease him. He looks just like those drunkards from Human Records. But despite the delicious sweet juice, that familiar squeaky hiccup continues to echo through the room. The entire room, Raider, Miria, and the penguin servants can only watch in helpless silence as Mori's hiccups echo through the air. Raider sighs, muttering that it really is not stopping. Aya suddenly acts like a fortune teller, dropping a creepy myth that if you hiccup 100 times, you will die. Hearing this, a panicked penguin servant asks if that is actually true. The robot explains that a sudden shock, crying, or any big emotional shift can usually cure it. Hearing this, the confident penguin servant declares that it will be a piece of cake to fix. He pulls out a delicious chocolate cookie, waves it in front of Mori's face, and yells that he is going to eat his treat. He loudly pretends to munch on it, hoping to scare the boy, but Mori does not cry or look shocked at all. The boy just gives them a completely blank, judgmental stare, looking at the penguin like it is some bizarre, alien creature. Following the cookie disaster, the servants can only whine in complete defeat. What do we do now? Mori is way too mature to care about a cookie. Raider nods in agreement, admitting the kid really has grown up. That is when Aya gets another brilliant idea. How about we make him jealous? Seeing Raider look completely skeptical, Aya quickly explains that children often get jealous and cry when they witness their parents showing too much affection. Catching on to the plan, Raider cheers. Oh, got it. The red demon quickly pulls Miria close, hugging her tightly right in front of the kid and yelling to look at how close they are. At first, this sudden move seems to work as Mori freezes in absolute shock, but his surprise is instantly ruined by another loud squeak from his chest. Seeing how totally indifferent Mori still looks, Raider asks if that was not enough and demands a better plan. The robot Aya thinks for a second, then delivers a powerful suggestion based data analysis. The ultimate solution is to kiss. This wild suggestion makes Raider completely lose his mind. Blushing furiously, he yells out if they really expect him and Miria to kiss. Aya calmly confirms that is exactly what he means. Yes, absolutely. Completely losing his composure, Raider starts screaming at the robot to stop making up ridiculous lies. Aya insists that it is a proven scientific fact, and the two end up violently pulling each other's hair. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Miria can only wonder what on earth humans do in front of kids. She gets a totally defeated reply, "How should I know? Go find one and ask." While the adults are still busy screaming and fighting, Mori's weak hiccups continue to squeak out. The exhausted kid stands lonely in the middle of the room, his tiny body twitching in a truly pitiful way. Honestly, you can tell Raider is terrified. Seeing Mori hiccup to the point of absolute exhaustion, Raider panics. Reflected in the demon's eyes, the poor boy looks incredibly worn out and pale. Raider grits his teeth, telling himself that Mori is on the verge of death and he has to do this. He turns to yell like they are going to war. Miria nods with determination. Miria agrees. She asks if Raider is okay. He nods frantically. He is fine. To make it work, Miria gently suggests bending down to be at eye level, making Raider incredibly flustered and embarrassed. Closing his eyes, he tells himself he has to pull this off. Raider tells Mori to watch closely. He grabs Miria by the waist, and they slowly bring their faces close together. Watching this, Mori's eyes go wide in confusion, while the robot and the penguin servants panic and cover their faces. Their hearts beat wildly in the awkward silence. As the distance between them shrinks to almost nothing, Mori's jaw literally drops in complete and utter disbelief. But just as their lips are about to meet, the door slams open. Gel stands there holding a wooden crate, and his mask's threat detection system instantly flags a danger to his master. Gel hurls the crate away, storming into the room like a total hurricane and sending the entire group of penguin servants flying out of the way. The door is blasted off its hinges as the mask's eyes glow with a deadly, furious blue flame of pure rage. This intense rage triggers an explosion of dark energy, completely blowing the roof off their newly built mansion with a terrifying massive blast and loud screams echoing everywhere. Following that massive blast, the once luxurious bedroom is reduced to a complete pile of smoking ruins with broken wooden beams scattered everywhere. Raider, Miria, and the servants are all knocked out cold on the floor. Amidst the rubble, only Mori and the robot Aya are completely safe. The boy lets out one last soft hiccup, just as a loud voice calls out. Hiccups? Gone. The boy turns in confusion toward the window, where the warm voice of a penguin servant calls out to him, asking him to come over. Hearing them call his name, the curious boy runs down the mansion's wooden hallway, heading toward a bright, sunlit room. Mori suddenly freezes when he spots a very familiar, friendly figure waiting for him by the window. It is Dina, his best friend from childhood. The moment she spots Mori, she is absolutely thrilled and screams his name. Seeing his friend out of nowhere, Mori instantly recognizes her and runs around her in circles. Dina hugs him tightly, happily saying how magical it is that she is now visiting his house. Watching them, Raider is shocked and asks Miria if this is a real-life visit instead of a video call, wanting to know who she is. Miria explains she is Mori's best friend from his time at the shelter. Ever since they found Mori, they knew where she was but lacked the authority to arrange a meeting. She adds that now they can, so they sent a team member to bring her over. Turns out actually sent a crow-masked servant straight to Dina's house to keep her and her mother safe and connected. Reunion time. Seeing her best friend again, Dina happily grabs Mori's hand and laughs out loud. Haha, Mori, you've gotten so round and chubby, are you eating well now? Little Mori babbles back happily. Watching the two kids play together under the warm sunshine, Miria can't help but smile. Dina's mother steps forward, gently bowing to the little boy. Hello there, you must be Mori, right? Dina talks about you all the time. Confused, Mori shyly scratches his head. Do you remember me? This is the second time you've met, isn't it? Standing right next to her, Dina proudly points and introduces her mother. She's my mom. Hearing that sacred word, mom, Mori completely freezes in place. The little boy stares wide-eyed in absolute amazement, watching Dina and her mom under the warm sunshine. Suddenly, familiar footsteps shatter the quiet peace. Mori turns around and spots Ryder and Miria walking toward them. It's not just his two protectors. Zale, the penguin servants, and little robot A also show up, curious to watch. Seeing Fee's whole family gathered together, Mori is absolutely thrilled. The little guy throws his arms wide, cheering in pure excitement. Giant strange creatures suddenly appearing? Yeah, Dina and her mom are pretty stunned. Dina just stares at Ryder, Miria, and the others, step full of curiosity. But the hesitation quickly melts away and our little friend bursts into giggles. Ha ha ha, I get it now. She looks at Mori with a bright smile, happily declaring they must be his family. Watching the two kids goofing around together under the protection of E's family, the whole yard fills with warmth. Ryder and Miria trade a quick look, smiling with a sense of pure relief. Look at this next part. Dina starts skipping all around Mori to show off her brand new white dress. Haha, are you still wearing those old shoes? Look, mom bought me new clothes because I'm in cloud class. Seeing Mori standing there completely clueless, she asks if he is coming along. Getting nothing but a puzzled head tilt from him, Dina grins from ear to ear, loudly announcing their next stop is kindergarten. Hearing the word kindergarten, Ryder looks confused as he picks Mori up, asking in disbelief. Kindergarten? Standing right next to him, Miria smiles and explains that while names differ, it's a place where kids get educated. The red demon nods slowly. Oh, I see. Truth is, Miria had been planning this for a while. Standing alone in the solemn temple hall, she silently reflects on the idea. Thanks to discussions with the shelter staff and Napan, I also agree that Mori really needs to learn about human society. So after contacting the Salam shelter where Mori stays and discussing our options, we got a highly positive response. They fully agreed to handle his education regarding human society. Back in the bedroom, Miria and Ryder sit together on the large bed to continue their discussion. Miria continues slowly. The shelter is where all children live together, but they suggested it would be better to have separate educational spaces based on age. It just makes more sense that way. To make sure everything is perfect for Mori, the leader of Fee spared no effort. I contacted other city members and had a brand new building constructed right next to the shelter. It's almost finished. Staring at the cozy new building rising up in the middle of the green meadow, Ryder is pretty impressed. Ah, so this is the villa Lady Miria built. Right then, a penguin servant runs into the room holding a wooden box. Lady Miria, here's the package from Napan. The lid opens, and Mori's new look is absolutely adorable. The kid is wearing a white t-shirt, brown shorts, yellow boots, a short red cape, and a super cute bear backpack. Honestly, he looks so overwhelmingly adorable that Ryder and Miria completely lose their minds with excitement. They squeal so loudly that the system literally flashes a warning telling them to calm down. Miria happily explains the new outfit, mentioning she made a shorter cape so it wouldn't get tangled with his backpack. Seeing Mori look so goofy and cute in his new clothes, Ryder nods in approval. Oh, not bad at all. Miria gently places her hands on Mori's shoulders, nudging him toward the door with excitement. Look, Mori is finally off to kindergarten. The little guy spins around in circles, dancing happily with his brand new bear backpack. His eyes sparkle with anticipation and his cheeks blush with pure excitement. The beautiful classic kindergarten building appears under a clear, windy blue sky, but the second Mori steps inside, he instantly gets distracted by all the cool new things around him. He plops his brown bear backpack onto the sunlit wooden hallway floor and wanders off to explore. Stepping out onto the lush green grass, Mori's wild curiosity immediately takes over. Sitting flat on the dirt, he holds a little stick in one hand, happily using it to stuff a whole ecosystem of bugs and dirt into his open bear backpack. That night, the little guy sleeps like a log. He holds his precious bag so tight he actually drools all over it. Beside the bed, Miria and Ryder sit quietly, watching the little guy sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, the tiny robot floats right next to them. The next morning, a penguin servant freezes in confusion after hearing loud, heartbreaking wails echoing across the entire courtyard. Mori sits flat on the grass, crying his eyes out in pure betrayal. His favorite bear backpack has been washed clean and is now hanging soaking wet on the clothesline next to some white towels. The poor penguin servant just stands there, watching him sob helplessly. After that adorable little drama, Mori goes right back to peacefully drawing on a clean white rug in the grand living room. Ryder sits nearby on the floor, quietly watching the kid play. Suddenly, the robot A screeches like a startled pig, catching the red demon's attention. Ryder turns his head in confusion as A's system boots up, projecting a bright, glowing hologram information screen right before his eyes. Ryder stares intently at the magic screen displaying various scan parameters. Suddenly, an icon pops up on the monitor, showing two figures linked by a brilliant, glowing wedding ring. Just look at his reaction. The big red demon completely freezes up, his eyes twitching as his brain suffers a serious system overload. Looking over at little Mori standing cluelessly beside him, a strange, indescribable confusion wells up inside Ryder over the definition of the word family. Later that night, a heavy silence wraps around the dark bedroom. While Zale and Mori are fast asleep, Ryder lies awake, tossing and turning. He stares blankly at the ceiling with his arms behind his head, unable to catch a single wink of sleep. To clear his cluttered mind, he decides to head out and meet up with Valentine in that familiar stone room. Sitting across from his old friend, Ryder sighs heavily and shares his troubles. Understanding his friend completely, Valentine pulls out a white cloth covered with various colorful, glittering rings for him to choose from. Grabbing what he came for, Ryder instantly turns and walks away. His lonely figure slips out of the tavern into the dark night. Returning to Fee's mansion late at night, everything is perfectly quiet under a star-filled sky as Ryder steps into the dark kitchen. He pours himself a cold glass of water, slowly drinking to clear his head. Standing alone by the window, the cool, blue moonlight shines down on his bright red, troubled demon face. Ryder turns his gaze outside, his sleepy eyes slowly scanning the vast, dark meadow stretching far into the distance. Suddenly, a tiny glittering speck of light flashes in the pitch-black field. It instantly catches the red demon's full attention. Ryder narrows his eyes, warily tracking the mysterious light source. A soft, quiet rustle breaks the absolute silence of the dark night. Moving quickly, Ryder steps outside to check things out. He walks closer to the wet grass. Suddenly, he is shocked to find a strange, glowing object lying silently on the ground. It is a brilliant orange-yellow crystal shining like a high-end flashlight on the damp earth. Ryder quietly picks up the brilliant orange-yellow crystal, studying it carefully under the starry night sky. The next morning, soft golden sunlight streams through the glass windows of the grand mansion. Mori is sitting quietly on the long sofa. He turns the pages of a book, but his little mind is completely focused on Ryder. Just then, the red demon walks in with a wide grin, holding out that sparkling yellow stone. The moment he sees the glowing gem, Mori's eyes light up. The little guy squeals with absolute delight. Mori eagerly grabs the stone, hugging Cuckoo close, and rubbing his cheek against it with pure joy while Ryder and Miria watch warmly. Once the little guy is happily playing on his own, Ryder turns to quietly chat with Miria. He hesitantly shows her a beautiful little wrist corsage woven from sparkling blue and yellow flowers. To explain himself, Ryder nervously scratches his head, gently touches Miria's shoulder, and summons magic symbols to try and describe the human concept of marriage. He awkwardly compares their pairing to two blue flowers coming together, weaving into a single flawless circle. That clumsy but incredibly sincere confession from the red demon completely freezes Miria in her tracks. The Dark Lord's face instantly turns beet red with sheer embarrassment, her eyes wide with total confusion. Honestly, seeing her look this adorable is way too much for Ryder. He blushes furiously, breaking into a nervous cold sweat. The two just stand there in this incredibly sweet, awkward silence, ready to head out on their big mission to meet his mother. Miria and Ryder start packing for their upcoming trip. Looking at the pile of luggage, Miria thoughtfully murmurs to herself, looks like we have got pretty much everything ready. Inside the brown backpack are all the essentials for Mori, including a water bottle, a cup, spare clothes, and a small handkerchief. Miria hands the checklist over to Ryder, telling him, I packed everything exactly like you wrote down on your list. Ryder nods, wrapping things up with a simple plan, right? Time to get some sleep. The two of them head off, wishing a warm good night to all the servants around the mansion. Sleep well, everyone. See you tomorrow. That night, a quiet starry sky blankets the ancient castle. Inside the cozy bedroom, little Mori falls fast asleep, safely tucked in right between Miria and Ryder. Watching the kid's funny sleeping posture, Miria softly teases, "Isn't Mori sleep exactly like you, Ryder?" Ryder looks completely puzzled, asking back, "Wait, really?" Soon, the bedroom quietens down as late night takes over. All three drift into a peaceful sleep, but in the dead of night, Miria suddenly tosses and turns. Her mind keeps flashing to a terrible scenario where Mori starts crying after ruining all his spare clothes. The sudden wave of anxiety makes Miria snap her eyes wide open. Unable to just lie there, she quietly slips out of bed, tiptoeing through the dark so she doesn't wake the other two. Miria creeps over to the backpack, gently unzips it, slips 2 extra handkerchiefs inside just in case. Mission accomplished, she lets out a soft sigh of relief, sitting quietly in a dark corner of the room. The room is lit only by a faint warm candle flickering beside the bed. Raider is still fast asleep, totally oblivious. Suddenly Mori bursts out crying, shattering the quiet night. The boy's sudden cries make Raider spring out of bed like a coiled wire, his eyes instantly glowing with pure survival instinct as he prepares to defend his child. And just like that, Raider packs some serious heat right into the boy's backpack so absolutely nobody will dare to bully him. The quiet night slowly passes under the starry sky outside. The next morning, bright sunlight bathes the ancient mansion of the Fae. By now, Mori's little bear backpack is stuffed to the brim with random gear, emergency rations, snacks, hairpins, and even their assistant robot, AIA, hiding right inside. Seeing the insanely bulky pack, the butler tries to gently hand it over, but it's so heavy it knocks Mori right onto his butt. The kid immediately starts tossing out all the useless junk, ignoring the servant's helpless protests. Under the boy's mighty authority, every single piece of junk is ruthlessly discarded. Raider, Miria, and the servants can only break into cold sweats, nodding awkwardly in agreement yes. Young master. For safety's sake, only I will accompany the boy. Then Raider turns to give a cold order to the rest of them get out. Suddenly, a pitch-black teleportation portal rips open right in the middle of the great hall. Mori obediently puts on his brown bear backpack and steps through the threshold, officially starting his journey to kindergarten. Behind him, the entire Fae household, Maria, Raider, Jail, and the penguin servants stand in a line, looking on as if sending off a hero with eyes full of pride. Stepping right through the spatial rift, Mori's little yellow boots land softly on a wooden floor. He looks around with curious eyes, then excitedly slides down onto a massive, lush green meadow under the breezy blue sky. The endless grassy field spreads out like a giant playground, leading Mori straight toward his brand new, spacious kindergarten. Mori trudges along completely by himself across the vast green field. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from right behind him. Mori, the confused boy, quickly spins around to look. From a distance, his teacher with short chestnut hair comes rushing over. Tears of pure joy stream down her face as she opens her arms wide to welcome him, crying out, "Do you know how long it has been?" But completely ignoring her dramatic greeting, Mori coldly walks right past, leaving the poor teacher frozen in shock. Still, the kid is different now, and he actually lets her wrap him in a big, tight hug. The little guy obediently buries his face in her shoulder, enjoying the gentle comfort. In the distance, Nia and Viola sit in their wheelchairs, absolutely ecstatic, giving funny thumbs-up signs that leave the teacher crying in pure exasperation. Stepping right inside the school building, Mori is greeted by a literal paradise. The wooden shelves are packed with all kinds of awesome toys, from cars and planes to piles of colorful comic books. The spacious classroom is flooded with warm morning light, ready to welcome our little human boy for his very first lessons. Stepping into the spacious and cozy classroom lit up by the morning sun, Mori stands there looking a bit shy and hesitant, but that nervousness quickly vanishes into thin air when the other kids spot him and scream with absolute joy. Look, it is Mori. He blinks his big round eyes in complete shock. In an instant, the entire class swarms him, pulling him into warm hugs and asking, "How have you been? You grew so fast." One kid curiously asks if Mori is in the star class since he is still small, but a classmate quickly cuts in to brag that they are in the moon class. Seeing the kids eagerly crowding around Mori, the teacher walks over with a warm, gentle smile. "All right, kids. We can play more during recess, but, for now, let us head back to our seats." The children obediently shout back in unison, "Yes, teacher!" They quickly scramble back to their desks as the official lesson begins, with the teacher writing on the blackboard. Mori fits right in, sitting on the floor to knead some yellow clay, before happily eating a delicious lunch with his new buddies. When nap time rolls around, Mori quietly tucks himself under the blanket, drifting into a peaceful sleep beside his classmates. Once the school bell rings, the children eagerly rush out to the hallway, ready to head home. The teacher gently asks Mori before he leaves if he is sure he can walk home alone. Receiving a confident nod from the little guy, she smiles and bids him goodbye. Wearing his little brown bear backpack, Mori walks alone across the endless green meadow stretching out under the bright, breezy sky. After walking a short distance, he looks back at the school behind him, his round eyes filled with happy memories of his very first day. Mori then continues marching over the green, wind-swept hills. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, staring ahead with wide, shocked eyes. Wait, what on earth is that? Right in the middle of the field, a pitch-black, bottomless portal is floating there, looking incredibly eerie and mysterious. Without a single shred of fear, Mori curiously approaches and boldly steps right into the dark spatial rift, completely vanishing into the void. Back at the mansion, everyone is practically losing their minds, waiting for him to return, nervously pacing around and counting down the minutes. Hearing the familiar clatter of those little yellow boots approaching the door, the whole family instantly signals each other to be quiet. "Shh, the boy is here. Remember everyone, shower him with praises, got it?" The teleportation gate suddenly flashes with bright light. The entire family, Maria, Raider, Jail, the little robot, A, and all the penguin servants burst out together, yelling at the top of their lungs, "Welcome home from school, Mori." Miria gently kneels down, asking warmly, "So how was school today? Did you have fun playing with your friends?" But in complete contrast to everyone's excitement, Mori just stands frozen in the room. His face instantly drops, his eyes turn into literal water fountains, and he begins to pout. Before anyone can react, the little guy bursts into tears, sobbing as if his heart is broken. This sudden breakdown completely panics the entire household, and they scramble in a frenzy. "Oh no, why are you crying, Mori? What happened?" Mori whimpers and buries himself in Miria's arms, looking for comfort. Watching this, Raider feels completely lost. They said the kid was fitting and great, but maybe that was not true at all. Floating nearby, the assistant robot Aya suggests that maybe the portal is too scary since it is pretty dark and long. Hearing this, Raider quickly chimes in, promising to pick the boy up himself from now on. Seeing Mori tearfully rubbing his head against her chest, Miria firmly decides she will go talk to them the next day. On the way to school, Raider acts silly and dances around to cheer the boy up. He asks if Mori can show him some of the dance moves he learned at preschool. But Mori just keeps a pouty face and trudges forward, ignoring the red demon completely, forcing Aya to scold Raider. "The kid is literally crying and you are asking for dance moves?" Having safely dropped Mori off, Raider peeks his head out of the portal to report. The kid got inside safely. Standing in the middle of the mansion's massive hall, Miria lets out a quiet sigh of relief and tells the staff they all worked hard today. Since school does not end for another 5 hours, she wants everyone to finish up their chores in the meantime. Raider nods in agreement. Under the clear, windy sky, the ancient mansion returns to its usual silence as everyone prepares for a busy day of hard work before the kid returns. The entire mansion feels incredibly quiet without Mori's mischievous laughter echoing through the halls. While the penguin servants are busy sweeping and wiping down the house, Miria silently reviews documents at her desk. Meanwhile, Raider lazily plays with a glowing hologram motorcycle model. And honestly, the sudden quiet makes the whole house feel incredibly empty. Even our tough red demon raider can't sit still. He looks over at his assistant robot Aya, desperately asking if it is finally time to pick Mori up. How long has it actually been? Aya's immediate response is like a splash of cold water. "It has only been 40 minutes. Raider shrieks in disbelief, asking how that is even possible. Raider is not the only one. Sitting at her desk piled high with paperwork, the leader Miria cannot focus either, constantly glancing at the small clock sitting right next to her teacup. But time moves at a painfully slow pace. When the system displays that only 5 minutes have actually passed, Miria can only let out a quiet, defeated sigh. Meanwhile, down in the cleaning hall, a loud crash suddenly startles the penguin servants. One of them dashes down the corridor in a total panic, making a massive racket. Seeing this, another servant awkwardly laughs to calm everyone down, suggesting it was probably just a window slamming. Yet, a restless, heavy tension hangs over the mansion as the grandfather clock continues its steady ticking. Unable to take the waiting any longer, the entire household from Miria, Raider, and Jail to the penguin servants gathers together to review the situation. Assistant robot Aya flashes his glowing green eyes, scans the household data, and delivers an unexpected diagnosis. It turns out they are all suffering from severe separation anxiety. While the anxious adults back at the mansion are losing their minds, lunchtime has officially begun for the kids at preschool. The teacher happily hands out the food to each child, telling them to enjoy their lunch. The kids politely reply in unison, thanking her. Staring at the delicious tray filled with croissants, hot soup, fried eggs, and juicy red strawberries, Mori sits quietly and waits for permission to start eating. The moment they can eat, he grabs his spoon, his round eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a second thought, Mori opens his mouth wide and inhales everything at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the tray is completely licked clean without a single crumb left. He licks his lips hungrily, his face falling in disappointment because that tiny meal did absolutely nothing to satisfy his empty stomach. Just as Mori is wallowing in regret, a fork suddenly places a ripe red strawberry onto his tray. Startled, he looks over to see Lily, a little girl with brown pigtails, sitting at his table. Seeing his hungry look, Lily gently asks if he wants some more, quickly moving food from her own plate to his. She tells him to eat this and that too. Seeing his tray piled high and colorful again, Mori's eyes light up with pure joy. He beams, letting out a happy little squeal. His innocent reaction makes Lily rest her chin on her hand, watching him with curiosity. She asks him if he really does not know, but the moment Lily shares her food with Mori, the teacher spots them. Holding a large ladle, she sternly demands to know if Lily is giving away her food again. Caught red-handed, Lily starts sweating and tries to play it off, claiming she already ate everything on her plate. But her lie is instantly exposed when the teacher points straight at Mori's tray. Why is Mori's food piled up like a mountain then? The teacher reminds Lily that she needs to eat well due to her poor health, and lying about it is not okay. Before the teacher can even finish, Lily bolts like a ninja. The frantic teacher chases right after her, yelling for her to stop. Watching this chaotic chase, Mori just sits there holding his fork, completely frozen for 5 seconds in utter confusion. When recess arrives, Mori sits by himself, drawing at a small wooden table in the playroom. Spotting her friend, Lily approaches and sits down right next to him, handing Mori a bright yellow crayon. Together, they focus on coloring the blank paper. Under Lily's surprisingly skillful hands, a brilliant yellow star takes shape against a dark blue sky. The beautiful drawing leaves Mori amazed, his wide eyes sparkling with wonder. Seeing his excited reaction, Lily leans in and asks if he wants to hear a secret. Mori nods his head eagerly with excitement. Lily leans even closer and whispers, asking if it is true that his mom is an alien. Then she proudly declares that her own dad is actually a star. You have to love her logic here. She explains that since they are both from space, they might actually be related. Hearing this wild theory, Mori can only tilt his head in complete silent confusion. Lily looks at the crayons scattered on the table and asks if his dad always picks him up. Mori merely babbles back, asking about his mom. Drawing her yellow star, Lily sadly shares her thoughts. Her dad is always incredibly busy, which makes her wonder why she has to stay here like this. She asks Mori if he thinks his dad knows how adorable he is. As Mori listens quietly, warm memories flash through his mind. Lily happily suggests that they should tell their dads about all these fun things. When, suddenly, a rude voice from behind interrupts them, telling her to stop lying because she does not have a dad. A boy with dark blue hair glares at Lily with a mocking sneer. Deeply hurt, Lily slams the table and stands up to fight back, insisting she does. But the boy and the other kids continue to tease her relentlessly. They chant that Lily is lying again. He even demands to know why she keeps coming to the star class, which belongs to his little sister, when Lily actually belongs in the moon class. Seeing Lily hang her head in sadness, the bully continues his malicious rant, saying everyone has a dad but her, yet she keeps pretending. Holding back tears, Lily tries to explain her dad is just too busy to call right now. Sitting right in the middle of it all, Mori starts sweating with anxiety as a heated argument erupts directly over his head. The bully refuses to back down, mockingly asking how her dad could possibly be a star, loudly calling her a total liar. When Lily fiercely insists her dad really is a star, the boy cruelly screams back at her. He screams that it means her dad is dead. Those cruel words are the final straw, leaving Lily wide-eyed with shock and pure rage. Unable to take it anymore, she lunges forward and grabs him by the hair. Piercing screams echo through the playroom as Lily furiously unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks on her bully. The other kids panic, shouting as they try to pull them apart, upset over the classroom brawl. Standing frozen in the corner, Mori is completely terrified. He can only stare wide-eyed and tremble in fear, utterly lost in the middle of all this violent chaos. Amid helpless cries to stop, Lily, with her tear-stained face and messy hair, is slowly dragged away, sobbing in absolute, overwhelming agony. In Mori's wide round eyes, the painful reflection of Lily weeping in utter heartbreak is clear as day. Instantly, the entire classroom descends into absolute terrifying chaos. Kids scream and run everywhere, a total war zone. The sound of crashing glass echoes all the way out to the schoolyard, mixing with the children's terrified screams. Hearing the massive commotion, the teacher rushes in, her face incredibly stern and furious. The troublemakers stand there with scratched-up faces and messy clothes, looking incredibly grumpy. And the culprit? He just innocently scratches his head as the teacher lectures him. She keeps reminding them to play nicely together, especially since one sick classmate even fainted from the stress. But right as they all bow their heads, heavy, ominous footsteps echo from the hallway, signaling a very special guest. Mary looks up, startled. The teacher and the dark-haired woman spin around as the door opens. A black boot steps in, and out of the shadows emerges a massive, imposing dark demon. That is Raider, sporting glowing yellow eyes with his floating AI assistant beside him. Get ready, things are about to get wild. Raider speaks, but only strange metallic noises come out. Immediately, his flying AI assistant activates a translation matrix, projecting a glowing holographic magic circle to translate his speech. Over by the window, Principal Bella sits in her wheelchair, slightly startled by the dark demon. She asks if he is Mori's guardian, then introduces herself as Principal Bella. She admits she expected Miria to show up instead. Through the translator, Raider calmly replies that his wife is currently pretty busy, a sudden statement that completely freezes the two maids standing behind them. One maid silently wonders if even aliens get married. To break the awkward silence, Bella sighs and says she will explain the whole situation. Raider listens in dead silence, looking as serious as a detective on a case. Standing before him, the three mischievous kids are sweating bullets, utterly terrified of his giant frame. Raider slowly steps closer, but instead of yelling, the scary demon gently places his massive hand on the head of Mori, who is staring down in deep regret. Then Raider drops to one knee. He bows his head right alongside Mori, offering a sincere apology to the three kids, shocking everyone in the room. To ease the remaining tension, he gently extends his gloved hand. Inside his hand are colorful, glittering candies. He softly hands them to the purple-haired girl and her friend. Watching this heartwarming moment, Principal Bella smiles with a sigh of relief and nods. The two kids shyly reach out. The purple-haired girl whispers her thanks, prompting Principal Bella to gently tell them to hug and make up, and to apologize to their hurt friend. Right away, the kids hug and make peace. Raider gently pats Mori on the shoulder, telling him to grab his bag. The little boy walks over to the shelf to grab his brown bear backpack. Seeing Mori's incredibly cool guardian, the other kids are absolutely amazed. They look up at Raider's massive back and cannot stop praising him, saying how cool and epic he is. One curious friend leans in to ask Mori if that is his dad. Hearing this, Mori shakes his head fast, proudly points at Raider, and loudly shouts in a baby voice, "Mama." Mori's unexpected answer leaves his friends completely stunned as they watch the two walk away through the window. He literally called him Mom. Incredible. Suddenly, everything fades to black, pulling us deep into a hazy memory. Amidst a radiant galaxy, a massive being of pure light slowly appears. Through the fog, a faint voice whispers Lily's name as a small hand reaches out to touch the light. Little Lily slowly opens her eyes, waking up in a clean white hospital bed. Her caretaker walks over, gently pulls the curtains back, and asks how she is feeling. "Oh, you are awake, Lily?" She asks if she was scared, explaining that she fainted again from a lack of oxygen. She comforts the girl for a moment, then stands up to get her a drink. Then she quickly slips out. The moment she leaves, Lily sits up, climbs out of bed, and slowly toddles over to the massive window, climbing onto a cushioned chair to look outside. Through the glass, she spots a familiar sight. It is Raider carrying Mori on his back across a windy, vibrant green meadow under the open sky. Mori has a massive, happy smile. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Lily's eyes fill with longing and adoration. She silently stands by the window, watching their figures slowly fade into the distance. To her, it looks just like a father visiting his child. Meanwhile, Raider and his AI helper are busy discussing the human definition of family, with Raider asking what a female partner is called. The AI quickly searches its database and explains the term housewife. Raider nods, understanding. Back at the manor, a penguin butler brings a tea tray over to Raider, who is holding Mori. Catching a pleasant scent, Raider asks what that wonderful smell is. The penguin butler happily replies that Raider has a sharp nose, asking if he recognizes the brand new blend. Raider curiously asks why they are making tea right now. The penguin butler seriously replies that they actually have guests waiting in the living room with Miria. Still holding Mori, Raider remembers something. He mutters to himself, wondering if this is the visitor Miria said she wanted to help out. To prepare, the demon gently sets Mori on the ground, telling him to stay calm because he will lower gravity for him. But before he even finishes, the mischievous kid bolts off. Watching the hyperactive kid run, Raider can only yell in frustration, noting he literally just told him to stay put. Ignoring the shouts, Mori sneaks behind a wooden door to peek inside. The toddler waddles in, his eyes wide as he looks at the sofa. Sitting there is a very bizarre guest, wearing a puffy white spacesuit with a pitch-black, mysterious helmet. Mori stares in curiosity, but Raider suddenly swoops in, grabs him by the collar, and sighs, asking the kid why he can never just sit still. Sensing the awkward tension, Miria speaks up to break the icy silence, suggesting they should sit and talk for a while. Raider embarrassedly hugs Mori close and agrees to it. To make things crystal comfortable, Miria waves her hand to cast a spell, summoning a beautiful, cosmic gravity circle that floats gently in the middle of the room. Miria warmly tells the guest that the gravity is adjusted, so he can take off his suit if he wants. The guest happily replies that he will gladly take her up on that. He unclicks his helmet with a soft metallic snap. But when it comes off, honestly, you are not going to believe what is actually under there. Raider completely freezes at the sight of a swirling, starry blue liquid galaxy. The liquid entity forms a cute smiling face and cheerful greetings. Witnessing this incredibly bizarre sight, Raider literally pops his eyes out. He screams in sheer panic. He yells, asking what is wrong with the guy because he is literally melting. Miria smiles to calm him down, explaining his species is highly sensitive to gravity and needs time to adjust. The starry guest agrees, admitting Earth's gravity is pretty rough on him, but thanks to Miria, his motion sickness is finally starting to clear up. Getting back to business, Miria asks about the message she got from the planet administration, inquiring what kind of collaboration he has in mind. In the quiet room, he desperately sends a plea to Miria, begging her to help him reunite with the child he had once been forced to leave behind. His heartfelt plea takes us right back to his distant memories. He introduces himself as Deaver, explaining his species has incredibly flexible bodies, specifically evolved to adapt to different gravity environments. Their powerful survival instincts allow them to easily complete dangerous exploration missions, like rappelling down massive chasms on dry, barren planets. His main gig? Harvesting rare byproducts that form deep inside incredibly dangerous spatial rifts scattered across the universe. Although this job is incredibly risky, where one tiny slip-up means getting completely vaporized, making most people avoid it, he is pretty proud of his work. One day, while scrolling through hologram mission boards, a specific task to handle a spatial rift on Earth catches his eye. Since the pay is actually pretty generous, he hesitates for a moment, wondering if he should apply. In the end, he decides to take the mission, and travels to Earth. Rifts forming on planets are always a huge threat. Local animals can easily fall in by accident, which is why these areas must be strictly monitored. However, Earth's heavy gravity turns out to be an incredibly brutal challenge. Inside the transport ship, our main guy Delver is suffering from terrible motion sickness, clutching his helmet as extreme nausea hits him. Seeing this, a coworker pats his shoulder and asks if Delver is doing okay. Delver weakly apologizes, but his friend reassures him there is no need to apologize since he adjusted his suit pressure and is still struggling. Another colleague chimes in, saying quite a few others are just like Delver, completely unable to adapt to this heavy Earth gravity and ending up totally knocked out. Watching his poor coworker suffer, Delver resolves to get him some medicine later. Right then, the ship doors slide open with a sharp hiss, and the crew leader loudly announces a 10-minute break, warning everyone not to wander off too far. Finally, some relief. Stepping out of the transport capsule to breathe in fresh air, the soul-crushing motion sickness from the journey slowly fades away. He looks out. In the far distance, a calm lake sits nestled among rugged, massive mountain ranges, and he suddenly spots a small object drifting. Staring closer at the quiet lake, he realizes the drifting object is actually a lidded bamboo basket bobbing next to a rotting log. What is that? He wonders with deep curiosity. But before he can investigate, his teammate's impatient shout cuts him off. "All right, time to move out," the teammate yells. Delver quickly replies coming and climbs back inside the vehicle. As the transport rolls away, it passes the bamboo basket bobbing near the shore, heading toward treacherous cliffs and bottomless black ravines. Honestly, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't that mysterious basket be stuck in your head too? The natural curiosity of his slime physiology flares up, bringing back warm memories of playing with his buddies back home. He sighs quietly. "I have no clue what that thing is, but for some reason, it just keeps nagging at me." Packed inside the tight cabin with his coworkers, he can't help himself. He keeps staring out the window toward the distant shore. The basket floats lonely on the water, but rising winds start tossing it violently around. Oh no, it's sinking. He thinks as panic spikes, his heart pounding like a war drum while cold sweat beads inside his helmet. He tries to shake it off, telling himself to snap out of it. Glancing at the silent coworkers sitting next to him, he hesitates, knowing that demanding to stop the heavy transport vehicle here would cause a massive headache for everyone. But he can't look away. The vivid image of that bamboo basket slowly sinking into the dark water keeps screaming at him to act. Right as his head is about to explode from the inner conflict, coworker's black-gloved hand gently taps his shoulder. The instant he feels the touch, Delver suddenly snaps, stands right up, and quickly blurts out, "I am sorry." Ignoring his crew's startled shouts telling him to wait, he immediately lunges outside. The vehicle doors fly open, and Delver sprints madly back to the lake, his chest heaving with desperate anxiety. No hesitation. He dives headfirst into the freezing water, paddling frantically toward the drifting basket. Reaching a floating container near the rotting log, Delver reaches out and pulls the lid off. He looks inside. Tucked deep under a warm blanket is a tiny human baby sleeping soundly as can be with a small pacifier lying right beside her. And seriously, watching him look at this fragile little baby, my heart is already turning to absolute mush. Years roll by, and Delver's crew finds themselves mining on a desolate freezing planet completely blanketed in thick snow and ice. Surrounded by glowing crystal veins beneath a starry night sky, the slime race workers are enthusiastically harvesting their rich haul. "Wow, we got a massive haul today," one guy shouts excitedly. Another suggests that if they push a bit deeper, they can harvest 3 times their normal rate, and the whole crew eagerly agrees to share the jackpot. But then, a sudden alert. Delver receives an urgent warning on his communicator, panics, and immediately runs off, completely abandoning all those valuable crystals without a single thought. His crew screams after him in frustration, asking when on earth he will ever get an amazing opportunity like this again. "What an absolute idiot." Another grumbles, but his buddy just sighs, telling him to let Delver go. Meanwhile, Delver is sprinting frantically through the spaceship corridors, his breathing heavy with anxiety for the baby back home. "Hurry up." Impatiently beating on the chamber door, Delver's gel-like slime body squiggles in absolute, anxious frustration, muttering for them to hurry up until the system chime finally rings, signaling the process is completely finished. The doors slide open. Our slime dad steps into the room in his wobbly green form, and little Lily, happily clutching her pacifier, looks up with big, teary eyes. He immediately scoops up his baby girl and comforts her, apologizing for being late and offering to feed her. To make absolutely sure she is doing fine, he carries Lily over to the health monitor to check her vitals. All clear. Her heart and lungs are looking quite healthy today, and that slight drop in oxygen saturation is probably just from crying. "You are getting stronger every day, my little star. Welcome home," a voice suddenly says behind him, scaring him so bad he yells out. It turns out to be Uppo, the colleague who was babysitting Lily for him. Delver quickly thanks him for all the hard work. "Thanks a ton for watching Lily," he says. Uppo casually brushes it off, noting that Delver does most of the heavy lifting anyway. Looking at them, Uppo remarks with a half-joke that Delver is the impressive one. "I have no idea how you can stick with this little monster all day," Uppo laughs. Delver smiles, replying that Uppo seems pretty used to it himself. Uppo grows thoughtful, musing on how other species can't even tell their kind apart. "Yet somehow she always recognizes you the second you walk in and immediately stops crying," Uppo says. The sweet remark deeply touches Delver, making his gelatinous blue face blush a warm red. Changing the subject, Upo mentions a delivery arrived earlier. Delver is surprised it came so fast. Upo enthusiastically holds up a bottle, proudly announcing that his special drinks finally made it. Upo hands over a yellow keycard saying it contains the fabric materials he ordered. Delver happily snatches it. It is finally here. He chuckles, saying the merchants were baffled because it was the first time they ever received a fabric order from a species that does not even wear clothes. Ignoring the jokes, Delver happily lifts Lily high in the air, declaring that he is finally going to toss out those old rags and sew her a bunch of beautiful outfits. Lily. The following days fly by in a pretty busy yet incredibly happy blur. Beneath her spinning crib mobile, he meticulously cares for his daughter, handling everything from changing her clothes to soothing her whenever she fusses. Late at night, while Lily sleeps peacefully, he sits quietly at his desk under warm candlelight, carefully sewing every single stitch to make her beautiful clothes. Pure joy. Their tiny room is always filled with sweet laughter as Lily takes her clumsy first baby steps across the bed with her dad cheering her on. Finally, his loving efforts pay off as Lily beams, looking absolutely adorable in a brand new red patterned dress hand-sewn by her father. To give his daughter the most comfortable sleep possible, he gently shapes his squishy slime body into a plush armchair, cradling her as a cozy mattress. Watching father and daughter resting in peace under the soft glow of their spaceship, heading out into the magnificent galaxy is truly heartwarming. Upo leans against the door, quietly watching before asking in a low voice, heavy with worry about the future. What on earth are you planning to do with yourself? What are you even doing? An accusing voice cuts through the pitch-black room, aiming straight at the glowing starlit blue entity. That kid is human, after all, standing before massive, glittering ice crystals. The blue being just stands there in silence, taking a barrage of harsh criticism. Are you really fine with letting the kid live like this? Isn't that kind of selfish? You cannot just keep her locked away forever. Honestly, it looks like you are becoming way too obsessed with her. These sharp questions keep digging deep into his mind. What now? What is his plan? Is that kid actually happy? Staring at the jet black helmet in his hands, the blue slime entity feels more lost as his coworker's cold warning echoes. Delver, are you really trying to turn your tiny little cabin into that kid's entire world? Delver. A sudden loud shout snaps him right out of his thoughts. He gasps for air, cold sweat dripping inside his black helmet. His colleague, sitting right next to him, looks over with genuine concern. Man, you scared me. Are you alright? Why the heavy breathing? Did you have a nightmare? Sitting dazed on the transit ship bench, Delver just nods, giving a quiet, weak, yeah. Down the dark hallway of the spaceship, the two coworkers in white suits sit on a bench, chatting during their break. Sensing Delver's deep stress from all the gossip about raising a human kid, his friend speaks up softly. Is this about what everyone said the other day? What do you actually plan to do? With Delver still silent, his friend tries to give some advice. Do not keep everything bottled up inside. You are our team's ace, it is a waste. And do you really look happy right now? I bet some of them are just jealous. Right then, the alarm blares. Time is up. His friend stands up, saying they should get back out to the mining field. They quickly head back out into the freezing void to continue their mining work on the barren, rocky planet. But as Delver focuses under the starry sky, a panicked shout from behind suddenly shatters the absolute silence. Oh, you know something massive just went down. He spins around, and before he even knows what is happening, he is sprinting for his life back to the transport. It turns out there was a pretty serious accident. In the medical bay, Delver sits on the bed in his blue slime form, completely embarrassed and kicking himself for being so careless. His buddy standing nearby teases him. Seriously, your hand gets caught in a gravity well once, and now the whole ship is talking about it. Still, the crew is deeply relieved his injuries are not too severe. When they ask how long it will take for his slime cells to fully regenerate, Delver sighs, saying it could take 6 months to a year. His friend lets out a sigh of relief. Honestly, it is a miracle it stopped there. If you had been pulled in any deeper, they said your body might not have regenerated at all. That is just the risk of the job. Sensing the heavy mood, another friend jumps in with some absolute nonsense to break the ice. If you ever kick the bucket, do not worry, I will empty your bank account. Heck, I will even drink all your hidden stashes of alcohol. Hearing that, Delver laughs and snaps back. You are a real true friend, you know that? Now get your hands off my liquor. Laughter fills the warm medical bay. He is finally free. The second Delver is discharged, he practically sprints straight back to his quarters. Out in the dim hallway, his coworker UPO, who was babysitting Lily, whispers that she just drifted off to sleep. Grateful for his buddy stepping in, Delver whispers back a heartfelt thank you for coming over so fast. Stepping into the quiet, dark room, Delver slips over to the crib in his blue slime form. Seeing little Lily sleeping so peacefully with her pacifier, every ounce of his exhaustion and pain just completely melts away. He stands by her bedside, watching, keeping guard over the sleeping human child in the quiet hours of the night. The tiny newborn wiggles slightly, her small hands and feet brushing against his cool, soft body. Seeing the tears still clinging to Lily's eyelashes, Ember gently uses his own body to wipe them away, acting as a soft, natural mattress so his little girl can sleep in absolute peace. Memories drift Ember back to a starry night over a vast open grassland. Standing quietly under the night sky with his colleague while holding baby Lily close, he hears his friend softly speak up. Mr. Ember, humans do not really remember things from when they are just babies. That honest, heartfelt advice makes his entire body freeze as a cold chill runs down his spine. Looking down at the baby sleeping deeply against his chest, he silently sends out a plea to please take good care of her. Even after Lily had to leave him, Ember never stopped watching over his little girl for a single day. Through a high-tech screen, he constantly monitors all her vital health signs, tracking Lily's heart rate and movements. Sitting with Udo under glowing lights, Ember excitedly shares his plan. Once he gets this bonus, he is going to see if they can buy some toys, since finding good ones around here is incredibly tough. Getting a supportive nod from Udo makes him even more excited. Determined to make the perfect gift for his daughter, Ember pores over designs to sew a pleated dress with a difficult 4-star rating. He reminds himself that Lily is his precious little girl. In a tiny room decorated with pretty white dresses, he eagerly waits for updates. Suddenly, the system ringtone blares out. Hearing Udo's voice on the line, Ember gasps out in complete shock. What? You mean a photo of Lily is coming? Udo casually replies that it is true, explaining he made a request earlier just to see what would happen. Ember cheers out in absolute joy. They said it was arriving today, so he took a half-day off. Udo immediately complains, telling him he should have said something sooner so they could both stay home, wondering if they will even recognize her after 6 months. Ember laughs and reminds him that he just got back from vacation. Besides, he only got the notification today anyway. Right at that moment, the doorbell rings loud and clear. Ember jumps up and quickly turns around, shouting with excitement that it is here. As the ringing stops, a small package slides right through the mail slot. Udo excitedly yells through the communicator, telling him he absolutely must show him later. Ember quickly laughs and promises that he knows, and will definitely share it with him in a bit. Both of them are hyped, scrambling to find scissors to rip the box open. But caution suddenly takes over, and they remind each other to wash their hands before touching Lily's precious picture. Back in his bedroom, Ember sits quietly on the bed to open the package. Inside is a small white envelope. Holding it in his hands, his heart beats like a drum with pure anticipation. With trembling hands, Ember opens the envelope to find an incredibly adorable photo of Lily wearing the bright red dress he personally sewed for her. She is holding a small star wand and smiling with pure happiness. Staring at his daughter's angelic smile, Ember's heart overflows with deep warmth and emotion. He holds the precious photo gently, taping it onto the bedroom wall beside their old memories, right below the ticking countdown clock. But brace yourselves, because this next shot is a total gut punch. The room is completely empty, holding only a vacant crib. Ember stands alone, staring into the quiet space as the cold reality of his situation hits him hard. From that day on, all contact was cut off, leaving him with absolutely no news about his little Lily. As time flows by, a delver's journey takes him to mine rich resources on a desolate, ice-covered planet. Standing among glowing crystal mines under a starry sky, he successfully finishes clearing out the entire target area. Seeing the massive crates of glowing crystals, his co-workers are left completely stunned, wondering how he mined the entire place so fast. That Delver guy is seriously on another level. Everyone agrees his mining skills have skyrocketed in just a few short years, turning him into a literal, unstoppable machine. A colleague shivered as he recalled the last time the guy literally walked straight into the deepest zone without even running a proper scan. Just watching him do that made my heart almost jump out of my chest, especially while standing there amidst all the whispering. Delver just bows his head in silence. He walks down the corridor and steps into the spaceship decontamination room. The system chimes disinfection initiated. Delver stands quietly inside, waiting for the cleaning to finish. But the exact moment he steps outside, a massive alert suddenly flashes on the ship system screen. Transfer process completed. Staring at the glowing words, Delver completely freezes in pure shock, gasping out, "What?" Just as he sinks into absolute despair, his colleague walks through the door, excitedly inviting him. "Ember, do you want to grab a few drinks with me? I have got some incredibly good liquor here." But Ember has absolutely no desire to drink. Sensing something wrong with the system, he demands in a serious tone, "Upo, did you just send something from my account?" Standing opposite him, Upo casually admits it. "Oh, that? I just sent some clothes to the address written on that desk. They said if we ship it there, they will forward it to Lily, right?" Hearing this, Ember slams his hand onto the table in fury. The screen immediately displays the status: Lily's tiny dress has been successfully sent. Ember's face darkens as he grinds his teeth and asks what on earth he just did. Upo stays perfectly calm, popping open the bottle while defending himself. What is the issue? You made it for Lily anyway. You said you kept practicing sewing those frills specifically for her." Hearing this, Ember's pent-up rage instantly explodes. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he asks if Upo is out of his mind. "How could you do this behind my back without saying a single word? Do you even understand what you just did?" Upo immediately fires back, shouting, "Do you honestly think I did not notice you hiding all of Lily's things deep inside those boxes at the very back? If you cannot bring yourself to throw them away or send them out, why are you still clinging to them?" Upo cries out, his voice cracking with deep pain. "When you sent Lily away, did you discuss it with me first? Do you think you are the only one who misses that little monster? Placing a hand on his trembling chest, Upo growls through bitter tears. You should have at least given me time to say goodbye. I deserve that much, you complete jerk, you absolute bastard. These harsh words from his best friend leave Ember completely silent. He just stands there frozen under the guilt, utterly consumed by regret. Standing completely still in the empty room, Ember hangs his head, whispering bitterly. What do you even know? Lily, he tells himself, his sweet little girl deserves only the absolute best in life. Lily has to grow up in pure happiness. Memories of holding her close in his arms rush back, squeezing his chest with painful longing. He yells out in absolute helplessness. She shouldn't grow up with miserable memories of living in a cramped, tiny room like this. Ember desperately tries to reassure himself with one comforting reality. Kids usually don't remember much from their early childhood anyway. He screams out again, insisting that she should only grow up surrounded by beautiful, happy memories. Suddenly, Upo snaps, lunging forward to grab Ember tightly by his collar. But despite being held back, Ember still screams directly into his best friend's face. Do you have any idea how it felt when I sent Lily away? He yells out in pure frustration, you ruined everything, you idiot. The two struggle violently in the cold, high-tech room, but behind Ember's rage lies a terrifying fear eating away at his soul. You can feel the sheer pain here. That day, I wasn't just mad at Upo for acting on his own, he confesses while staring at his daughter's empty bed. I was absolutely terrified she might actually remember that a slime once abandoned her, and that Lily would carry that painful trauma forever. Overwhelmed by unbearable grief, Ember can only bow his head in silence. What if she grows up to hate me? Once the argument fades, a suffocating, terrifying silence fills the room. In the cold, vast room, Ember shifts back into his starry, glowing blue slime form, huddled like a sad little jelly on the edge of the empty bed. Quietly enduring the ache of missing his child, Delver walks back to his room. Spotting a wooden box neatly tucked in the corner, he opens it to find Lily's familiar little bamboo basket. Collapsing onto the floor next to the empty bed, Delver wonders if Upo organized all of this by date. He flips through the old letter until a photo of Lily slips out. She is smiling brightly in a cute red dress, holding a tiny star wand. Delver gently traces his glowing blue hand over her face, his heart overflowing with intense, aching love. Suddenly, Delver's gaze stops on a glowing device. Reaching out, he activates a brilliant golden hologram magic circle, wondering if this could actually be her entire medical history recorded up until now. But as the medical charts display on the screen, Delver completely freezes in place, gasping out, "What?" While he was busy looking away and running from reality, a devastating, cruel truth had been unfolding. His little star is slowly fading away. Oh no, look at those flashing danger warnings. Seeing his daughter's fragile health data, Delver is crushed by overwhelming grief and regret. After that, no matter how many times he desperately tries to call, he cannot connect with Lily's shelter at all. Seeking any help, Delver travels all the way to Pei's grand mansion. Sitting opposite Miria and Ryder in their luxurious living room, he tearfully recounts his desperate journey. It turns out that the entire communications blackout happened because Judge Salem was undergoing a split, which completely paralyzed their network systems. Watching Miria and Ryder listen in silent sympathy, Delver hangs his head in heavy guilt. Lily being born so fragile is completely my fault. If only I had checked on Lily sooner. Memories of that tiny bamboo basket floating alone on the water and the piercing, heartbreaking cries of his fragile newborn baby rush back, tearing this poor father's soul apart. This overwhelming regret drags Delver back into the most painful memories of his past. He remembers nights spent holding tiny Lily tight inside his starry, glowing blue slime body, bitterly whispering to himself, "If only I had not brought Lily along with me." Terrified, the poor father clenches his trembling hands and chokes back tears. I am scared that at this rate I will never get to see her again. Back in the present, Delver falls to his knees before Miria and Ryder, pleading with them. Please, I beg of you both. He knows his rest quest is shameless and selfish, but his longing to see his daughter overrides everything. Inside his helmet, Delver's blue liquid body bows low in desperate supplication. I know this is incredibly shameless of me, and I know exactly how selfish I am being. But please, just this once, help me lay my eyes on Lily. Witnessing the father's absolute desperation, Miria watches him in deep, thoughtful silence. She reasons that since Napan sent him here, this tragic story is likely not a lie. Still, Miria bluntly questions his motives. But if you have other intentions besides just seeing her face, how can we be absolutely sure that you won't take the child away on your own? Panicked by the question, Delver quickly tries to clear his name. I would never do that. Absolutely no way. Who would dare do something so reckless? Seeing this, Ryder crosses his arms beside her, smugly chiming in. Well, I actually planned to do exactly that, you know? But he never went through with it. This red devil's overconfidence makes Miria facepalm. Delver bows his head, sadly adding, Lily was so tiny back then, she probably does not remember me anyway, and it is honestly better if she never does. Understanding his pain, Miria lets out a helpless sigh. But entering Salem's territory is not going to be an easy task. She explains that ever since Judge Salem split, all authority over this entire territory has belonged directly to the Supreme Judge. Even though Napan is in charge of managing it, her pack only gets standard, low-level entry passes. Miria quietly adds that entry limits into that area are strictly enforced. To even set foot inside the shelter, you would need to get direct, official approval from their side first. On top of that, putting him officially under her supervision would require incredibly complex procedures, taking up too much time with his own organization. Looking at the guest in front of her, Miria felt a sharp pang of sorrow, silently worrying about little Lily's critical condition. In just a few short years, the girl's body had weakened so much that she probably wouldn't last much longer. Human children really are quite fragile and weak. Miria sighs softly, reassuring Delver that she just needs some time to find a way. She then turns to Ryder, telling him to show Delver to his old guest room so he can rest. With a clear nod from the Red Demon, the three move quickly. Inside the cozy guest room, Delver sits on the edge of the bed, his heart still heavy with endless worry. Just then, a tiny sound breaks the quiet. Baby Mori comes crawling in out of nowhere, toddling right up to the strange visitor. His round dark eyes look up at Delver with pure curiosity, babbling the most adorable little baby noises. The human baby popping out of nowhere completely startles Delver. He freezes. But as Mori gets a closer look at his face, the kid gets super excited. His little eyes sparkle as his cheeks flush with bright, adorable excitement. Seriously, you cannot help but smile as Mori crawls even closer to the strange visitor with zero fear. The toddler grabs his leg and climbs right up Delver's body. While Ryder and Miria watch in utter disbelief, Mori climbs all the way up to sit right on top of the Space Explorer's helmet. Seeing the mischievous stunt, Ryder panics and barks at Mori to get down this instant, but Delver just waves his hand gently, telling him it is totally fine. Watching Mori reach for his helmet, Delver asks softly if some stardust got on the boy. He explains that due to his space exploration work, stardust clings to him no matter how hard he tries to brush it off. Staring at those hands glittering with magical stardust, Mori squeals with pure delight, forcing Ryder to rush over and stop the mischievous little guy. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, the mansion servants gather to whisper in deep worry. Thinking of the sheer hardships the Star Father has to endure, the Crow servant cannot hold back tears of pity. The Penguin servant also admits with a sigh that this is a truly massive problem. Hearing this, the floating robot nearby listens as the Penguin suggests bringing little Lily over to the mansion to play with Mori. But they worry that since even Mori staying here is heavily judged, bringing Lily over will definitely look like a staged setup to the Council of Judges. Even if Mori invites his friend personally, proving to the judges that the family did not orchestrate this is still going to be a monumental challenge. Hearing their worried analysis from the hallway, the tiny robot quietly takes the blame. Right then, the door flies open, scaring the two servants into running away. Ryder steps out, looking around in confusion, demanding to know what everyone is doing lurking around his door. Quick-witted little robot tells the Red Demon to speak up next time, prompting Ryder to complain about this walking gossip camera who is actually eavesdropping on their private conversation. Late night wraps around the ancient mansion. In the quiet room, Delver sits spacing out on his bed, only to be startled by a soft knock at the door. The door opens and Ryder walks in with a fresh blanket, offering to help with anything else he might need. This level of kindness leaves Delver completely flustered as he frantically waves his hands, asking what Ryder even means by that. This is already more than enough. Looking at Ryder, Delver sincerely admits that he honestly did not expect him to change his mind and help out this quickly. Crossing his arms by the table, Ryder sighs, admitting that one wrong move from them could easily turn into a massive headache for their entire family. The Red Demon gazes thoughtfully at the poor father before adding that perhaps Miria simply empathizes with his pain. Miria once watched Mori come face to face with death himself. This shocking revelation makes Delver gasp in disbelief, but Ryder quietly continues. He explains that after meeting the judge in person, he finally understood. Memories of that encounter flash back like a giant cosmic black hole, as Ryder recalls how every single cell in Miria's body was screaming in terror, warning her of just how terrifying that cosmic entity truly was. What the judge showed her was no mere illusion in that brief moment. Miria undoubtedly witnessed the absolute end of Mori's very existence. Back in the dim room, Ryder looks at Delver and admits bluntly that he is sorry, but his own child will always remain his top priority. Then he smiles softly and continues. He asked Miria why she decided to help, and she said it was because of his smile. In the final moments of that terrifying vision, Mori had looked at Miria and smiled. The emotional memory of Miria as a shadow entity spreading her wings to hold Mori as he faded away flashes by. Back in reality, Ryder quietly watches Delver, who listens in total silence, his mind completely overwhelmed by everything. By the warm, crackling fireplace of the mansion, the two fathers sit in silence, lost in their own deep thoughts. Inside the peaceful library, warmed only by the glowing hearth, Miria sits quietly in her rocking chair, reading documents under a soft beam of magic. Right beside her, baby Mori is fast asleep, curled up cozy and warm under his orange blanket. Suddenly, a light knock breaks the silence. Delver, now in his blue slime form, steps into the room, scratching his head nervously as he mumbles that he has something important to tell her. Miria looks up, her glowing white eyes watching intently as Delver places a small glass jar on the table with a soft click, filled with a shimmering golden liquid. Staring at the strange item, Miria curiously asks what it is. Soon the entire family and their servants gather in the main hall to examine it together. Penguin servant explains that Delver brought it, and it is made of crushed ranran fruit. Hearing this, Ryder points in disbelief, asking if it is the same fruit Mori loves so much, which Delver quietly confirms. Yes, that is right. Bowing his head, the father choked up as he explained that whenever Lily's health took a turn for the worse, he felt completely helpless. Hearing that Ran Ran was amazing for the body, he spent an entire month's salary to buy it. Memories of caring for his daughter flood back, showing Delver gently feeding spoonfuls of Ran Ran to little Lily inside their warm spaceship cabin. He continues, explaining that seeing her recover so fast made him keep feeding it to her whenever she fell ill. He was worried it might be a banned item, which is why he only brought it up now. Witnessing the poor father's silent sacrifice, Miria is deeply moved. She realizes that his entire reason for coming to them in person was to secretly deliver this cure. Right here is where a brilliant, wacky idea sparks in the leader's mind. Miria realizes humans love attaching meaning to specific days, and the upcoming Children's Day is the perfect opportunity. Get ready, things are about to get fun. In the past, Judge Salem was always the one leading the preparations and sending gifts to the kids during these special events. But now Napan is the only member of Salem's faction left at this territory, and he is far too busy cleaning up while constantly being swarmed and distracted by a horde of tiny beasts. So when the Mansion family offers to take over the gift preparations, Napan immediately agrees without hesitation. Miria looks at everyone with absolute determination and flashes a brilliant smile. She suggests hosting a small event for the special day, laying out her detailed plan. They will wear adorable animal mascot costumes that children love, bringing the whole celebration to life. They will make snacks out of Ran Ran fruit and hand out presents. On the magic screen, the robot projects an illustration of two cute bunny mascots exchanging gifts, though not everyone gets to dress up. Zyle stands quietly in the corner. As he admits, both he and Ryder are simply too massive and intimidating to play the part, so they are excluded. The family meeting continues with everyone's full attention. Miria proudly announces that Ryder and Napan will lead the event, and some temporary extra staff has already been officially approved to help them out. She then turns to Delver with a warm smile, offering him a temporary gig as her hired delivery worker. This unexpected chance to see his daughter completely stuns Delver, freezing him in pure emotional shock. That night, in the quiet bedroom warmed only by a flickering candle, Delver tosses and turns, unable to sleep. He sits silently at his desk, flipping through the pages of an ancient book under the cold blue moonlight. He scratches his head in deep thought. Suddenly, Robot A flies out of nowhere, glowing eyes shining bright green as it speaks up. Is that plan way too complicated to follow? The robot's completely silent entrance scares the absolute daylight out of Delver. He lets out a panicked shriek, making A quickly apologize. Sorry, I totally forgot to knock. Delver catches his breath, waving it off with a forced smile. No, it's fine. A floats closer, staring curiously at the open book on the desk. Hey, that's a human language book. Gently touching the page, he explains, Lady Miria gave this to me as a gift. He gazes out the window with a heavy melancholic look, whispering, even if I study this stuff right now. Sensing his sadness, A tries comforting him. Why say that? Maybe Lily still remembers you. But Delver just lowers his head, replying softly, I don't dare hope for that. Not backing down, the little robot suggests another idea. If talking is too hard, writing a letter is a pretty solid option. After all, Miria's letter is still one of Mori's greatest treasures. Oh, here we go. A excitedly chirps, let's practice writing together. The robot's overwhelming energy leaves Delver with nothing to do but let out a helpless sigh. You're not listening to a word I say, he sighs. Soon the dark night fades, welcoming a brand new day. Under a bright windy sky, Fee's ancient mansion stands peacefully. As soon as Raider steps into the grand hall, he announces that Mori has safely arrived at preschool. Hearing the awesome news, the penguin servants get incredibly excited. Great, should we start preparing right now? They scramble around, reminding each other to get the snacks and mascot costumes ready for the big festival. Meanwhile, Delver is already in his white astronaut suit, fully prepared to head out. But the second they step through the dark portal, moving together through the pitch-black space, Miria's stern voice echoes with a serious warning. There is one condition, though. To keep the children safe, she wants a protective measure in place, just in case anything unexpected goes down. Standing before a glowing golden magic circle covered in animal symbols, Miria calmly explains the trap. A massive space-bending field will be activated right at the portal Mori uses. While this special energy shield is completely harmless to anyone else, it serves as a deadly, absolute boundary aimed strictly at Delver alone. Miria raises her voice to emphasize this barrier has absolutely zero effect on others, but it will affect you and you alone. The gravitational distortion will hit Delver harder and harder the closer he gets to the portal to interact with any human children other than Mori. And the exact second he dares to cross that forbidden boundary, every single cell in his body will instantly disintegrate and vanish. Looking straight into Miriam's glowing, intense eyes, Delver stands completely silent, taking in her final, chilling warning. So remember this very well. You are absolutely never allowed to pass through that gate together with Lily. Stepping out of the portal, Delver and Raider walk out into a lush green field, bathed in warm morning sunlight, heading toward the distant preschool. Miria's strict warning still echoes in his mind, you must never cross that boundary. Across the grassy plain, a distant voice calls out to Raider. The support team has finally arrived, bringing along the mascot suits for their upcoming plan. After a long time apart, they happily catch up and hand over the gear. Still in his white protective gear, Delver quickly takes the large box. While everyone chats about the nice weather, someone nervously mentions hearing a rumor that it might start pouring rain later on. Meanwhile, over at the Star class, the schoolroom is filled with pure excitement. The teacher asks what special day it is, and the kids shout back in perfect energetic unison. It is Children's Day. To give them a huge surprise, the teacher introduces some very special friends visiting from a fairy tale world. Right away, a big bright orange mascot foot steps through the classroom door. But as the fox, rabbit, and bear mascots walk in, the teacher completely freezes up. Their costumes look way too realistic and somehow pretty creepy, totally different from what she expected. Yet, look at this. Unlike the worried teacher, the kids are cheering in excitement, but hidden right behind the fox mascot is a pretty sharp-looking, dangerous, spiked whip. Mori stares intently at the fox, making the person inside sweat. But then Mori breaks into a bright smile, waving hello. This pure innocence deeply moves the fox, leaving him wondering, wait, did he somehow blow his cover despite being completely covered from head to toe? He has to shake it off and stay focused, remembering he's supposed to play a wild fox right now. In the middle of the noisy classroom, the bear suddenly freezes up, spotting a very familiar little girl. It is Lily. With her brown pigtails and big sad eyes, she is staring right back at him. The two of them just stand there, locked to silent heavy gaze. The bear's long silence prompts the rabbit next to him to lean in and whisper, "Hey, Delver?" The startled bear quickly snaps out of it, "Oh, yes!" Hearing the rabbit ask if they should start handing out the gifts, the bear quickly agrees. Soon, the teacher gets the entire class into a neat line. While the other kids eagerly grab bright red gift boxes from the fox, Lily just stands alone in a corner, looking deeply thoughtful. The teacher gently tells the kids to eat well, grow up big and strong, and remember to say thank you nicely. Lily quietly agrees in her head, but instead of lining up, she turns and walks away. Leaving the waiting bear with his gift box, she walks over to a quiet corner and sits all by herself near a bookshelf. Seeing this sad sight, this leaves the bear utterly heartbroken and lost. His gloved hand clenches tightly in pure helplessness. Unable to just stand by, he takes awkward, gentle steps, slowly making his way over to her quiet corner. Hearing a sound, Lily turns her head. The bear immediately drops to his knees, gently offering her a red gift box. Looking closely at the shy bear, Lily hesitates before asking, "Mister, are you by any chance a friend of Mori's mom?" Her sudden question leaves the bear completely frozen, stammering without words. Inside the suit, Delver can only whisper Lily's name in a trembling voice. But he quickly remembers that Lily probably doesn't even recognize him anymore. Seeing her hesitate in silent confusion, the bear slowly stands up, gently pushing the red gift box forward as he coaxes her, "Please, go ahead and take it." Lily's big eyes flicker, staring directly at the bright red gift box in front of her. But then an unexpected shock happens. She violently slaps the bear's hand away, sending the red gift box rolling across the classroom floor. Instantly, she starts gasping for air. Her face turning pale, she clutches her chest, shaking from dizziness and lack of oxygen. Seeing this happen, the bear panics. Right at that moment, the teacher rushes over, shouting Lily's name in a panic. She quickly kneels down, asking with deep worry, "Are you scared, sweetheart?" Suddenly, Lily starts coughing uncontrollably. Patting her back, the teacher tries to calm her. "It's okay. Breathe slowly. Let me take you to the clinic." She carries Lily away, leaving the bear kneeling alone in the empty room. The bear's broad shoulders tremble with utter helplessness and pain. Outside the window, thunder rumbles, signaling an approaching storm. The door opens as the fox and rabbit walk in, calling him by his real name, Delver. The startled bear snaps upright immediately. Trying to hide his heartbreak and confusion, Delver scratches his head and laughs it off. "Oh man, I messed up again. I guess I just got a bit too ahead of myself." With that, he quickly turns to leave. "Let me go pack up first." Watching his lonely figure walk away, the fox remains silent, eyes filled with deep, melancholy thoughts. Under a dark, stormy sky, the bear walks completely alone across the vast field. Delver reasons with himself Lily was way too young back then, so she couldn't possibly remember him, and maybe forgetting him is actually for the best. He hangs his head, slowly pulling off the heavy bear mask. A gentle voice from his memory echoes, "What if Lily still remembers you?" But he only shakes his head. "I don't dare hope for that." Though he tells himself to stay strong, tears stream down Delver's face, dripping off his chin and soaking the cold, inner lining of his protective mask. He laughs at himself for acting so tough when his heart is actually incredibly soft. Delver trudges forward under the dark, gloomy sky. With every heavy step he takes, glittering particles spill out behind him, looking just like fallen stars on the green grass. Up in the medical room, Lily quietly peers out the window. She presses herself against the glass, staring curiously at the distant meadow. Noticing those strange glowing trails, Lily spins around and bolts out the door. She runs with all her might through the howling storm, gasping for air. Right there in front of her, a path of sparkling stars is guiding her way across the grass. Lily stops in her tracks, her wide eyes filled with complete disbelief. Right ahead, the massive back of her giant bear friend is fading toward a mysterious black portal on the open plain, leaving behind a glittering path right at her feet. In that exact moment, her eyes tremble as a faint memory of her father comes rushing back. A glowing blue figure made of stardust gently touches her tiny hand with a warm smile. That memory freezes Lily for a split second, and then she starts sprinting to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Delver is still dragging himself along in his bulky suit. He grabs his head, cursing himself as tears blur his vision and make his mind spin. He forces himself to keep walking, feet like lead, but rapid footsteps behind him make him whip around. There she is, running toward him with every ounce of strength left in her. Seeing her there completely shocks Delver. But look at his armor, it is totally malfunctioning now, bursting with wild blue energy. He collapses to the ground, shivering violently. The closer he gets to the portal, the worse the suit malfunctions. Gasping in absolute agony, Delver forces his head up and weakly calls her name. But instead of answering, Lily throws herself at him, hitting his armor with her tiny fists. She weeps uncontrollably, pounding on his chest as she screams out in absolute frustration. Why? Why would he treat her like this? Why would he leave her behind? Her weak, helpless punches completely paralyze Delver, leaving him to just stand there and take her anger. Seeing her little hands bleeding from hitting his armor, he quickly releases the locks. With a loud hiss, the heavy suit breaks open, revealing his true, brilliant stardust form underneath. Seeing his real face, Lily freezes before breaking down into deep, heavy sobs. All that bottled-up pain pours out of her as she cries and asks him why. Why did he stop visiting her? Delver can only watch her with an aching heart, listening in silence. Is it because she is not his little star anymore? In her memories, she remembers looking in the mirror, crying because the galaxy dress he gave her was now far too small. She could not fit into it anymore. Did he hate her now because she grew up? She really did not want to grow anymore, sobbing as she let the tears fall. Delver immediately rushes forward, pulling her into a tight, protective hug. The sudden embrace sends a stack of handwritten papers flying all over the grass. Delver looks down, staring at the white sheets. He remembers an old question from the past. If he ever saw Lily again, what would he say first? An apology? Or how much he missed her? Staring at the scattered letters filled with apologies on the grass, Delver thinks to himself that even if Lily completely forgot him, he would be totally fine with it. Even if she hated him for the rest of her life, he would accept it. But as he watches the papers fly, something catches his eye. He quickly grabs one specific page. Delver drops to his knees, trembling as he holds the paper out to Lily. She looks at it in confusion. Deep down, he only ever had one single wish for her to be healthy. Her eyes tear up as she reads the messy handwriting on the page. Stay healthy. A simple, clumsy wish, but it holds every ounce of his love for her. Reading those words, Lily loses all control and breaks down sobbing. Out on the vast plain, Delver holds her close, letting the white papers swirl all around them in the wind. Her cries echo across the plains, just like the day she was a tiny baby weeping in his arms. Delver looks down, his eyes filled with pure warmth. Finally, they share a warm embrace, their light trailing across the grass under the stormy sky. The scene fades to a white letter on a dark background, addressed to the dear Lady Miria. All the adoption documents were successfully processed, and the shelter officials are extremely pleased with how things turned out. Through Lady Miria, the mediator finally understands why Delver always blamed himself so heavily, but it turns out he made a huge mistake, based on the health records meticulously kept since she was first found. Her expected lifespan as a baby was supposed to be only 3 weeks. Yet, except when he had to work, Delver always held Lily tightly in his arms, nurturing her constantly. And wait, here's the real kicker, his race has incredible self-healing. Lily grew up strong because Delver was secretly taking on her illnesses himself. The reason she got so weak from skipping meals recently was simply because she lost her connection with Delver. So, staying together is actually the best thing for both of them. Right now, the judge is reviewing the case very positively. An official meeting should be arranged for the father and daughter very soon. Meanwhile, at the shelter, Lily and the other kids are thrilled to receive a brand new gift from her father. It is a gorgeous blue dress, sparkling like the galaxy itself. The other kids squeal with excitement over the beautiful princess dress. Even though it is a bit too large for her tiny frame, the teacher smiles and encourages her to eat well so she can grow into it. Lily clutches the sparkling dress tightly, her eyes shining with joy. She eagerly puts it on, spinning and admiring herself in front of the mirror in a sunlit room. Although the long hem drags on the floor, Lily gently lifts it up and takes graceful steps. She spreads her arms, spinning and laughing happily in her flowing dress that looks like the starry night sky. Out in the vastness of space on a distant planet, his crewmate calls out to him, "Delver, get ready, we are about to head out." Hearing the call, Delver turns with a happy smile. That is the end of our story. Leave a like and subscribe. Thanks.